Hello everybody, welcome back to North American Challengers. Now before we do anything, I would like to quickly mention over the weekend on Sunday, I had the amazing opportunity to do casting for an actual event, not just my own casting over another event, and it was the Tacti Fight Games presented by Tacti Friends. So I want to say a quick thank you to them. They do tournaments and competitions for people of underrepresented genders in gaming. And so it was really nice to be able to do casting for that. It was my first time casting an actual Valorant match. So yeah, big thank you to them. If you want to check out the VOD and all that, you can find it over on their Twitch. Now, before we get into the first match we have today, which will be OR versus Mad Lions, let's go ahead and do our pick'ems. Because I have yet to do these. Oh, actually, I do think the time may have closed. I did not think about that, but maybe it'll still let me. So let's go ahead and look at the pick'ems. Here are my choices. G2 versus the guard. I'm gonna have going to the guard, especially with the way G2 is looking right now. Now, of course, G2 is already qualified for playoffs, but at this point in this last week, their last game before playoffs, this needs to be the day that they prove we're actually still going to be a strong team in playoffs. If they can't put up a good fight against the guard, who I will remind you they've already beaten, then it will not look that strong for G2 as we move into the start of playoffs. I'll be pretty worried for them. Then Moist Moguls versus FaZe Clan is a pretty easy open and shut case. Should go to Moist Moguls with how they've been playing. Mad Lions versus OR Esports. Honestly, that's the first game today. I'll talk more about it, but I think it's going to go to OR. M80 versus Oxygen Esports should go to M80 for obvious reasons. They're one of the number one, or at the very least top two, if not the number one team in North American Challengers. And then Turtle Troop versus Shopify Rebellion. I think it'll go to Shopify. No, I think it'll go to Turtle Troop. It's a big match for a lot of different reasons, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow when the actual match is. TSM versus Skies should go to TSM. They've got a lot more riding on this. But without further ado, let's go ahead. I'll submit them. I don't think it'll let me. Yeah. I will go ahead and we can go ahead and look at our first match today, because it's a little bit of a rivalry, a little bit of a rematch between these two teams, Mad Lions versus OR Esports. Now, if you've only been looking at Split 2, you're probably like, all right, maybe, they're rivals because they have the same amount of wins. But the real reason is because in Split 2, in Split 1, they were the bottom two teams, and they fought each other, and it did go to Mad Lions. And now we come into Split 2, and I think Mad Lions in particular had a rocky start to Split 2. I mean, you look at these first 2 weeks, it was not good at all, especially against Moist Moguls. That's a very important game to highlight. It was just a very, very dominant series there. FaZe Clan, they did a little bit better, and then they were able to take a win on G2. Now, for a lot of people, that's not a super big surprise. G2 is not looking strong, but if at that point you were still looking at Mad Lions as the one of those bottom two, seeing them beat G2 was definitely a good show that they're still a very capable team. As we look at the map picks here, Mad picks Fracture, no surprise there. They've already beaten OR on Fracture in the past. OR picking Bind. We'll see how that does end up paying off. I believe we've seen OR on Bind, and I think it went fairly well. Then we go to the decider being Pearl, and that is that I think will be a pretty big toss up. I think it'll be a 3-map series today, for multiple reasons. But yeah, again, Mad Lions had a very rocky start to Split 2. They were able to beat G2 to say, yeah, we're still a good team. We're good enough to do what most other teams in Challengers can do right now against G2, and they did it. And now Mad Lions versus the Guard, it went 0-2. So at this point, Mad Lions has no hope of qualifying for playoffs. What they're doing right now is just playing for a good show. If they can beat OR here, then they may have a good chance in the relegation bracket of qualifying for next year's playoffs. If you don't know what play-in relegation is, the bottom 4 teams, the 4 teams that don't qualify for playoffs, get a second chance to try and qualify for next year's playoffs in a little bit of a bracket. It's a double elimination bracket, and the top 2 teams, so the team who wins the upper bracket and the team who wins the lower bracket, gets to qualify for next year's Challengers. If you made it to playoffs, you already qualify for next year's Challengers. This is just sort of a second chance for those bottom 4 teams, to try and prove themselves. And so for teams like Mad Lions, Disguised, or Esports, these sort of like bottom 3 teams, which a lot of people can be confident are the bottom 3 teams, it's right now it's a little bit of a send-off before relegation to say we're still a powerful enough team that we're going to be making it to next year's Challengers. So that's sort of what the competition is here right now for these teams, especially this match in particular. So we'll go ahead and take a look at their previous matchup, which I did say went to Mad Lions. We saw them on Pearl. It went to our Esports. That's the decider today. The decider for them previously was on Fracture, and it went to Mad Lions. Now, there's also Lotus in the mix, which isn't picked here. Instead, there's Bind in the mix. But we are going to see, or there are 2 maps in the map pool today that were in the map pool previously when OR and Mad Lions played each other. And again, that match did go to Mad Lions. And so there's a good argument to be made here that we may see another win from Mad Lions. But the reason I'm picking OR over Mad Lions is because they looked decently strong. I mean, strong enough to beat G2, which is pretty much where Mad Lions is. So yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting spot, but no more time for predictions. Turn my camera off, and let's go ahead and get into the agent select here on Fracture, which I will remind you, Mad won against OR previously on Fracture. It was the decider. It was the last map that closed it out, and Mad picks Fracture here, hoping to do the same thing. Let's go ahead and look at the agent select. I already said that. It's identical picks from these teams. The team composition going to be exactly the same. We've got a Breach, Brim, Cypher, KO, and Raze. These are all pretty standard. I mean, there's a lot of room for sort of switching things up on Fracture. Sometimes you'll see a Neon. Sometimes, I believe we've even seen Harbors. But for the most part, this is pretty standard. You want a Breach, good util there, good flash util there. It's a good flash initiator. Then Brim is a pretty good smoke here because there's a lot of those sort of close or small openings, especially for the defense, so you can smoke those off really easily and get onto site. Cypher is really good because there's really long flanks here, and for the offense, that's difficult to watch if you, say, had a Killjoy because you'd need to be playing so close to your util, which would definitely be difficult to use. OR are going to be starting this defense by aggressively pushing out through B main, looking for some good damage. Not quite going to find it. Pancakes does find 2 picks, but the rest of the players who are pushing out B get picked off, and now it's a 3v1. Although Nilia's taking out Blackheart, does now make it a 1v2 for Nilia's. This is winnable. They just need to put in a little bit of work here. It's not going to be easy, to say the very least. There's one in Arcade, there's one in Heaven right now, and I imagine Ange in Heaven will be swinging off of contact that Bjorf may find. Which we do. Bjork gonna peek out and take Nilias out. 2 players if the line for Mad does give them the first round. Alright, looking decently okay. Now, the reason I'm saying OR may win against Mad is because OR, at least coming into Split 2, looked a little bit stronger than Madline's coming into Split 2 from my perspective. But at the same time, currently OR's only win is against G2, who of course Mad has also already beaten, and also everybody else in Group B has beaten G2 at this point, except for the guards. So yeah, at this point, like this is sort of a toss-up series, but again, it's a rematch for these teams. It's their time to prove if they can still have that fight within them. And for OR, this is a bit of revenge. Speaking of revenge, Narrate gets picked off early. That's that Star Duelist for Mad. For the series, the casters are talking about how Narrate is the #1 player in Challengers right now. Despite being on one of the teams that's not going to qualify for playoffs, Narrate is one of those top players in Challengers, and so we should see some good moments here from Narrate. Yeah, we'll see if we will see those good moments, but already Bjor is going to be taken out as well. It's a trade where Physic gets picked off, but when you're down players, you don't really want to trade. Although the gun diff may make something of a difference, although not quite as Pancakes takes that trick. It's now going to be a 4v2, and as Jonah finishes off those pushing into the site, and Blackheart going to get taken out. That makes it a thrifty because this is a round that OR won on an eco round. Not how Mad wanted to do this at all. You do not want to get ecoed on your chosen map pick to start it off right at the beginning. I mean, that's just not a good start for you. I also do really quickly want to mention before we get fully immersed in the game, today's going to be a bit of a long day. We're starting at 11 a.m. It's going to end probably around 6 or 7 p.m. Maybe earlier, depending on how quickly these games go. The point is, there's 3 series today. It's going to be a long day. And then tomorrow there's 3 series, and then that's it. So it's going to be finished up in the span of 2 days. And yeah, we will see how long these series do end up taking. I think tomorrow's probably going to be longer than today. But also, the reason is because tomorrow's games are probably going to be a lot closer. Trick takes out Nilia, is pushing into Heaven, and then Pancakes can be able to trade it off. Jonah going to be able to take out Yor, who is pushing into the main entrance into sight. Narrate going to take out Pancakes, though. So trades keep coming through, and it's a 3v3. Narrate down to 60 HP, though, could definitely make this round difficult. I'll remind you, this is now an eco round for Mad, so should go to OR and Narrate. The only player with a gun for Mad does get taken out. Zildji's also going to take out Blackheart, and now it's a 3v1. And at this point, may just want to try and get a few sneaky kills. Try and get away with his life. Although the Stinger going to take out Zeldris. This is a winnable clutch if he can find a good pick. Isolate the fights, and he does. He's able to take out Physic, and now it's a 1v1. But, of course, a Vandal going to be a lot better from that range. Although OR definitely lost more players than they would have liked, they did take the win there. Although that was an eco round for Mad, and they did some pretty good damage to that defense of OR, which does now mean that OR's econ is going to be a little bit lower here, a little bit in a tougher spot here, which does now mean Mad should be able to bounce back pretty effectively if they can take some wins here. Although you look at OR's econ, and it's decent at this point because of the winning that second round, which was an eco. They got a pretty good boost there. So even though they lost all but one of their players in the previous round, their econ's in a decent spot. They'll be able to buy next round off of a loss. Although Zeldris already going to be finding a pick, although he is traded off, it's going to make it a 4v4. And now it's up to Mad to decide where they want to go. And it looks like Jonah going to be meeting Mad, pushing through tunnel. And yeah, Jonah's gone. Physic trying to trade it off, but he's just going to get taken out. No hope there. And now it's a 2v4 for OR. And yeah, this is going to be difficult as OR has to run over to B, but this could be a bad rotate. They're going for the flank. There's a Cypher trip. They do break it, and now at this point, Mad will know. All right, there's probably one flank, but because of the number diff, or the fact that we have such a good number advantage, they're probably there together. So they can be pretty confident it's a 2v4 right now, where the 2 players are stacked coming through Arcade. Although it's only Nilia's coming through Arcade now. Pancakes is going to go through Tunnel. So it looks like Nilias may want to do a similar thing. No, it looks like he will be challenging Heaven here. Pancakes has been able to go all the way through that main entrance, and he may catch a pick. So he pushes through the smoke, and he's able to take out Bjor. Now it's a 2v3 instead of a 2v4. It's up to isolating these fights. Time is being played beautifully, though, and OR does not have a lot of time. Gotta start getting this spike defused here. It's 2v4. Sorry, 2v2. It was a 2v4. Now it's a 2v2. Ooh, Nilius gonna be able to take out Blackheart. It's now a 1v2, and Trick gonna clutch it out to finish it off. And time was running low, but the spike was half, so RR definitely had a little bit of time to play with, but did not matter. Mad gonna win that round, and now it's up to OR to figure out, are we just gonna force another buy here? They've got some econ to do it with if they would like to, but they are also definitely in a position where saving may be a good option. And we will see if that is what ends up happening here. 2 ults for Mad, a Null Command, and a Neural Theft over on OR. They've got 1 Neural Theft. And it looks like OR will be getting a hero gun in the hands of Zeldris, but the rest of the players going to be on a save here, so it will be an eco round for OR. Which does now mean Mad has that gun advantage. They did lose all but one of their players, so it was an expensive previous round. But they are going to be forcing a buy here, so they should have decent money, although maybe not a whole lot to work with. And Pancake's going to be locking down a main, peeking through door right now. Going to play off contact for throwing down a molly maybe, although he doesn't have any util to work with. He has a shorty, which he was definitely looking to use, but off of no sound returning, just backs up, and now he's going to be playing that main entrance, but the push is coming through sands, and nobody for OR is going to be able to stop it. Nilia is going to take out Tricks, Null Command. Narrate going to find 2 bigs, but Physic going to trade it off and then take out Ange as well. And as Nilias takes out Blackheart, Bjor's in a 1v3. May want to try and rest his teammate here, but not a whole lot of time to do it with. He gets concussed, and the Stinger going to finish it off. 3 kills for Nilias this round, makes it a really solid round. And that was an eco round for OR, so it's a thrifty win. They're going to be able to pick up guns. It's now going to be 2 ults for either side. Both sides have a Neural Theft, and both sides have a Showstopper. Yeah, it's been a pretty decent back and forth, I'd say, but because of that loss, where Mad Lions had just taken an expensive loss in that previous round, it does mean that their econ is not in a position to buy here off of that round loss. So Mad will have to take an eco round here. You got Bjor with a Bulldog, and pass it off to Narrate. Bit of a hero gun, but probably not going to be able to do a whole lot here. And OR should be able to take this round, as Mad is almost entirely on Classics, or at least the majority of Mad is on Classics. So OR should have a pretty good gun advantage here. Mad going to start this push into B. 1 through Arcade, and the rest through main. Not really going to find any damage or any players. Mad not going to do anything, not going to take any damage either. Ooh, Zeldris going with the Showstopper to push out, able to find the pick. Although, actually, Physic going to take out Bjor, who's trying to stop that Showstopper. Narrate going to find a pick, pulls out the Showstopper. Physic going to take out Narrate before that Showstopper kills him, which does make this a 3v3. And traits are not really what Mad would be looking for right now with that low econ that they're on. And so, as long as OR can continue to win these gunfights, which they should be able to, having that gun advantage, which you see Nilias beating Blackheart there, able to spray. It's not going to be a 3v1, and Ange has to play this beautifully and not quite going to get it. Get the first head tap, but the gun dip going to be ever so prevalent, and Pancake's going to find that kill. OR takes now a 4th round, and it's going to be a 4v2 here, where Mad going to have to start to get a little bit worried, as OR's been... Although it looks like it's been a little bit of a back and forth, especially since the economy has been a bit of a back and forth, at this point, not only is OR's econ built up, but you look at the back and forth that's been happening. Mad takes the first round, OR takes the second, and then the third. Mad takes the 4th round, and then OR takes the 5th, and then the 6th, right? So it is a little bit of a back and forth, but because of the low economy of Mad Lions, it means that they can't get any of those win streaks going to try and regain some of these rounds. Ooh, that early pick, though, for Narrate takes out Pancakes, who is pushing through Satellite with the help of Nilias to try and gain that ult orb. Nilias backs up. Meanwhile, Trick going to be watching flank, going to find a pick onto Zeldris, and is going to be able to take out Physic as well. That was both of the flankers. Meanwhile, Jonah going to lock down A main, take out the only pusher through A main, which is Bjor. He's now gone. It's not going to be a 2v4 for OR, though. And Jonah running it all the way over to B. Get ready to watch from main. Not quite going to find that pick. Narrate just going to be a little bit better there. It's now going to be a 1v4 for Nilias, and at this point, he has to make the decision. Am I going to save? They do. And it looks like Narrate going to take Nilias out. No saving there. Score now going to be 4-3, and Mad starting to build up some momentum here. They win that with a good portion of their players left alive, so now OR does have to figure out how they're going to re-strategize this, and they take a timeout to do so. They would like to deny any good momentum for Mad, and Mad winning that 5 from both sides does now mean that OR, yeah, we've got some issues we need to figure out. OR's issues there, I think, were pushing out a little bit too far, especially that 2-man flank. Or the 2-player flank may not have been a good decision, mainly being because sending 2 players for a flank, if you don't find picks, I mean, you're gone. And on a map like Fracture, which is incredibly offense-sided, although you do have to play a little bit aggressively on your defense, meaning flanks are not the worst idea, if you're not finding any picks, it won't matter how good those flanks turn out to be, right? Like you're not really going to do anything if you're pushing a little bit too aggressively and nothing's paying off. So OR does need to figure out if they want to continue to try those flanks, but maybe re-strategize it a little bit to be able to trade each other off a little bit better and try and find a pick, or do they just figure out how to play a defense where they can retake well or just push back the offense? Maybe instead of sending 2 out of SAT, they could have sent, instead of having that 2-man flank, they could have sent like 3 out of SAT or 4 even if they were feeling it. You know, there's a lot of different ways they could have played that. Looking at the ults, though, there's an orbital strike for Pancakes as well as a null command for Madlines. They've got an orbital strike and a neural theft. So both teams have an orbital strike at this point, and it's going to be up to these teams as well to try and figure out how to place these down. Now, I did say earlier this is a standard comp, but KO is not super standard on Fracture. It's definitely one of the few maps in Pro Play that KO does work on. But typically you'll see a Sky in there, or sometimes even a Fade if they're feeling lucky. But for the most part, you'll see a Sky in there, because the blinding light can just get around those very sharp corners a lot better than the KO knife can. But both of these teams picking that KO knife will not, at that point it's an even playing field, so it won't matter that there's no Sky, because it's not like one of the teams has a Sky, right? Mad made a little bit of noise A, and now they're racking it up, going across the rope, and they're going to be going in through the back of B, through Arcade. There's an operator on Zeldris watching this, though. Definitely do some damage as this push starts, and it will find the first pick onto Trick. Mad now trying to challenge it and trade it off, but Zeldris has backed up. Now there's a smoke, so no more operator going to have any vision, but Mad does now have to be cautious of the fact that there is an operator somewhere. Pancake's just going to shoot through the smoke and take Blackheart out. Unlucky for Mad, who gets picked off there, and now it's going to be a 3v5. As Physic takes advantage, it'll make it a 2v5, although Narrate able to get a trade pick on Zeldris, and then take out Physic, which does make this a 3v2, and then Narrate takes out Pancakes. Now it's a 2v2, and although Narrate's very, very low on HP, and Jonah going to finish it off, it's now down to Bjorn. The spike needs to go down. You've got about 6 seconds left. The spike's not even in your hands, and you're challenging the fight, hoping to find those 2 picks to close it out, and, well, you're not going to be able to do that. There's now 4 ults for Madlines. Orbital Strike, Showstopper, Neural Theft, Rolling Thunder. That Orbital Strike and Neural Theft they had for a while. They just didn't really have an opportunity to use it in the previous round because OR just pushed them so far back. OR has an Orbital Strike. Still, they also did not use that ult because they didn't really have to, and I believe Pancakes got picked off pretty early, as Nary found quite a few of those picks. But yeah, Madline's going to have 4 ults to work with here, and it looks like they're going to be forcing a buy here, and I say force, although most of them are going to be able to full buy, because they ain't just going to be on a Stinger. That Rolling Thunder does come out, try and do some damage here. Although the stun going to wear off before the push can start, and then the Orbital Strike can prevent the push through Heaven. So now OR just needs to defend the push through Arcade. Kind of not really able to, though, as Trick takes out Jonah. Nilia is going to get the trade pick on Narrate as Narrate uses the Showstopper. Physic, though, going to find 2 picks before Bjorn takes out Physic. These trades are coming through, so it will be a 2v2, but the spike finally going down means there's not a whole lot of time advantage for Mad, there's not a whole lot of time advantage for Mad, meaning there's not a whole lot of pressure from OR. This operator and Zeldris coming in through Heaven, not quite going to react in time, and Blackheart going to take Zeldris out. It's now a 1v2. Ooh, able to get that spray onto Blackheart. It's now a 1v1, but Bjorn holding the angle, going to take Pancakes out in this round. Does go to Mad. And that was it looks like it was a good choice to force. But again, I'll remind you, that was a force buy, and although they do take a win, it's an expensive win because they lose all but one of their players. So they do need to start getting a little bit more of this player advantage together in these rounds where they're not losing as many players. I mean, we saw a buy round where they won with 4 players left alive, and then after that, OR, of course, takes that timeout, and since then, they've been doing a good job of denying Mad. But Mad will be able to buy here. They're able to, scrap together enough to force a buy. For OR, they're going to be on an eco round. Nilia is going to be getting a Phantom there, but it is still an eco round for OR. Although Physic can be forcing a buy on a Vandal. Again, it's still a light buy. There is a Cypher cam, and it does spot Mad pushing in through drop. Nilia is, of course, not going to ping because he wants to keep that cam alive. And he also can't leave the cam because it'll make noise. So at this point, he's sort of just stuck in cam until he's going to get ready for this. And as the stuns come through, now he sees 3 there. And Mad going to start pushing in. Flank's coming through, though, from OR. Ant's going to take out Physic, but it's shredded up by Pancakes. Although Nary taking out Zeldris as they take the site does mean that the player advantage is going to be in the hands of Mad. It's now going to be a 3v5 from OR. Neural Theft in the hands of Nilias.
Yeah, I mean, they know that the flank is coming through drop, and they're prepared for it. Narrate, though, cut off from the rest of his team.
Sorry.
Due to this smoke on main, so this could become a little bit of a problem.
Blackheart going to dig out Pancakes. A lucky pick there. Barely able to scrape it by, as Nilias going to be able to trade it off. But when you're down players, you can't afford trades. Ooh, this spike just going to be held until half. Although he will be pushed off of by that KO Molly, and Trick going to take out Nilias. No more smokes to work with, and Narrate just going to take Jonah out. 3 players left alive for Mad, makes that a pretty successful round. It's now going to be tied up. It's now a 5. The score is now 5-5. And for OR, you do have to start worrying a little bit because they've been able to win quite a few of these rounds because they've had eco advantage a lot of these rounds that they've won, versus Mad, who has now been able to get that eco advantage out of the hands of OR, and they're winning these rounds. The binds for both sides are turning into a win. Now that previous that previous round was an eco round for OR, so that's why they didn't have good guns there, and that could be why Mad won. But you do look at OR, and Physic not actually going to be able to afford a gun because they forced a little bit too heavily from OR. They forced a little bit too much in that previous round, considering it was supposed to be an eco round, so they're not all able to buy this round. Although, hopefully for OR, it won't matter too much. Meanwhile, Mad gonna be pushing in with pretty much full guns except for Bulldog and Blackheart. Speaking of pushing in for Mad, they're pushing in it to B through Heaven mostly, and Narrate gonna take out Pancakes. Blackheart gonna take out Jonah. It's now gonna be a 3v5, and although that plant gonna be stopped a little bit using some breach util as Zeldris takes out Narrate. Trick gonna be able to find a pick on Physic and Nilias as the flank comes through from Fior. And yeah, that finishes off very aggressively, and Mad now has that 6-5 lead, and if they just win 1, they'll take the lead. Now I'll point out, I'll say it again, this is a very offense-sided map, and so for Mad, they should be taking the lead going into the next half. Now, how much that lead should be, it doesn't matter a whole lot. At the very least, you should be keeping it tied, and of course, at this point, it's impossible for OR to take the lead, so Mad's in a decent position here. I'll also, once again, point out this is Fracture picked by Mad, so taking the lead in this first half is good for them overall because it's their map, so they would want to be in the lead after that first half. And again, they are, so they're in a decent spot. Let's go ahead and take a look, though. You see OR going to be forcing here because they full bought the previous round. But they're going to be forcing here on low econ because it's the last round of the half. But again, my emphasis on low buy or low eco, right? They're not going to be able to get a full buy going here. 2 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians. The only player with a good gun or a real rifle is Nilias with a Phantom. Over on Mad, though, I mean, they've got a full loadout to work with and an Orbital Strike, although 4 does have 2 ults of their own. They've got that Showstopper and a Rolling Thunder. But Mad just having the gun advantage here may be able to do a little bit more than OR. Mad was looking like they wanted to push into B, but they do encounter some pushback at the trip. Jonah peeking out, trying to see if he can catch a rotator. Not quite going to be able to, as he gets picked off, and then Trick going to be pushing in and is able to find the pick onto Nilias. My voice starts to die here already. It's now going to be a 3v5 for OR, and this spike going to go down. The Rolling Thunder comes out. It's going to hit a lot of those players, although not those players that have rotated into Arcade. The Showstopper comes out from Zeldris. Although it pushes back that push from heaven, it's not going to do a whole lot there. And Trick able to take out Pancakes. It's going to increase that player advantage that they have. And Zeldris able to take out Trick, but which I think I already said. But Bjor finding another pick does leave Zeldris in a 1v4. Gonna be able to find one before getting finished off. And Mad will take the lead going into the next half. But a reminder, it's an offense-sided map. So 7-5 is a good, or it's a decent position for OR to be in if they want to, at the very least, keep it even and go to overtime. But they're also definitely going to this offense in a position to take the win if, again, they can use that offense-sidedness to their advantage. Why is it offense-sided? It's really difficult if you're the defense to defend all those entrances into the sites without leaving yourself exposed to that push into site. And, you know, let's say you're not on the site that's getting pushed, rotating over, sure, it may be quick, but you're not really going to be able to do a whole lot because you get caught in that choke point of those CT entrances into the site. So yeah, it's overall just a difficult position to be in. Score now going to be 5-7. And this, again, should be in the favor, or the odds should be in the favor of OR to take the at least tie it up 12-12 and go to overtime. But doesn't mean it'll be easy. Matt, of course, picked this map because they do think they're going to put up a good fight here. OR Pancake's going to find the first pick onto Bjor. Nilia's going to take out Narrate. Ange going to take out Nilia. Pancake's going to take out Blackheart. Trick going to take out Physics. Just going to take out Trick. Trades coming through, but of course Mad can't really afford trades at this point when they already lost 2 of their players early. And that does leave Ange in a 1v3. No point in saving, so should just be looking for at least exit picks, if not trying to retake the spike. Though he may just push right into the crosshair. Pancakes here. And he will, and Pancakes with Frenzy going to take Ange out. 3 kills for Pancakes this round. Really one of the key factors in solidifying this round. And OR winning that first pistol round is a really good start. Because in theory, although we didn't see it happen in the first half, if you win the pistol round, you should be able to get the second round off of that. And that is definitely, or should definitely be true for OR, who should be able to take this next round. In addition, and there, you see them force buying here. Of course, Fizz gonna. Oh no, not quite gonna save a little bit. He decided to go for Util. I thought he was gonna save a little bit. But yeah, it's not gonna be a score of 6-7. We will see how this is played as OR. Just gonna watch the spike. It looks like they're just gonna hold in their spawn. I guess they're anticipating a massive push out for Mad. And it is a big push out for Mad, but it's through a satellite. And so OR not quite going to meet them. Although now that they're pushing through tunnel, they might. No, Mad going to back up to watch A. Perhaps they're afraid of some A push. But OR pushing through tunnel. Going to encounter Trick here. Ooh, possibly Narrate as well. They do encounter Narrate. Trick may want to swing off of this concussion. Good damage onto Zeldris, and Trick going to be happy to take advantage of it, but Pancake's going to be there to trade it off, and Mad, who is already low on guns or at a gun disadvantage, can't really afford trades here, and Pancake's finding the pick onto Blackheart and Ange, that is that gun diff being ever so prevalent, will make it, so now Mad definitely can't afford to trade things here, as it's now a 2v4. Narrate able to get that Spectre, but yeah, it is going to be a 2v4. This Econ diff will likely make pretty big a difference here. Narrate going to be pushing first. He's got 5 HP. Not really going to be able to do a whole lot here. Looks like Narrate going to be running it all the way maybe through CT spawn. Ooh, Cypher Trip can alert them. But for OR, they're like, okay, what are you doing? And it looks like Mad going to be trying to go for that. Or sorry, Narrate going to be trying to go for the CT maybe flank. But at this point, OR is of course going to know he's there. And as Bjor takes out Jonah, Nilia is going to be able to take out Narrate. It's now a 1v3 for Bjor, but that spike coming to a conclusion. Bjor just going to sit here and die to it. Good round for OR. They keep the majority of their players alive, which means this next round, which will be their bonus round, Mad, although they should be able to win, or may be able to get a few good picks to hurt the Econ and Mad Lions, make it an expensive round. 20 seconds now left before this round starts. I don't know why I'm pointing that out. Look at the bear, though. Very, very cute. And as we get ready to move forward in this half, I'm going to be honest, it's looking good for OR to Again, at the very least, tie it up, considering, it is tied up, but I mean, keep it, at the very least, get it to overtime. But OR's definitely, with this momentum I've just seen from them, I'm thinking maybe OR could take a win here on this map. And then we'd go to bind, and then we go to bind, which we already sort of know OR is comfortable on, so we could definitely see a good win here. Score is going to be 7-7. So move into this round. It's all tied up. It's up to Mad now that they have the gun advantage. This being the bonus round from OR, Mad should be able to take this round. Nilias getting picked off early does mean that this bonus for OR already not going in a good direction. Trick going to take out Zeldris. Finally traded off, but the gun diff going to be prevalent. Physic going to take out Narrate, but Mad going to lock it down as Blackheart finds one, and then Bjork just finishes it off. 3 players left alive for Mad, makes it a pretty decent round. OR did not do a good job at making it an expensive round, although they definitely, you could tell they definitely did try. Not the most expensive round there. As we move forward. Score now going to be 7-8. No command for Trick.
Interesting play here. Judge for Trick with the ult. Everybody else on standard rifles here. So our first buy round underway, but with a judge involved. So a little bit interesting. As the judge can either, be a...
Looks like now OR going to start this push into A. They sent 2 through main, but as Ange just fires through the smoke to take out Nilias, it's not going to be down to the pushers through that back entrance through drop, and they're actually going to be allowed to get onto the site, and the spike will likely go down as the holders on A for Mad pushed through main, expecting the main push, but because the majority of the players went through drop, it now puts Mad in an awkward position. And these 3 players going to hunt down Jonah. They're able to take him out, but at this point, because of how well the time's been played, it's going to be difficult, and they're caught in a choke point, as OR knows exactly where all of those Mad players were. Now down to Trick in a 1v3. He's got a judge and takes them long range. Not going to do anything there. It's now a 1v4 for Trick. And, yeah, not going to do a whole lot. Able to pick up a gun, but Zeldris going to shut that down. 3 players left alive makes that a pretty successful buy round for OR. I'll remind you, that was a buy from both sides. So, Mad taking the loss there. They're not going to feel good about that, to say the least. And although Mad finished off the first half with a pretty good win streak, I believe it was 4 rounds in a row, it's looking like they're struggling on this defense, which, again, it's an offense-sided map, so most teams are going to struggle on the defense here. But Mad picking this map, you'd think maybe their defense would be a little bit stronger. Obviously, we do have to see more of these buy runs before we know it for sure. But OR taking that first buy from both sides does not make it look good for Mad. And they're now going to be on a light buy, as they did lose that previous round. And now it's down to OR to win this round. It's an eco round for Mad, so this should be pretty easy for OR to run down. It looks like the 4 players going through drop. Not going to encounter any pushback because there's only 1 on A for Mad, and I imagine Ange will immediately rotate off of some noise and wait for his team. Because, just not having good guns, you sort of do have to play with your team. Now, Trick taking out Jonah. That's a good early pick, but as OR starts this push into A, Zeldris going to find that first pick, and now Mad going to just have to let this push into side start, as they don't really have a whole lot to defend with. Zeldris going to go up rope, not expecting Bjork to be watching it, and Bjork going to find that pick, and now the player advantage in the hands of Mad. Not only that, but this gun should be picked up by Bjork, which does now mean a little bit of better guns in the hands of Mad. So it's going to be a 3v4, but OR no longer really has that gun advantage that we saw. Although that flash going to be good. Nilias peeks out as the flash is coming out, so they catch those players looking away. They're going to take Nilias out. Trades coming through. It's now a 1v1. Physic with the Rolling Thunder ready to use it to win this round. You definitely do not want to get ecoed, and, well, Physic not going to let that happen. OR does take this round. Although it's close and much closer than OR would have liked it to be, considering, again, it's an eco round for Mad, they do take the win, and so they will take a little bit of an econ hit there, being such an expensive round. But as many rounds as they can possibly get to start it off here in this half is good for them, considering they went into this round Trick down 5-7, and now they're up 9-8. So they're in a pretty decent spot here. Mad now going to be back on a bye, and they do need to win this round. Their previous bye from both sides, Mad did lose, so they do need to win this in order to regain some sense of their stability within this competition. They do need to prove that, yeah, no. Fracture's still our map, and this will be the round to do it with. KO Knife going to come through, and it detects or the majority of those players pushing in through Arcade, and off of that, Mad just backs up to try and... Looks like maybe they want to go for the retake, as they're gonna... It looks like they're gonna be sending a flank through the offense spawn, though it may be a little bit slower than Mad would like, as OR is now going to be able to get onto this site. Or Zeldris with the showstopper going to push through, and he's able to find the pick on a Trick. No trade coming through either. Does make this a 4v5 for Mad, although Bjorn taking out Zeldris now makes it a 4v4. You're going to take out Jonah, though. Nobody quite able to... no, Pancakes is able to trade it off. And now... now this flank starts coming through, but OR's ready for it. Nilion's going to take out Narrate, as Narrate was flushed out by the Orbital Strike. Orbital Strike from Mad was used in CT as well, although it's not going to do nearly as much damage. And it's going to take out Nilias, which does make it a 2v2. Blackheart and Pancakes are both low and both on 30 HP. Which means that neither of those players are going to be wanting to peek first. Ange going to take out Pancakes, but Physic going to take out Ange, and now Blackheart, who is down to 30 HP, and a 1v1, not going to win that. This round does go to OR. Although another expensive round for OR, it was a much more expensive round for Mad Lions, who forced to buy this round and did lose. Showstopper in the hands of Mad Lions, but this being their econ round, I'm not entirely sure we'll see it come out. And at this point, if you're Mad, or you're Mad Lions, you're going to have to start to get worried. Because again, that was another buy round from both sides where you lost. So Mad should start to look a little bit scared here that this win streak from OR in this half may not end. The only round so far Mad has won in this half was when they had that eco advantage, and that was that third round. So typical round structure, they should be able to win that round, and they did, to their credit. But then when they went into a buy round, which they did have money to buy, did not turn into a win, and then since then their econ's slowly been crumbling, and they're back on an eco round. So again, they do need to start winning these rounds. I imagine if they lose this one, they'll go ahead and take a timeout to try and figure out how they can win these rounds. I think the issue is, this is Fracture, right? So your defense does need to play a little bit aggressively because of how offense-sided this map is. The only issue is, first of all, Mad's been doing these bad reads like here, but also Mad, especially on that previous round, just to highlight it, they did not push very aggressively. They played back and sort of allowed the push onto site, hoping the flank would come through with something, and although it almost did, it didn't do well enough to find a kill, or sorry, to find the win and a successful retake. Trick going to get picked off, the only defender of A site. Now OR going to get that spike down. Mad going to go for the 4-man flank. Physic going to be the first to see it. And now OR just going to rotate off of completely watching main. They've got a Cypher trip, and now they know the push is starting for Mad. Some Util is going to be used to play some time and push Mad back. This 4-man flank, this 4-player flank, may not do a whole lot if OR can help it. KO Knife comes through, gonna detect all 4. Just deny some util, and Nilio's taking out Narrate, just start to defend that flank. Zell just gonna take out Blackheart. Ange able to get a pick, but he's straight up by Nilios, and then Zell just gonna shut down that push through Sands by finding the final pick. 3 kills for Zeldris this round, and OR does take that eco round much more dominantly than the previous eco round for Mad. And, I mean, at this point, again, like I said, if Mad Lions didn't win that round, they're probably going to take a timeout. And there's a reason. I mean, Mad, again, they've sort of been letting these pushes onto site start. For OR, they've been playing pretty well. I mean, they've been playing pretty much as well as you can hope for on the offense. You entry into site, you take control of it, you find those players on site, you pick them out. You don't need to do any crazy flanks, don't need to do any crazy lurks. Sometimes you'll see the offense do that to try and counterplay an aggressive defense. But OR hasn't been doing that, and there hasn't really been any need for it because Mad's been playing a very passive defense. Again, that is to their fault. This is the reason Mad may be losing these rounds. When you are playing an aggressive defense on Fracture, it allows you to sort of combat the very heavily offense-sided nature of Fracture. But because Mad has not been playing with that aggressive defense, and they've sort of been playing more passive, allowing OR to get onto the site and then hoping they can play retake, it's put Mad in this pretty tough position of not being able to do a whole lot in the way of defending the pushes on, right?
And that
So yeah,
showstopper.
Mad does need to sort of figure out how they want to play a more aggressive defense, and I think if they can start to do that, they may be able to find themselves in a little bit of a better chance of winning some of these rounds, which at this point they really do need to win these rounds, as it's been a 4-round win streak from OR, and it doesn't look like they want to stop with this momentum that they have. 2 ults from Mad to use this round. I imagine we'll see both of them come out. If it's a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper, 2 very, very powerful ultimate abilities.
On both sides coming out of that timeout. We'll be expecting some sort of set play from the other. Mad Lions don't give
And OR just looking for some vision or some sound
to their chest. Meanwhile, Narrate sits atop the box.
before they push in here.
They'll just do it early with an operator.
No command for Jonah to use this round. He's been able to get it up by grabbing that old orb. Jonah gonna start pushing in. Narrate able to take Jonah out. That immediately denies that no command. That flank was coming through. So I know that push was coming through from OR. And this more aggressive defense from Mad playing further up has come out with some good picks here. And it's now going to be a 2v4 as Jonah does get taken out once again. Except no command this time around to help him defend. Now this 2v4 going to be very, very tough for Mad Lions.
The fact that they didn't have to play those cards is huge, because now they get to carry them over to the next round and continue their comeback effort, perhaps. As now they have a 4-on-2 and they really have no need to deploy them. Narrate just jiggling for information.
3 ults for Mad to use, but not going to have to use any of them. Fjord takes out Zeldris. Nilia is able to find a pick, but he gets shut down. And it seems that timeout was very helpful for Mad, who, again, were able to take a more aggressive stance on their defense, playing further up towards those entrances onto the site and denying the push from OR. I mean, we saw Narrate on top of that generator, which we had not seen him do yet, but it is something we saw from OR on their defense, and that's why they were able to get some of those rounds. And this is big for Mad because it means that they're sort of denying that aggressive momentum that OR has had. In fact, OR, because of how expensive some of these rounds have been, despite being on a 4-round win streak, that round win actually entirely destroys their economy to the point where if they lose this next round, they're not going to be able to buy. Narrate going to be taking that more aggressive stance, pushing out, looking for a pick. OR going to try and defend it. Pancakes takes a little bit of damage. No picks come through, and Zel just takes a little bit of damage as well. Showstopper comes out from Narrate, looking to do some damage. He gets blinded. He's getting pushed up. OR's been pushed pretty far back, but they've been able to bait out so much util from Mad. OR going to be pushing. They sent through tunnel to start this push through B main potentially, although now they're backing up off of it, and it looks like maybe they're going to try and go back towards A, maybe not. Going to send Zeldris through tunnel to start this push back through arcade, a re-hit. You could tell OR was thinking about rotating, but if you look at Mad's positions, they were ready for that rotate. This push is definitely going to be useful. There's 3 ults for Mad to use this round. They had 4, although that Showstopper already got used. Zeldris using the only ultimate ability for OR currently up in that Showstopper. He's looking to do some damage. Going to find a pick before getting traded off. Trick going to stop the plant, able to find a pick, but it's traded off. So the Spike may have an opportunity to go down, although the Rolling Thunder definitely going to stop that. Blackheart able to take out Nilius, who's trying to plant. Jonah going to trade it off, and then Narrate going to trade that off, which does leave Pancakes in a 1v2. This is definitely very doable. There's 1 in Heaven and 1 in that generator hold, and time running low. Pancakes trying to push through, but Narrate going to shut it down. Mad finds another round, and not only is that another round, but it's a big round because now OR can't buy. OR going to have to take an eco round. Like I said, because of how expensive the rounds have been from OR, Mad's been kind of decently close on some of these rounds, but again, not being able to retake effectively has definitely hurt Mad. And now that Mad's taking this more aggressive stance, they're able to win these rounds. And again, OR has had that, they did have that 4-round win streak, but again, those were expensive round wins. So at this point, like it's just a matter of it was just a matter of if Mad can win 2 in a row, and that's what Mad did. So now OR going to have to take an eco round. They're taking a timeout here. Typically, I would wait until after the eco round just to see how it goes. But taking a timeout here may be good if you want to try and strategize yourselves to prepare to try and win the eco round. Because if you win the eco round, obviously, that means it didn't matter that you were at an eco disadvantage. But over for Mad Lions' credit, they're doing really solidly right now. I mean, obviously they're losing right now, so they're going to have less kills overall, but you look and they're pretty equal with OR. Now, I'll remind you, neither of these teams could qualify for playoffs. Okay, this is not a series to see. This is not do or die time. Neither of these teams are making it to playoffs. At this point, it's just a little bit of a rivalry rematch, and also to try and put up a good show before they're starting to prepare for relegation. To say, yeah, we're still a powerful team and we'll do well in relegation. Rolling Thunder for Physic this round, although again, I doubt we'll see it come out because this is, again, an eco round. If Mad wins this, which they should be able to, it'll tie it up. Looks like OR going to be pushing aggressively, possibly through Sands, and it looks like it. They're going to push into this site. Pick going to come through from Zeldris on the Blackheart. You're able to take out Zeldris, but he's going to get flushed out. Pancake's able to take out Trick. You're not going to get taken out, although he did get stunned. Although now he is, as Nilias takes him out, but Angie able to take out Jonah earlier. Does even it out a little bit. Player advantage was in the hands of OR, but Nary taking out Physic evens it back out, and he does a little bit of damage to Pancakes. Nilias has been able to pick up a gun. Pancakes only has a stinger, but Nilias taking out Narrate does not make this a 2v1. And the Devil Feet comes through from OR, and this does turn into an eco round win from OR. The timeout did pay off. I said normally I'd wait until after the eco round, but it looks like it didn't matter. Or, sorry, it looks like maybe it was a good choice from them. That could have been the reason they won it, but regardless of if it was because of the timeout or not, that round win does go to OR, and that's a good round for them to win, not just because it's an eco round, but because it now means that they're at that 12th round, and now Mad going to have to make a 2-round win streak to get it to overtime. Orbital Strike for Pancakes, Rolling Thunder for Physic, and not sure what gun Pancakes has there, but it is going to be a full buy from OR, and Pancakes dying there, doesn't matter. Narrate gonna find that pick, and that's a 4v5 for OR, although this push through A may be able to do something, although Bjor able to take out Physic, Nili's able to take out Bjor, but just trade it off. Jonah gonna be able to trade that off, but because of that earlier pick from Mad, it does mean that that player advantage is now in the hands of Mad. Now, if OR wants, they could just rotate through CT if they really wanted to. They know exactly where Mad may be coming from, and it looks like they're going to stick it on A, which, again, I think they probably should have gone through CT, although they don't know exactly how many are dropped, so they don't know. They didn't know that B site and CT were clear. Now they do, as all the util is used. Zeldris going to lock down that push through drop, able to take out Narrate and Angel. The Trick taking out Jonah does now make this a 1v1. That player advantage is lost by Mad. Zeldris peeking out here. The defuse is tapped. Zeldris does sort of have to peek it, although he's not buying it. Jump peeks out. Just being held. Zeldris just going to peek out. Trick really did try and hold that. I mean, he knew time was running low, and he was in a bit of a bad spot, but definitely did not have to hold that there. And OR does take map 1. And that's a good map for them to win for 2 reasons. One, it's the first map of the series. Now you have a potential to 2-0. But the second reason, and probably the bigger reason, is that OR takes the map that is picked by Mad. So now we're going into Bind picked by OR. We've seen OR do decently on Bind. And I believe we've actually seen OR on Bind. Not in that matchup. It wasn't in the pool, but I believe we saw it. No, that's not it. I'll close this now. Let me pull up OR. I believe it was here. Yeah, it looks like it. Against FaZe, their one map 1 was Bind, and then I believe against G2. No, it was not played against G2. But again, against FaZe, their one map. What are these ads? Their one map win was on Bind, and so you can definitely tell OR is comfortable on it. And now we're seeing Mad on it, and Mad has played against G2 on Bind. They did not take the win there. I believe they played it against the Guard as well. They once again did not take the win there, although it was much closer that time than against G2. Against FaZe, did not come out. Dude, what are these ads? Why doesn't my ad blocker work on this site? But anyways, all those rounds won. And at this point, sorry, all those Bind wins for OR. No Bind wins for Mad yet. And so at this point, if you're a fan of OR, you should be looking pretty happy right now because it's looking like we may be gearing towards a win here from Mad. We may be looking at a win here from OR. We could be looking at a 2-0 from OR, which is definitely a good way to start off the day for OR, and also bodes well for OR when we go to relegation in a few weeks. So yeah, if you are a fan of OR, again, you're in a decent spot here. Oh, that's good news. I thought maybe I was gonna miss playoffs, or at least the end of playoffs, but it looks like I will be here for that. But yeah, now, let's just go ahead and take a look, a deeper dive at exactly. Actually, you know what? No. There's 2 other series today, and so I probably won't have a whole lot of time to talk about each one individually. So what we'll do right now while we're waiting for this next match is talk about M80 versus Oxygen. Now, I did say I think it's going to go to M80, but the fact that Shopify has already beaten M80 does mean that I think Oxygen may have a chance here if M80 looks as weak as they did against Shopify, or yeah, if M80 looks as weak against Shopify as they do today, if M80 looks as weak today as they did against Shopify, I think maybe OR has a chance. Although, you know, at this point, I do still think it's gonna go to M80. They still look really strong. For Oxygen Esports right now, they are the top of Group A. So whichever team wins this will put themselves at the #1 spot for Group A going into playoffs. Which is, you know, a good spot. They'll be #2 in Split 2. Of course, at this point, I don't think anybody's going to stop Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls is going up against FaZe Clan tomorrow, and let's be honest, I don't think FaZe is going to win that. The point being, whichever team wins this has a chance to maybe tie it up with Moist Moguls, but, you know, they're going to be the top of Group A, probably more importantly, because they get more circuit points here. Moist Moguls will likely take the 25 points. It would just be which team is going to be taking the 23 points. Yeah, it should be said, this 1st through 12th is just based on Split 2. So it's not counting your circuit points. This is not your overall standing from all the circuit points you've earned. This is just your Split 2 standing. So Moist Moguls pretty much has already secured themselves a spot in the #1 spot. So they're almost certainly going to add 25 points to their collection, which is not a whole lot at this point. It's only 11 points, so they'll be at 36. Let me see. If M80, let's say, gets second place, 23 plus 10 would be 33. Oh, yeah. They'd be at 53. So if M80 does take second place, they will be #1 overall in circuit points. Now, if they take third, basically what I was trying to see is if Moist Moguls takes first place, will they be #1 overall? And unfortunately for Moist Moguls, that is not the case, as the lead from M80 just off of Split 1 and mid-season face-off is too substantial for Moist Moguls to do anything. But regardless, Moist Moguls will be probably top 3. Actually, yeah, they should be top 3 because G2 could have been top 2, top 3, but because their performance in Split 2 has been so horrible, to put it quite bluntly, it's been pretty bad. Because it's been so horrible, G2 is likely going to be in probably like 6th or 5th place, maybe 7th or 8th. Not in prize not in the prize distribution or the overall standings for Split 2, where they may even be 12th place. And at this point, it looks like they may be. But I'm talking about overall circuit points going into playoffs. G2 will likely be 7th or 8th place. They've already qualified for playoffs off of their Split 1 and mid-season face-off performance, but playing in Split 2 does put them in that bottom 4 spot, which means they may end up in a seed where they're playing the #1 or #2 or #3 teams of Moist Moguls and M80 or the Guard, which would not be how G2 wants to start off playoffs, because it means it'll be much more difficult for them to start it off. If the way the seedings work is it'll be the 1st place against the 8th place, the 2nd place against the 7th place, the third place against the sixth place, and then the fourth place against the fifth place, because you don't want. I've talked about it before. I talked about it during mid-season face-off. You don't want your number 1 and number 2 seed to face off each other immediately, because it means that big, upper final that you'd want to see is not gonna, you're not gonna. You're pretty much gonna see it right off the bat, which is not what you want to see, right? You want to make it as exciting as possible towards the end. Plus, it means that it just means that the first and eighth place, or sorry, it just means that the top 3 or top 4 have a better chance of moving on, because at the end of the day, you performed really, really well in the regular season. You should get an easier chance moving into the playoffs, right? Like you performed really well. You should have something to show for it other than just making it to playoffs, right? And that's sort of what the seeding's positioning is for. Like, if you perform the worst, of course you're going to be going against the toughest opponent, because you did the worst. You don't get a free ride through in the playoffs, right? You're going to have to put up a very tough fight if you want to try and come back. So for G2, they may end up, in 4th or even 5th place, playing against that top 3. We may even see I think what is very likely that we'll see is Moist Moguls versus G2 to start it off, which Moist Moguls has already beaten G2 in Split 2, so, it's looking like it'll go pretty easily to Moist Moguls if that is how it starts. But it looks like we're starting back up. I did forget, we will do this before this next map starts of Bind. I did forget to ask ChatGPT who will win between OR Esports
going unanswered, like when we see the aggression from
and
Nare dies, nobody there to trade, and then across the map they're losing somebody else, and then just like that, the one killer
and Mad Lions. I almost said the guard.
And
then go ahead and do this, and we will see what ChatGPT thinks.
The guy is capable of putting up 20 in a series, so maybe he's queued up for 16 in the next map.
OR Esports will come out on top. I mean, I agree with that decision, although I submitted my pick'ems a little bit too late. I did get them in eventually, or no. So I didn't get them in. I did show my pick'ems, which is that OR, I think OR will beat Mad Lions. And I mean, can you blame me? It's just, to me, it seemed like OR's looked a little bit stronger than Mad. And especially now that OR has 1 fracture, it does not look good for Mad. But let's go ahead and listen to what the casters have to say about what they think is going to happen when we go into Bind.
They win the round, right? That is, so a kill is a kill is a kill, sure. OR Esports just find wonky ways to win. I think they had 2 or 3 thrifties in this one, and, when you look at a 13-10 game, you'd love to have those thrifty rounds back if you're Mad Lions.
Now, we talked about the map picks, and we can take a look at those again just to rehash, because the second map in the series is going to be OR Esports pick, and this one's going to be Bind. And we were kind of talking about, like, the potential wonkiness at the top of show, the weird things they could bring to the table, because we've seen teams run some maybe non-standard competition play where we have Harbor come in, we have a Viper, we have a Gecko. And there's a world where I think both of these teams could potentially lead us into some shenanigans here, Dust. I feel like OR, though, has maybe a little bit of an edge. They just have more consistent success on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that, double controller has been kind of the trend on Bind for all teams. It's just about what controllers you want to play. Viper seems to always be one of them, but it's really the change-up between Brimstone or if you want to throw in an X Factor like a Harbor, which I think Harbor actually plays kind of nice on this map. I think there's a lot of tight corridors where his Cascades can have a lot of impact, just like Lotus, for example. But we have seen a lot of teams still kind of stick with the tried and true Brimstone. There are a couple teams that will throw out Omen.
One thing I noticed, and I don't think we saw it last week or even in those first few weeks of Challengers Split 2 where we had Bind in the pool, where we had Bind in the map pool, but something I noticed when I was actually doing my own casting of the Tactifight games May over the weekend is I did notice this new sort of Viper wall come out that I'd never seen before because of the new positioning of that Bind CP entrance into showers. You can actually send a Viper wall through the opening of tree into the teleporter, and it'll come out. I don't know why I'm moving my mouse like there's a map here, and it'll come out on the other side and block off showers. I'll show you what I mean when we do get the map up here, and I can show you the map, like the actual map. I'll like point it out, but there is a new Viper wall, or yeah, I'd say it's newer. I think a lot of more teams are gonna start implementing it, because I think it is a pretty decent wall. And yeah, I did notice that was a thing. that we could see. And I imagine we'll see that Viper Wall come out more. But yeah, I think Bind is a pretty... It's not a solved map at this point. There is definitely still that big element of a lot of different changes that can be made to this sort of team composition. You know, maybe we'll see a Gecko come out, maybe we'll see a Harper come out. But it is pretty simple in the sense that there are a lot of pretty surefire ways you can kind of guess how it's going to go, as far as you're probably going to be running double controller, you're probably going to have a raise, and you're probably, I mean, realistically, you're probably going to have a Sky, maybe you'll see a Gecko. It's just a matter of which controller other than Viper you're going to have. Let's go ahead and look, though, because we do see a difference here. We're going to be running Sky, Raze, Sage, Viper, and Omen. Mad, though, going to be running Viper as well, but also a Brim. They're also going to have a Sage. They're also going to have a Raze. And they're also going to have a Sky. So the only difference here is in which of those controllers is going to be used. Obviously, both teams having a Viper. The difference going to be over on OR Esports, they've got an Omen. Over on Mad Lions, they've got a Brim. So we'll see if that difference will matter. I think Brim is a character that doesn't work on a lot of maps because of how open some of those entrances can be. But maps like Haven and maps like, although we don't see it on Haven a lot because his other util is not as useful as Omen or Astra on those maps. Sort of having those closed off entrances is where Brim can sort of shine, and we may see that come through here. But the Viper wall I was talking about is if you shoot the wall through here, it'll go through TP and it comes out here and blocks off showers, which can be good if you want to grab that orb. Enough talking about where that Viper wall can go, though, as Matt has actually started this push into A pretty well, as they've been able to find that entry pick, although the spike plant does get stopped as they Raze grenade, gonna find a pick. Spike plant is threatened once again, and then they just run through TP. Pancakes in hookah, gonna lock it down, but he gets spotted and then just pre-fires, and you only got 13 bullets. Pre-firing not gonna be the best idea with that. And now the push through CT gonna be held back pretty effectively as Nariant and Trick each find a pick. Nilia is able to return with a pick of his own to kind of trade it off, but it's now a 1v3. Not going to find any more. Nearly finds another, but Bjor going to defend himself and find that pick. This round does go to Mad Lions. Started off. Let me turn this volume down a little bit more. But one thing I will point out is, of course, Mad won the first pistol round of Fracture, and it didn't go their way. So, you know, we will see how this goes. That being said, it is OR's pick of Bind, so they do have a good chance here. Now, Bind is a little bit defense-sided because of those very key choke points, although the offense push through into those sites can be a little bit of a mystery as far as where it's going to come from, because you've got two, unlike a lot of maps where a lot of two-site maps where you'll have a defined mid, instead of having a mid, this map just has two entrances into each site, which is why there's some of that mystery, because you don't know exactly how they're going to push in. You've got A short, and then you've got through hookah, right? And then you've got those sort of, I call them like the main entrances, shower and B long. Main entrances in the sense of sort of that more traditional setup. So Bind's an interesting and unique map where the offense does have a little bit of more room to push through compared to other two-site maps. But it is still very defense-sided because of those choke points, even if there are two entrances you have to worry about. You're going to take out Pancakes. I believe Pancakes had a shorty looking to push up into his smoke and find a pick. Not quite going to be able to do it, though. And tricking out Nelias now means that not only is the spike going to go down, but it's now going to be a 3v5 retake that OR has to play. Sagewall going to be doing a pretty good job of defending. Trick going to take out Zeldris the shorty. Going to come through on Physic looking for a pick. Not quite going to find it, though. Now Jonah is in a 1v5. Maybe looking to find a kill, not going to be able to. And not only is this round won dominantly in a flawless fashion by Mad, but you look at the health for Mad, and not very many of them took any damage at all. Now it's going to be a bonus round for Mad, a buy round from OR, but if you're Mad, you're looking pretty happy here because you have some really good guns to put a good fight up against OR with. A really solid chance here to not only just win this round, but at the very least get some good kills and kill the majority of OR's player. This being their buy round, that's not at all what OR would want to happen, so OR does need to put up a good defense here. We will see if they're able to. It looks like Mad once again going to be peeking or at least challenging into A here. What we see a lot from the offense on Bind, and I'm sure we'll see it a lot here, is sort of this like, okay, Nilia's just going to lock down Showers' 3 push through. And Nilia's going to take out all of them. Trick able to trade it off, pushing through short, but that's traded off. Bjor going to trade that pick off, but it is now a 1v3 for Bjor, who's able to pick up a gun, but I mean, that is not how Mad wanted to start this, but what I was talking about is sometimes what you'll see is sort of this methodical play where you play off of contact. So you'll send, 2 players looking into A, or maybe even 3 looking into A, just peeking in those entrances, seeing if you'll find any contact at all. And then you send, ooh, Bjor turns his back to CT, and Pancakes is waiting for it, finds that pick, finish it off. But yeah, you'll see sort of that slow and methodical play where you'll send one player to peek into one of those entrances, and then you play off contact and you rotate over there, which is not what we just saw Mad do, but we may see them do that more now that they're on a bye. Or what you can also do is just send a lurk, and if you need to rotate, you'll have a lurk there to make sure nobody's watching TP, and that TP can come through. So that's something we see a lot of these, a very basic strategy you'll see a lot of teams do, especially like lower ranked teams in some of those smaller brackets or some of those smaller tournaments. You'll see that because it is kind of easy to play off of, and it can definitely work out. Speaking of lurks, you do see Ange lurking this round. Meanwhile, the rest of Mad going to start pushing into B, or at least trying to. Narrate going to take quite a bit of damage, but going to be able to take out Physic, which does mean that heal can now come through. And Mad going to just be able to push onto site because there's actually nobody else on site. Although Mad doesn't know that, so they're going to have to still clear a lot of space. Jonah's in hookah. Zell just going to take out Ange. That was that lurker, which does now even that player count up. But again, nobody was on B site to defend it, so site is taken. Although Jonah pushing out through hookah into sand, going to be able to take out Bjor. It's now going to be a 3v4 here. And yeah, at this point, Mad going to be in a pretty tough spot. Narek going to try and take out Pancakes in the elbow, but doesn't whiff his shot, and that may have been the only shot he'll get. Gonna turn his attention towards locking down that long push, able to find a pick, but does get traded off. Trick gonna take out Nilias though, and the Blackheart taking out Jonah does leave Pancakes in a 1v2. It's winnable for sure, but there's so much he has to deal with, and it's a peek out from both sides of that container, and able to find the first pick, but Blackheart gonna take him out. Is it an expensive round for Mad? Yes. Is OR probably going to be able to buy this round? Maybe. Although, again, it's expensive for Mad, they do take the win there, and at the end of the day, a win is better than nothing, right? And, yeah, so taking that win does, again, give Mad this early round advantage, and I said maybe OR would be able to buy. You look at their econ, they're not quite able to. Although a few of their players may have had some econ to buy with, the rest just weren't going to, and there's no way to buy them. So, yeah, that does mean that OR going to be playing on low econ here. They may not be able to defend very well. This defense row are not going well, despite it being a defense side of the map. And the only way that it would not be defense side, or the way to, take into account the changes that have been made to make it a little bit less defense sided, would be taking that teleporter into bathroom. It looks like Mad not going to be doing that. And that wall, that Viper wall I talked about earlier, is actually not being used here, despite how strong it can be. It doesn't look like these teams want to use it. And the reason you want that Viper wall, because it means that Mad can take TP, but that wall could just come up, and then they would have very little vision as they try and push into showers. So the rotate would be very, very difficult there. But because that Viper wall isn't there, that does mean showers control can pretty much entirely be taken. Although, because there's some pushback and there's not a whole lot of Mad players there, they do back up. And now at this point, it looks like Mad going to be playing off contact a little bit here. A site has been entirely given up. Nobody on A. OR is hard reading the speed push, and they're on an eco round. They're on an eco round, so it makes sense that they're hard reading this push. But off of this sort of entry into B from Mad, that is defended decently well. It's traded off. The push into A will start because the spike and two of the players have already been ready to push into A. The rotate is going to start coming through, but at this point, OR are going to be a little bit too late to the party. As the spike goes down, spike going to come through from OR. Will it come through with anything? As BR takes out Nilias, it may not. And then nobody from OR are going to trade it off, and now this Molly comes through, although spams do come through that wall, and Narek going to take out Jonah. Pancake's going to be able to take out Bjor, so it's traded, but or you're down on players you can't really afford to trade, so you do need to try and find a pick here. Pancakes does smoke Narrate off. Physic going to take out Ange. Pancake's able to take out Blackheart. It's now a 1v1 between Physic and Narrate. And Physic has picked up a gun. Time just going to be played at this point because there really isn't any time to defuse. I'll remind you, this is an eco round for OR, and although they do lose it, they do kill the majority of the players for Mad, which makes it a decent eco round. The main thing it makes it is a very expensive eco round, and I believe Mad should be able to buy this round again, although it won't be a full buy, I don't think. But as my voice continues to start dying here for whatever reason. But if Mad does lose this round, because of how expensive these round wins have been, immediately they won't be able to buy. Their econ is in such a bad spot that if they don't win this, it's immediately an eco round that they're forced into. So they do need to win this round, which does mean if OR wins this, they're in a pretty good spot. Zeldris in a pretty good spot on top of that Sage wall with an operator. Not going to find a pick, though. As the wall gets destroyed, Zeldris just going to peek through it. Narrate trying to punish that Opper. Not quite going to be able to, though. Physic going to take out Trick. The grenade comes through, which does help Ange take Zeldris out. Not before the Showstopper takes Ange out, though. And then Physic going to lock down Tree. Going to find 2 picks there. The operator will be picked up as well. This round will go to OR, and it's a dominant win. And like I talked about, because Mad Lion's econ was low, if they take a loss, they're immediately going to be forced into an eco round. And that's exactly what we just saw. So now, Mad going to have to try and scramble together here to prevent any momentum built, or prevent any momentum building for OR. Although this eco round will make it difficult to do that, and OR should be able to take a little bit of a jump start here to try and regain this map back into their trajectory, considering this is their map pick. For Mad, though, they need to win this map if they want to win this series, so there's a little bit more riding on this map in particular for Mad because, well, there's just more room to breathe for OR. I'll remind you, there's not a whole lot of these teams are fighting for as far as their overall North American Challenger standings, other than maybe their seedings in playing relegation, and, of course, just putting up a good show against their sort of rivals in this. Although OR are going to completely block off that push into the site, taking out the 2 players in through short, and one of the players pushing in through showers, and then the Sage wall comes out, so Bjork cannot push through this, and he's in a 1v5, so he's definitely in a difficult spot. He's peeking up, maybe hoping somebody will push up, and he could just right-click them, but at this point, this Sage wall is going to come to a conclusion here pretty soon. He's able to get that spike up, the smoke comes through, and now Bjork's like, alright, are they coming to flank me? What? Why? Well, why are they smoking that? That wall is still up. The wall dropped. Oh, bad timing there as he peeks right as that wall comes out. And OR is just ready for it. So the eco round for Mad turns into a flawless win for OR. So that's not really how Mad wanted to play that. But they do take the win. Or, sorry, but they were okay with losing there considering, you know, it's an eco round. And now Mad taking a timeout. And, you know, there's a pretty substantial reason. They did lose a pretty pivotal buy round. And then, of course, they lose the eco round in a pretty poor fashion, so they're going to take this time out here to try and prevent any further momentum for OR to build here, because if OR wins this next round, not only will Matt have to take another eco round, but it does mean OR will be looking like this kind of comeback, sort of just aggressive push through towards the end of this series is going to come through with a pretty good amount of momentum. Sorry, what is Pancake's? This is his monitor, but, like, what's this part? Is that, like, a second monitor that he just has turned off? What?
Yeah, as we kind of take a look at things,
Interesting. Alright, well, anyways. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, Mad. Taking this time out, I think something they've been struggling with is not really doing what they sort of did in this first few rounds to sort of get that magic moving. And I'll be honest, the reason they've been winning, or they won a good amount of those first few rounds, was just having that eco advantage. And as soon as it was back on an even playing field from OR, they were just able to take it back in their hands, right? So what Mad does sort of need to do is some of that slow, methodical play. Try and bait out some of the util from OR. If they can do that, they may be able to push into the site. Mad gonna immediately start this push through short. The Skydog comes out. And it's not going to clear anybody out, but it does push in a little bit, which does help Mad gain a little bit of vision, although they're still just going to be playing back here. It looks like maybe they want to play off of contact, off of that timeout, but OR not going to allow any of that. And that Viper's Pit on Nilias means that OR can pretty much entirely give up A site. The Seekers come out as well, and now OR knows that it's a pretty aggressive A push, or at least there's 3 players that are looking to push into A, and they're going to know exactly where these players are as the Seekers are getting destroyed. And now they know there's a majority of the players for Mad over on A, so they do send one over to B, but at this point OR can prepare for this push in, and Jonah ready for Trick to peek up, going to find that pick. The Resurrection is going to come through, but Jonah's still going to find another pick to get that player advantage back into their hands once again. And that Resurrection not going to be able to do a whole lot there. Speaking of Reses, Jonah has his own in case some picks come through. There's also From the Shadows for OR, and then of course that Viper's Pit, which is already being used. And it's already going to be in pretty good use as Mad, who was thinking about rotating over to over to B, now going to have to figure out how they want to deal with this Viper's Pit. And they're running out of time here. They've got about 10 seconds left. Blackheart pushes through. Physic gonna punish him for coming through hookah. It's now gonna be a 3v5 for Mad, and there's no time to get onto site. At this point, it's a 3-man save for Mad. 3-player save for Mad, and Nilia is gonna take Trick out. It's now gonna be a 2v5. Bjorn gonna be able to trade it off, but yeah, still only gonna save 2 players as soon as the majority of Mad's players die. It's an expensive round. And they may be able to buy this round, although I do not think so. I do think it's going to have to be an eco round for those players that did not keep their guns from previous rounds. And yeah, at this point, if you are OR, you do have to start to get worried a little bit. There's an Orbital Strike for Mad Lions, Sage Res for Jonah, so there's one ult for either side, although I'd say Mad Lions Orbital Strike may be a little bit more impactful. This eco round for Mad will definitely be difficult, and for OR, winning that round was big because now they may be able to take the lead here going into this next, or sorry, not going to the next half yet, but they may be able to take the lead and push to gain the lead going into the next half if they can take this eco round, which I imagine they can. And in addition to that, these round wins, unlike Mad Lions round wins, which were very, very expensive, OR's round wins have not been that expensive. For them, they've been able to keep the majority of their players alive, which shows me that econ stability, that econ momentum is gonna pull through here. And so for Mad, this is not a good position to be in, because even if you can win some of these rounds, you're gonna have to win a lot of rounds in a row to destroy the econ of OR, which at this point is sort of what you need to be doing. There's an Orbital Strike for Bjorn. They Sage Res for Jonah. I already said that though. Mad gonna start pushing into A through short. And they're actually gonna be allowed to get onto the site or just back up a little bit. But Pancake's gonna take out Trick. It's now gonna be a 5v4. Viper's Pit comes out, which will take U-Haul control, which does sort of force OR to take sight from the other angles, but there's no Sage Wall really, and it's only Narrate to lock down that sort of main rotate over through that box. Or, sorry, through that, you know, default-ish plant. And they are able to come through, but Bjorn's Orbital Strike actually going to do some pretty good damage. He's able to get 2 picks off of it. Pancakes is able to trade it off. It is going to be a 1v3 for Anjin, although able to pick up a gun, not really going to be able to win that. And Zelda's actually with the Sheriff going to finish him off. And this round does go to OR. Now they've taken the lead into their hands with a 4-round win streak to rival that of the 4 rounds that Mad got in those first 5 rounds to start it off. And at this point, yeah, Mad going to be in a pretty tough spot here. They're back on a bye. I imagine if they lose, or wait, they already used the timeout. So I imagine if they lose this, they're going to be in a pretty bad spot. That's pretty plain to see. If they lose this round, they're not going to be able to full by next round, and next round will be the last round of the half. So they really need this round. Zeldris peeking out with an operator. Narrate gonna punish it, although Zeldris able to get away with his life, well, barely. Takes a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. And Mad gonna continue to push up into B, it looks like. Trick gonna be peeking into short. And actually, Mad has allowed an Ange to get all the way into U-Haul, and I don't think OR is ready for that, although you can tell Nilias is aware that Ange, or that somebody for Mad can possibly get into U-Haul. And Mad, who was looking like they wanted to do a B push, was definitely still just trying to play off of contact. Because of how deep Mad has been able to get into A, they've actually backed up here.
This could be huge. This could be huge from Jonah.
And now, actually, Ange is spotted in U-Haul. Jonah going to be coming for the flank. He went out through shower, came around for the flank, was able to find a pick. Nilia is able to take a trick as well, does now make it a 5v3. And that initial, that timeout that OR took earlier, or actually I don't even think they needed a timeout. That buy round that they took earlier, honestly, I think that the timeout for Mad actually helped OR more than it did Mad, as Neri takes out Zeltrus, because it meant that because if you take a timeout, your opponent gets to use that time as a timeout as well. And so OR was pretty much just allowed to use that. First of all, they were already moving in an upward trajectory. Then you even saw them talking. Like, they definitely had some holes they needed to figure out in their defense. And it seemed like maybe they were able to, although Neri able to take out Physic. It's now a 2v2. They've isolated it. It's winnable for Mad, although Jonah does take out Ange. It's not going to be a 2v1. Narrate in U-Haul. Spike still has yet to be tapped. Narrate just gonna get ready with the Showstopper to prevent the defuse. Gonna do not a whole lot of damage there. Spike now gonna be tapped and probably held. Grenade gonna come out to try and stop the plant. It will, and it actually takes out Jonah, although the Spike does get halved. Gets retapped, and Pancake peeks out just in time as Narrate's running. And this Spike will get defused. Not only is OR at that 6th round, but now at this point, Mad has to scramble together to try and tie it up going into the next. I don't know why I thought this would be the last round. In the half, my math is completely off for some reason. Yeah, I have no idea why I thought it was. But regardless, this will be the 11th round. And Mad not going to be able to full buy here. You can see them forcing a little bit of econ here. We'll see if that'll matter. They may not be able to completely full buy next round if they take a loss here. Although they should be able to, you know, buy decent rifles. There's a res still for OR. Now there are some ults in this game that are situational ults, which means you can only use them in specific circumstances, or they're only useful in specific circumstances. Those ults can be things like ults that are only useful in post-plants, so like Viper's Pits on the offense, Orbital Strikes sometimes, from the shadows. Like, these are ults that you sort of need to use after you've taken the site, or after you've gotten Spike down for the offense, or when you're trying to retake on the defense, which means the Spike has already gone down. And then there are pretty much ults you can use all the time. Those would be like Null Command, Cosmic Divide, Rolling Thunder. These are things that can really help with the retake. Already, though, this round, not looking good for OR. Although they did have the gun advantage, they no longer have the player advantage. It is, though, tied up. Blackheart taking out Physic, though, who's coming in from showers. They know where Pancakes is, although he's able to take out Blackheart. It will be a 1v2 that he has to play. His time is starting to run low here. He's going to try and stick the Spike, but the Viper's Snake Bite going to do some good damage. And, yeah, at this point, there's no time. He just needs to go try and find some exit picks, and he does it. He may die to the Spike, though. No, so the eco round actually turns into a win from Mad. You see the Thrifty come up. That's because it's a really powerful round for them to win. Winning that eco round does now mean that OR Esports is going to have to be in a little bit of a tough spot here, where they... Before, it looked like maybe they were in such a good momentum, or such good forward momentum, that they'd be able to just take the lead going into the next half. But now they're going to have to put up a really good defense against Mad and prevent them from getting to that tied-up position. And Zelda's no longer going to have that operator. But yeah, it's going to be a full buy from both sides. There's 3 ults for OR to use, one of them being that Viper's Pit, which is being used right now. Now, there's 2 ways you can use the Viper's Pit on the defense. First way is defensively, like we're seeing it be used here, which is essentially where you preemptively use it to block off some entrance into a site. Or to just block off the entire site in general, which makes it difficult for the offense to push in. And then there's reflexively, which means you're waiting for some contact, whether it be you who gets that contact or your teammate, and then you use your ultimate. And if you don't find that contact, you'll just save it, or you'll go ahead and rotate over to the other side and use it. That's what I would call reflexively, because it means you're using it in response to contact on the other team. So again, here we're seeing it be used defensively. And the reason you sort of have those 2 types is because it's a difficult. It's a situational ult, right? And not as much for the defense because you can use it defensively like that. And the way you counteract the fact that it is a lot of times situational and it's kind of difficult to use on the defense, you sort of have to be using it in response, is by seeing it defensively or reflexively. Otherwise, it's not like you can just put it on the spike, unless the spike comes down, but that's a very specific circumstance. And the reason I wasn't really commentating on this game or casting or doing the play-by-play on this game is because it was just pretty clear from that early Viper's Pit ult, the ults that OR already had, it was probably going to go to OR. And yeah, OR able to deny that push through showers was a big impactful moment. Trick does get taken out, and that finishes it off. This round goes to OR, and that does mean they've taken the lead going to the next half. However, it's a defense-sided map, and only taking 7-5 does leave some good opportunity for Mad to take the lead going into the next half. Or sorry, not the lead, to take the win if they can get a little bit of a comeback going here. The best way to start that would be for Mad to take the pistol round. If OR, though, takes the pistol round, oh, there's that Viper spit, or that Viper wall I was talking about earlier. You send it through showers, yeah, or sorry, yeah, through the teleporter, and it'll hold off showers. We didn't see OR pull that out, despite this being their map, but we just see it coming out from Mad. Anyways, we will see if OR can pull through on their pistol round. Again, if they do, they're going to be in a pretty good spot here to start it off, and they may be able to play some eco advantage to their advantage. Or going to be able to get that spike down. Sage wall going to be pretty powerful on this pistol round because with a pistol, it's really difficult to destroy that wall quickly. Physic gonna be spotted, not quite cleared out, although is Trick. That push through U-Haul was incredibly impressive, and they clear out everyone. Only one of them goes down, and now Trick just taking out Nilias, and Mad taking this pistol round is an incredible start to this half because it means they can pretty much immediately tie it up. Obviously, they have to win their buy round, but you can be pretty confident this forced buy next round will turn into a win against the save from OR. So yeah, Mad should just be able to take the pistol round and tie it up. And not only that, they may be able to play this early eco advantage to their advantage and try and take a win here. We do see it being, as far as light buys go, I'll call it a light buy despite it just being the second round. But this is a little bit of a light buy for OR. You can see, and the reason I'm calling it that is because they've got sheriffs, and not all of them can afford a buy next round because they're buying sheriffs here. So you can tell they're looking to get some good kills, take the if not take the round win, which is definitely what they're going to be trying to do here with sheriffs. They're definitely at the very least going to be trying to get some good kills here. And it looks like OR are going to start this push into both A and B. The two coming down B long. Gonna be pushed back. They were definitely trying to prevent that orb from being grabbed, but not quite able to. Jonah took quite a bit of damage in the process. And now Zeldris going to start this push in through Hookah. Nobody's there in Hookah to stop it. Ooh, Zeldris will meet Narrate, and he's able to take him out. He has to re-peek it, but he does take him out. Ooh, the Sheriff not quite going to pull through there. Vizik down to 3 HP. Although the player advantage is in the hands of OR, so we do have a little bit of an edge here. And Nilia's taking out Trick. Now makes it a 5v3, not a 5v4. So OR could be winning this eco round if they play this a little bit better, or if they continue to play this well. And it looks like they're just going to play it slow here, waiting for this Viper wall to drop. See if Ange can lock down Tree with the help of Blackheart. Although Blackheart gonna have to mostly be focused on Hookah as well. And this Viper wall is about to drop. The push is gonna start. Pancakes coming through. He does do a successful blind on the Blackheart. Just render him kind of useless. Blackheart's still gonna be able to take out Pancakes though, coming out of that blind. Although Ange has been walled off in elbow. Bjork coming in for the flank. Ange's Snakebite gonna not only prevent that plant, but it now evens out that player count. And Ange able to take out Nilias does leave Jonah with a Sheriff in a 1v2. And OR, they fumbled that, to say the very least. They fumbled that hard. They had a very nice player advantage. And this being their eco round, they definitely could have taken that win. They were definitely very much so in a position to do so. And they didn't. Mad gonna tie it up. Now, that being said, Mad did lose the majority of their players. Which is not really how you want to play that second round, because you want to have a lot of good guns to bonus with. But it is still a good amount. And now, or sorry, it is still good to take that win, especially considering Mad wanted to tie it up, and they did. Although, now that OR's on a bye, Mad not going to really be able to put up too much of a good fight, and this bonus round for them may not go their favor, in the sense that they may not be able to get the majority of OR's players down, which is sort of what you're trying to do on this bonus, if not take a win. And because the gun difference is going to be very prevalent here, you see Jonah hoping for the jump peek out. OR putting that spike in B lobby, and they're getting ready to try and figure out how they want to approach this. And it looks like they're going to start pushing into B. Meanwhile, Mad has had Bjor push out, and he's going to be lurking in A lobby, hoping to find a pick, potentially on maybe a lurker from OR, or on a rotate from OR. And there was a lurker in Nilias, but he's not going to be caught by Bjor. Bjor is going to be now watching short. Definitely going to be in a little bit of an off angle for what OR is expecting. And he's going to find a pick as the dog comes out from Physic. But it is punished. Nilia is going to be able to trade it off. I believe that was even before the Molly came out. So it's now going to be a 4v4. The gun difference still in the favor of OR. And they've been able to just push through short. Spike does go down. Narrate going to be able to take out Pancakes. And Jonah, as Jonah takes out Blackheart. It's a trade for Mad, which is good for them because now they're up a player. OR not going to be able to trade that pick off. Narrate looking deadly. And you're able to take out Zeldris. Does leave Nilias in a 1v3. Hoping to find them each one-on-one, but no, Mad gonna peek at the same time. This bonus round turns into a win for Mad, and that'll be counted as a thrifty, as they're gonna be able to pick up guns. And now OR's offense looking very, very weak here. And that was a buy round from them. They had the gun advantage. They had a massive gun advantage there. They lost to the Sheriff from Narrate, primarily. Also, they just didn't check their angles very well. You could tell they were too comfortable with how with where they thought Mad would be. Like the fact that Bjor was able to get that pick should not have happened. They should have been aware of the fact that it could have been held there, because not only can what happened happen where they lurk out through showers and get there, it also could have just been that Mad push out to clear short and then just held in that angle. So it was very, very easy, or it should have been very... it should have been a simple clear, and it wasn't. They just didn't think he would be there. Sure, it was a little bit of an off angle the way he was pushed out. But, again, they should have still been wary of it. And, you know, going into the Skydog right in front of him, not the way to do that. You're going to be able to take out Nilias, and they're going to have the gun advantage here. This is going to be a buy round from them off of the previous bonus round. And OR going to be on an eco round. May not be able to do a whole lot here. OR going to start the push through A. Showers. And Blackheart going to stop it, able to take out Zeldris. And then Narrate just going to take out Pancakes and Physic, make it look easy. And now Jonah is once again alone. You know, you're on a Sage. You're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot. It's a 1v6. And yeah, I mean,
yeah, they have struggled to really find any headway. Even in rounds where they have had advantage, they have.
Blackheart going to take out Jonah. This round does go to Mad Lions, and it's a flawless round. If you are OR, that is not how you wanted to end that, and at this point, you probably want to take a timeout. You probably want to take a timeout. You probably want to take a timeout. Okay, it looks like we're not going to take a timeout. I, of course, disagree with that decision, because you've just lost 4 rounds in a row. Sure, it was not a buy from both sides, but you did lose a round where you had the eco advantage. It's not going to be looking good. I imagine if they lose this round, they'll take a timeout, but maybe too late at that point because of how many rounds in a row Mad will have won, and the econ momentum and econ stability that Mad will build up if they win this round. May be impossible for OR to come back from. 2 ults now for both of these sides. Over on OR, they've got a Res and Seekers. Over on Mad, they've got the Orbital Strike, and it shows up, or we may see that Orbital Strike come out in Hookah off of this Skydog finding some vision, and it does. Not going to come out, though. The Orbital Strike not going to come out, though, as Ange just going to take out Zeldris. The player spotted by it. It's not going to be a 4v5. Player spotted by the Skydog. It's not going to be a 4v5. I need to clarify more, sorry. It's going to be a 4v5. Let me talk. I'm cutting myself off. It's going to be 4v5 now for OR, as they do lose that player in Hookah.
Jonah does have res available, but picking up a player inside who
Fighting with my demons, apparently.
Really feasible.
And Jonah gonna be lurking all the way into elbow, and I don't think Matt expects him that deep.
Which I don't think he will. It seems like it's being read by Narrate.
Ooh, Narrate does not even see him, I don't think. And Jonah able to find that pick onto Trick, looking for more. Maybe able to find it. OR gonna start this push into A. Oh no, they're gonna rotate it over to B because of how deep Jonah's gotten. And Nilia's taking out Blackheart over on A. Now gives some confusion for Mad and Physic. Gonna take out Ange in that confusion. The Showstopper comes out. Sure, it takes out Jonah, but straight it off. And Physic gonna take out Bjor. And it looks like OR not gonna have to take that timeout as they do take this buy-round win. You know what? I thought maybe they should have taken the timeout. They didn't need to, though, it looks like. And there's still gonna be 3 ults. Yeah, that lurk from Jonah was very, very powerful and impactful. It clears that site, or at least it helps clear that site. A res for both sides now. A Viper's Pit for OR and a Showstopper does mean that OR gonna be in a little bit of a better spot here, but still not the best econ. Mad, who's been able to get some good econ stability moving, is gonna have some good econ stability here. Still gonna be a buy from both sides, though. OR probably needs this round more than Mad, first of all, in order to tie it up, but also because I believe Mad should be able to survive, or their econ can survive a loss here. Blackheart going to take out Zeldris. Another pick comes through as well. The res does come through, which, you know, is still going to mean the player advantage in the hands of Mad, but now that player advantage lessened a little bit. Will be a 4v5, though. Viper's Fit for Nilia as a resurrection for Blackheart. This is going to be a difficult play.
There's just way too much blocking his vision for him to have any hopes to
find an OR
situation. Like you said, it cost them an early res.
Looks like they're going to start this push into A, potentially.
And now they're basically just left to try to brute force their way.
Hoping that Mad will have rotated off. But it's just not what happens. Pancakes, though, going to take out Trick, although as that wall drops, Mad ready for it. As Physic takes out Ange. Bjor trying to find a pick. Gonna find it on Jonah. Nilia's gonna take out Bjor. Res comes through, though, and Blackheart just gonna shut it down, taking out Nilia as this round does go to Mad. I think at this point, OR is gonna want to take that timeout, because I believe the only reason they won that round that they did win was luck. I mean, they were very lucky that they were able to push in that deep. And yeah, there we go. Finally, the timeout comes out. I think OR knew that round that they won was very lucky, and very fortunate for them that they were able to get so deep into the site, or into B. Yeah, not traditionally how the rounds are going to work out, so OR taking a timeout here. Now, again, I'll point out, it's an offense-sided map. Or sorry, it's a defense-sided map, so of course, Mad going to have a little bit of an advantage just being on the defense, but OR did have the lead coming into this half, right? And if Mad was able to get 5 rounds in their offense, OR should be able to get 5 rounds as well, to at the very least take it to overtime. And at this point, OR is just not looking that strong to start it off. I think one of OR's biggest issues is they're not rotating. They have pretty much every opportunity they've had to rotate, they've just decided to re-hit, which is quite possibly the worst decision in those cases, because Mad is happy to just stay on the sites, right? They're okay not rotating versus OR, who is in a position, like, they could definitely just rotate over to the other site and get on. Obviously, they don't know that, and that's why they keep re-hitting, but it's just has not been paying off. And even if you're, like, down players, so that's why you should be rotating, even if that's a lot of the circumstances, you can rotate when that's not the position that you're in, right? Like, you can rotate when you have all of your players alive, after making some noise, after getting some util used, right? You're going to take out Zeldris. You're going to take out Pancakes, who decided to, from the shadows, into the CT entrance into A. Apparently, this is my iron lobbies over here. Just going to be TPing over into the crosshairs of OR. It's now going to be a 3v5, and yeah, this round, which was a forced buy round from OR, not looking like it's going to go their way. Narrate going to take a little bit of damage there, but Physic going to take more damage in that process. And yeah, this is just not going well. It's 3v5, OR now going to, looks like, make the decision to rotate. So it looks like maybe they're just going to save. Maybe, it looks like it. Maybe they're rotating. I guess they just wanted to... No, it looks like they will be saving.
where their economy is
Interesting choice. I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, OR, I don't even know if I have to describe what OR did poorly there. They played that really, really badly. So I'm not even like just like trying to trash talk them or anything like that, or trash on them, anything like that. It's just that they played that really badly. I mean, you lose an early player, you're like, all right, let's just rotate. That should be the immediate thought process there. All right, we've got a Viper's Pit here, let's just not push it. But instead, Matt decides to, from the shadows into the spawn of the defenders, which is like you are a pro team. You should know better than anybody how easy it is to, first of all, hear that if you're pushed back on A, but also just to expect that they're TPing into the defender spawn. And you know, it comes through, it's punished, and yeah, that was just played really, really poorly from OR. That's why I said it's like an iron lobby in here, because that was just really bad play going into a tech pause. Probably I got a little bit too mad at the computer there.
So therefore,
um
Okay, true. That does make sense.
yeah, I
There's
mean,
nothing worse than catching a round down your shirt or
it's
a rabbit down
just
your shirt.
Yep.
I'm disappointed, I guess, is the best thing to say. Not only, first of all, you pick fine, right? So you should be playing much better than OR is right now, right? But on top of that, that last round really shows, like, this is why OR is not one of those top teams, right? Like, you can clearly, evidently tell this is why that's not one of those top teams, because you just saw the decision making from OR and why they have struggled in split 1, why they're struggling in split 2. Again, we literally just saw Pancakes teleport right into the defender spawn. The most basic, the most easy to predict TP of all time, and they go for it. You could have TP'd into heaven, you probably would have had a better shot than if you decided to TP into CT. Yeah, the decision making there was just really, really bad. And OR's forcing here again. I mean, they were able to keep 3 of their players. You may as well try, but yeah, this is just not looking great. 3 ults for OR here. They've got a Showstopper, Viper's Pit, and a Seekers.
Look at this intentional crack.
But yeah, still gonna be a tough spot here.
Is that going to catch OR Esports off guard? They've heard that barrier deployed, so they may be thinking boost. They may not be thinking early crack.
Narrate peeking out with the op. Does get spotted by the dog. And gonna shoot it, but at this point, just gonna back up a little bit. Though OR backing up themselves, they don't want to push an operator, and who can blame them? Nobody wants to push an operator. And now it looks like OR gonna be rotating over to A. There you go. Finally, a rotate call comes through from OR. Could this be some that better play we wanted to see? Obviously, that was not a timeout that they took. It was a tech pause. I don't know which side took that tech pause, but it was a tech pause. Zeldris going to be able to take out Ange, pushing very deep, which not only means, first of all, you're able to take the player advantage, but it means because you're able to push so deep that you're able to take sight pretty effectively. Now that Viper's Pit can come out, and now it's just down to OR to lock down this site. Viper's Pit going to do a pretty good job of preventing that push through, I don't know what that's called, through those boxes. Zeldris going to take out Bjorn, but Nary going to take out Zeldris, and Blackheart able to take out Nilly. Has no more Viper's Pit. Nary going to take out Pancakes. The retake has started, and OR is now down a player. Low Jonah behind box, going to find a good pick. Physic going to trade it off, or sorry, Physic going to defend him as well, able to take out Trick. Jonah then going to finish off by taking out Narrate. Though very winnable for Narrate, knowing his firepower. Not quite going to do it there, and OR does finally take a win. Although it's expensive, they lose the majority of their players. It is a win, which is a win for OR, right? And when they've been definitely very much so struggling so far, that is definitely a good start for them to try and make a little bit of a comeback here in this half. And try and still prove themselves. That was a good hold. They took site well there. The only issue is they had to use 2 ults to win that round. And now they have none. So Mad Lions definitely going to be in a little bit of a better spot here. In fact, Mad Lions has an orbital strike. So OR are going to have to figure out how they want to approach this now that they have no ults. And will it be a better approach, or, yeah, will it be a better approach than we typically see, or is it going to be a pretty similar sort of story?
It almost feels insane to me that
Alright, the dog gonna come through, not gonna find anything though, but Zeldris gonna be able to clear pretty much the entirety of the main site. There are 2 elbow. Jonah just gonna shoot and take out Trick through the smoke and headshot. Nice pick there. And Spike gonna go down as again Zeldris is able to take site. And now the postman can be played by OR. Holbig's coming through. Narrate trying to find a pick. Not gonna do it there. It's not gonna be a 5v4 for OR to play this post plant. That early pick, very early on, shooting through elbow, could be the make or break here for OR. Ooh, Jonah, kind of the only person on site to defend that spike. Gonna find a pick before getting taken out, but Blackheart taking out Nilias does mean the player advantage now in the hands of Mad, but it's traded off, and then Pancake's taking out Blackheart. Now makes it a 1v2. Very winnable for Narrate. He's able to isolate these fights, but Vizik on, I believe, 10 HP, 11 HP. Gonna be able to find that big, and just barely Pancake's dies. Is it an expensive round? Absolutely, but can OR afford it? Yes. And is it a win for OR? Yes. So this is definitely a good start. Again, a good start for this sort of momentum, this forward momentum OR needs to have. Meanwhile, Mad Decon starting to look a little bit dire. They're going to force a buy here, although they can't really afford it, and they won't be able to buy next round. You see them saving... Actually, no, it's going to be a light buy here from Mad. And, you know, you can sort of understand why. They've just lost 2 in a row. Their econ momentum that they had built up, the econ stability they'd built up, started to topple over, and now it's going to be up to Mad here. Narrate going to take out both the Zeldris and Pancakes. You're going to take out Physic. Narrate going to take out Jonah. That's it. I mean, that's it. This round going to go to Mad here pretty confidently, and they'll take that 12th round, and they'll take it on a light buy. That's absolutely what they're happy to do, because they get to pick up guns. Econ no longer going to be an issue for the last few rounds of this half, and it looks like Nilia's just going to go to save his gun. And, I mean, yeah, that's sort of what you have to do there when you are alone in a 1v5. And you get, you know, you do what you can. Yeah, it's looking like the map of Bind, sort of similarly to the map of Fracture, may go with 13-10 to the opposing team, the team that did not pick the map. Nilia's going to take out Trick. Though his position is given up. Mad may want to push that. Still 30 seconds. I mean, that early engagement, or that engagement happened so early on in this round, so Nilia's has to play quite a bit of time here. I mean, I think OR's main issue is they're not doing that sort of methodical play where you play off of contact. I mean, on their round win in the previous round, the reason they won that is because they... I mean, honestly, no. The reason they won that is because Mad played very passively that round for whatever reason, and played super far back, and OR was able to take advantage of that. I think what OR needs to do is play very slow and methodically. Play for contact, right? You need to send like 2 into A, 2 into B. Look and see if you can see anybody, and if you do, try and engage if you can. If not, just rotate to the other side where you don't see anybody. A really common Skybird, I've talked about it before, is you send it in through showers. If you don't get any contact, if that bird does not find anybody in showers, you can be pretty confident there's only 2 on A. And the reason is because if you've got 3 on A, the reason is likely because you're sending 2 into showers to grab or challenge the orb. So if you send that bird through, you don't find anybody, you're like, all right, nobody's in showers, which means they're probably playing back, which means probably 1 watching showers, 1 watching short. So you can be pretty confident there's only 2 on A. So, you know, that's what OR's doing here. They send that bird through, and now they can be pretty confident there's only 2 on A, although they're not pushing off of it, as they were playing more for contact. And, you know, Pancakes dying early means that no more contact can be played. And for some reason, off of that death, OR... No, it looks like Jonah going to go for the res. At this point, they should res and then go to A. And if they don't, I don't know. I give up. Yeah, looks like this res going to come through. Vizik looking to defend it. Pushed up in long. It's going to be peaked. He's pushed up too far. He's going to get punished for it. Ange's going to take him out. Now, OR going to have to play this round. Down a player. Pick up the spike, take it A. Pick up the spike, take it A. Please take it A. Alright, they are. Alright. I'm getting a little bit, you know... At this point, I mean... You know, sub me in. I'm the coach. Let me tell these players how to do it. Zeldris going to take out Blackheart. The push into A. has started, and there were only 2 on A. Like I said earlier, they should have known that. Ange going to take out Pancakes, though, over on B. The Lurk is going to be taken out. It's now going to be a 3v3, although there's more players for OR on A currently, so the spike does get to go down. Ooh, they do see that peek through heaven. Trick going to be able to take out Jonah. It's now going to be a 2v3 for OR. Very, very winnable, though. You got the snake bite. Going to be able to play some time with it. The lineup, Larry comes through. It's going to take out Zeldris, though. Now it's a 1v3. No longer as winnable. Snakebite comes through to play some time here. They're going to be double peaked. And, yeah, not going to win that. An ace for Ange. Actually, I don't think that was an ace. I think it was a 5k. But, yeah, this round going to go to Mad to finish it off. Yeah, it's not an ace. Yeah, the reason it's not an ace is, although it was 5 kills, I believe he killed the same person twice in order to get that 5k. Still a good round, though, and yeah, I'm disappointed in OR because, again, like, I feel like I could have played that half a little bit better than they did. I mean, or no. Mechanically, I'm not nearly as good as these pro players, but I think strategically there was a lot they definitely could have done differently there. I mean, the main thing was, because here's the thing, like, it's not like they were losing their gunfights very often. It was more so that the positionally, the positional play for Mad Lions was much better for OR there, right? And that is why they end up losing that map. What OR should have been able to do, I mean, OR is in a position to 2-0, right? They're in a really good position to 2-0. They take Fracture, now we're going to bind. Again, what should have happened was the bird comes into showers. Okay, no, it's not a 2-man push into showers. Or at least nobody's pushing into showers, which should immediately signal to you, all right, I'm not finding any vision in showers. I can be pretty confident there's only 2 on A. Because, like I said, here's how you rule it out. I found no contact in A, which means they're probably going to have somebody playing back and watching showers, okay? Which means there's also probably going to be another person watching short. Could there be a third person, say, in heaven? Maybe, but very likely there isn't, because you'll probably want 3 on B to prevent that aggressive push that that OR has already done. So then, the logical reasoning, the logical thought process from the IGL should have been, okay, let's push into A. There's only 2 there, but instead they continued to play split and playing off of contact, which resulted in getting punished early. Then the res comes up, and it looked like they were just trying to defend. I don't remember which player it was, but it was their Sky, I believe, for OR. Which I believe was Physic, I think, for some reason decided to push past the Viper smoke, maybe hoping to catch Viper peeking out, but you didn't win that gunfight, so for some reason they overextended, and again, this is the same round where they should have already made the call to push into A, but they didn't, which means that you now had a position where you are overextending it down long, you get punished for it, you're now going to be in a 4v5, sure, you may now make the call to push into A, but you're going to have to do it down a player. And even though that call comes through to push into A, for some reason, despite being down a player, they decide to send a lurk in B. And sure, maybe you want to send a lurk in case you have to rotate. I understand it. But you're not really in a position to do so when you are down a player, and also when you know there should only be, or when you should know there's only 2 on A. You should have just been able to make that call to push through, and you get punished for sending a lurk over on B, you get punished for overextending on B earlier, and that's it, you lose that round. It was a very clean-cut, simple, it should have been very simple for OR to take that win. I'm disappointed because it should have been a quick 2-0. It really should have been from OR. Off of winning Fracture, it should have been a 2-0. It should have been clean-cut and simple. But you just saw this sort of, this play on Vine from them on their offense, which was way too aggressive, considering it's a defense-sided map for a reason. You're gonna be caught in these choke points. And I think it's because the round wins they did have was because they did play aggressively and it paid off, right? The rounds when they did have was when they pushed very aggressively and very quickly. And that's because they got lucky that the defense was playing very passively, right? And so then they're sort of tempted to do these aggressive plays. It doesn't pay off, so then they're like, all right, let's take it slow and methodical. The issue is, off of the vision of that Skybird, they don't play off of that contact, and it's over from there. Like, this should have been a quick 2-0 from OR, and they played it very, very poorly, and now they're in a position where they're going to have to go to this decider, which I will say, This decider is going to be Pearl, and I believe they did play on Pearl in their previous matchup. The only issue is Mad took Pearl in the previous series that they played. In the prior series, I believe Pearl went to Mad. No, I'm wrong. I thought Pearl was the decider that time, but it was actually Fracture. No, actually, so OR may be able to take Pearl here, but we also know Mad has some good practice on Pearl if we just want to look at Mad's previous experience here. In this split, we've seen them play against Pearl on against G2. They didn't win it, but it was kept very, very close. And then against FaZe, again, they didn't win it, but it was kept decently close. So again, OR should have a little bit of an edge here, but they absolutely should have had a little bit of an edge against against Mad on Bind, and they didn't take the win there. So clearly, OR does not, or he's not playing as well positionally as Mad is, or at least Mad strategically has done a little bit more advancing since their previous series than I feel like OR has, and I think that's becoming very evident, or became very evident on Bind, and even on Fracture a little bit, where OR did not look that strong. So yeah. However, before this next map starts, I want to take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
Mad Lions may have lost their map pick, but they find a map win in map number 2 here on Bind. That was our esports pick to take us to map number 3, which will be Pearl. Welcome back to the desk here for Knights Arena Valorant Challengers North America. Split 2 is near its conclusion, and we're watching two teams basically fight for pride. They're both running into relegation. They aren't going to make playoffs. So if anything, it's kind of maybe a teaser for what we would expect coming out of relegation. Yeah. And both teams struggling on their own map picks. OR really stalling out here in the second half, Dust.
Yeah, their attacking side just looks so disjointed a lot of the time. There were a couple of big errors that they made, like in some of the tighter rounds. You know, you think about Pancakes' failed ult in the back halls. You think about the round where they toxic screen and try to work their way up short A, but they're all caught clearing the close corner, and so they just get sprayed down in the side of the head. Just like little oversights like that. This right here, like that cannot happen the first 5 seconds of a round if you expect to have any success in your attacking side. And that just happened to them far too many times. You had a round like this where Ainge just got to walk around the map and just get free frags. I mean, like for a map that was their pick and to see their attacking side struggle that much, only get 3 out of 7 post plants, it makes you wonder how comfortable you could have been in your own pick if you're struggling that hard on the attacking side.
Yeah, definitely a lot to take away from that one, and we obviously still have another map in the series that looked shaky for both of these teams. So, like you mentioned, Doc,
not quite. I am an ENT, but not a doctor.
I just cannot today. Like you mentioned, right, this is quite possibly a matchup we could see in relegation. I have a question to ask, because you guys are both smarter than I am. Why are we no longer seeing these Vipers who are supposed to be playing the Lurker on this map, right, with their utility? We only saw, I think, one time where Ainge walked up by himself, took U-Haul control. That's something that I feel like neither of these teams really looked to do, and I feel because of that, right, Mad Lions were just able to hold their line the entire game, never worried about somebody looking to take solo space or to make some sort of solo play, which if we're looking at players like Nilly, we know that he is capable of doing that, but it just seemed like, I don't know if that's not in their playbook anymore or if they didn't feel comfortable enough to do that. It felt so strange not to see these Vipers have longer leashes on both sides.
I mean, it kind of just felt like the play, if we're being frank, was not as clean as it should have been across both teams. So as a result, like, I feel like you're going to work a little bit more tightly grouped. You're not going to let somebody kind of venture out on their own. And if you actually look at that second half, especially like Dust, you kind of mentioned it, they were suffering a lot of early round casualties. So if you're losing 2 players within the first 15, 20 seconds of a round, you don't really have the space to let somebody venture out on their own. You kind of have to bring everybody back together. In general, I just don't feel like the teams were really as well versed on bind as maybe they should be. It felt like things were a little bit clunkier than maybe we would expect from teams who have had a chance to play this map, not just now, but in the past as well. Sure, it's had changes made to it, but I'd say map still pretty much plays very similar to the way it once did. I love the fact that teams are now embracing this double controller look. But more importantly than bind is the third map in the series. We're going to Pearl next as we take a look at our map picks and bans, just so you can see how we ended up on this third map. Pearl is not a map that really looks good from an outside perspective, and Dust is going to cringe and put his head down so hard on this one.
Don't even do it.
But I've
Just
used
stop.
this thing before. And it's the progressive increases and improvement from Mad Lions. They had a 13-5, then a 13-6, then a 13-8, then a 13-10, then a 15-13. That's a learning curve. They're clearly improving.
You know what
as
else
the weeks
that is,
go on.
Bot? You know what else that is? That's an 0-5 record, baby.
That's
I just want to
also
go ahead
true.
and throw that one out there. With that being said, you know, Mad Lions have yet to find a win on the map, but they have, as you said, progressively gotten better. I mean, at least they have closer games. I mean, in particular, it seems like they're really
I
just
mean, like Bog's adding, it's an 0-5 record right now, and like Bog says, they've been improving for sure. Matt has been doing better and better here on Pearl. Is it better enough to get a win here? I don't think so. Personally, I think it should go to OR. OR has won on Pearl. Not only has OR won on Pearl and Mad Lions hasn't, OR has beaten Mad Lions on Pearl. It's not just like the fact that Mad Lions hasn't won. It's that Mad Lions hasn't won against OR. Have they improved on Pearl since then? Yeah, probably. But is it well enough to beat OR? I don't know. I mean, both of these teams. I mean, it's similar to the last match we saw between Mad and OR, right? It's about who is worse, right? It doesn't feel so much about which team is going to be better here. It's mostly like which team makes more mistakes is the team that's going to lose. It's about who's going to lose, not necessarily who's going to win, right? Like, both of these teams are definitely not those top level teams. Sure, Mad has a player like Neri, but strategically both of these teams do falter. Like, yes, both of these teams have players that are very powerful mechanically, but that doesn't make up for the fact that these teams also are not great strategically. Let's go ahead though, and instead of thinking about what may or may not happen, or will our question get answered, let's just get our question answered. Let's get into Pearl, and let's start with the agent select. With Neri and Zeldris on Jet, and both Bjor and Niliaz on Killjoy. And I believe that is where the differences. That's where the similarities end, and the differences start. It is a double controller setup from OR, and not a double controller setup for Mad Lions. Over on OR, they've got Jonah and Pancakes both on the controller role. Pancakes going to be on Harbor, Jonah going to be on Viper. Yeah, and then the Recon Initiator is different. Blackheart and Physic gonna be on Physic gonna be on Sky, Blackheart gonna be on Sova. And Matt has actually gone for an additional initiator, double initiator, so they got a flash initiator and Trick. And yeah, those are the core differences. An Astra over for Mad versus double controller for OR. So pretty big differences as far as composition, but the question is, will these composition differences be better for OR, or will they be better for Mad? Let's go ahead and take a look here as this push into B starts. A pick early in A main already for OR does mean they have the early player advantage. A pick comes through from Zeldris. It gets traded off, but of course Mad down a player can't really afford trades, although Blackheart taking out Nilias does immediately even it out, although Physic taking out Neri trades it back. You're going to take out you're gonna find a pick. Physic trades it off. Blackheart gonna take out Physic. Pancakes are gonna take out Blackheart. It is a 1v1. The Pancakes gonna win that exchange. And already this round starting off good for OR. And yeah, this is pretty much where OR wants to be if they would like to take Pearl, which again, if you're just looking at it on paper, OR should be able to take this map. But of course, on paper is not how it always goes. But again, OR taking this first map does make it, first round. That first round does make it a little bit easier for them, as they're going to have the early econ advantage. They should be able to convert that into some good rounds here. We'll see if they are. We're gonna force buy this next round, and we'll see if Mad can try and steal back this early half for them on this eco. Although I doubt they'll be able to. Although Narrate with the Sheriff may be able to do something. Mad gonna be pushing through mid into B link. It's gonna be locked down by Jonah, who's able to find 2 picks. Narrate gonna be able to finally trade it off, and Nilia is gonna do some damage here, able to find a pick. And now it's gonna be a 2v4 here for Mad, and this round not looking good for them. His Narrate is also down to 30 HP.
Yeah, it was a little bit juggling.
Give me a second while I grab my dog.
At the doorway, but Jonah still winds up doubling up when it's all said and done. Now they have the 4-on-2 situation here. Spike trying to make its way through A. It is being watched at range by Physic with the Bulldog. So he'll be able to, you know, get the read, back off if need be, or maybe just fight them at range. I mean, Narrate's very low on HP. And it's pistols against a Bulldog after all.
Alright, sorry about that. Also, should have already hid my cam. Did that again here. Alright. And it looks like Mad has rotated over to A. Gonna get this spike down. Physic gonna take Narrate out. It's now gonna be a 1v4. Pancake's gonna take Dior out. This round does go to OR. It should have done, or it should have, and it should have been done with as many players alive as possible. And guess what? OR does that. They only lose one of their players. You know, sure, it would have been better if it was flawless. But, you know, keeping 4 alive is a good amount. As we're going to move into this next round, which will be a bonus round for OR. They're going to have some good guns to try and win. If not try and win, though, at the very least, do some good damage to Mad. And we even see that Operator out on Zeldris already. So OR is definitely going to be trying to win this round. Madeline's going to be on a full buy here. Should be able to at least try and win these rounds.
It's just so tough, and if he's able to like create enough presence on his own,
or sorry, what am I saying? At least try. Mad should be able to win this round. They're gonna have a good gun advantage. The question is, can they? Will they be able to? The Operator on Zeldris may do some damage, although it's placed on B and it's an A hit. For some reason, OR does also place 3 on B, maybe to back up the Operator, make sure it gets picked up if Zeldris gets taken out. But at this point, the push into A will have been noted as the Operator not going to find anything over on B long. And there's been some sound made in A, although at this point now, Mad going to be backing out of A main, and it looks like they may be wanting to take it mid. The question is it mid through to B link, or is it going to be mid through Art?
I mean, he can just hold this long angle for ages with the SOP.
And it looks like maybe it's mid through Art. The flash comes through from Trick to clear it. Nobody's here. Mid control has not been taken by OR, although there is an alarm bot in B link. Sound made in mid, and now OR is definitely aware that it's probably a push through mid. And considering they've got no util to watch Art, this is where they need to be spending most of their attention. Sovadrone, or sorry, the Skydog confirms that they are mid. Narrate gonna be able to take out Physic though. A little bit of an off angle on top of that box, which now gives the player advantage to Mad. It's gonna be 4v5 here. The OR. Oh, Pancakes and Jonah each finding a pick. Defends this site well, though Bjorn gonna get a little bit of a trade taking out Pancakes, but Nilia's gonna take out Trick, which means the player advantage now in the hands of OR. And Spike's still not down. It's a 2v3. Only about 10 seconds left. OR has to do something. Spike Plant keeps getting threatened, and Zeldris ready for the re-peek out, and gonna find the pick, and then pulls out the Sheriff to take out Ange as well. This round goes to OR, and that's 3 in a row. The bonus round turns into a win. That is absolutely where OR wants to be. If you're Mad, you're gonna have to start looking worried. Losing that 3rd round is not where you want to be.
He even knew that the boost was there. He heard it. He was prepared for it, but Narrate still wins the fight. But after that, the rest of OR Esports really clamped down. Spectres come up huge up close on the site. That's a big round win. That's going to put, you know, Mad Lions back onto a low buy. They do have a lockdown, but that likely will just get saved for the next round. This is just Sheriffs and SMGs and that one Bulldog on Bjorn.
Alright, sorry about that. I thought, you know, usually when I take my dog into my room, it makes him more calm. But apparently that is not true today. Wanted to be annoying anyway. Mad gonna start this push down B link. Trick gonna take Jonah out. It's now gonna be a 4v5. It's a good start for the eco round for Mad. Again, gonna have to be on an eco round off with so many rounds lost to start it off. Pancakes though taking out Ange. believe, yeah, that was as they were pushing into sight. Does even this out. Physic coming in for the flank, gonna try and stop the plant. Zeldris joining him, find that operator pick on the narrate. Also finds a pick on a Blackheart as the pick comes through from Physic. And now it's down to Bjor in a 1v4 to defend this spike. But Pancake's gonna make this a quick end to the round. 4 players left alive for OR as they defuse this spike. Makes it a pretty good start to this half as they deny any hope of an any hope of an eco round win for Mad. Yeah, this half, this map starting to look like it'll go the way of OR. There's 3 ults for OR to use already. So early, they've got so many of these ults up, and the Viper's Pit only 1 ult point away, so definitely may see that come out here. It's gonna be buy round for Mad. You actually see OR reading a B hit. They've got 4 on B. Guess what? It's a good read. There are 3 ults for Mad Lions. I imagine we'll see a lot of them come out. There's going to be some good pushback from OR, who looks like they're going to do an aggressive push out B. Although, no, now Pancake's backing up. It looks like it's only going to be 2 going down B long. And I can't blame them. Aggressive push out from Zeldris. Spots a gun. There's some sound made, and now Zeldris just trying to get away without getting taken out. And, well, he's going to. No damage done to him. He's pushed down B. Going to start from Mad, looking for some vision. The Silver Drone comes out, trying to find a ping. Not going to find anybody, though. The lockdown comes out, and it doesn't look like OR is going to be able to break it. Which does mean this is going to be a good round for Mad to start this off. Although some util just pushed Mad back a little bit. And the take of site does not start until after the lockdown is active, which does mean that OR are going to be able to provide a little bit of pushback as Zeldris takes out Narrate and then Jonah takes out Trick. Spike is going to go down, but this 3v5 post plant will definitely be difficult for Mad, as there are still multiple ults for OR to use. The knives have already been used, and now the Reckoning comes out as well, and they've cleared pretty much the entirety of on the site. Now they just have to get rid of this post plant, this B long. This is why a lot of casters do not like B long. Sure, Pearl's wonderful for the observer. Very easy to observe. Very easy to get behind. But as far as casting goes, it's like, alright, they're holding from long. And there you go. The post plant played beautifully from Mad. I mean, that's what you do. You get the spike down on B, you just watch it. Unless you have got some ults you want to pull out, you really don't have to go A at all. It's a difficult site to push. Unless you're going through mid, and again, that's why you sort of need those ults. And you know, this map is just, I mean, it's a stupid map. You just get the spike down, be long, and that's it. You're like, all right, they got the spike down, they're playing post plan, and from there you can pretty much just guess what's gonna happen. You know, sometimes you can see it played well. The way you attack it is either you give a flank or you take out those post plant defenders from long if you can, if you get lucky. But oftentimes you're not really going to be in a position to do that.
Basically, he played out perfectly. It's absolutely nothing. This time,
Because they're going to take out Narrate. The push into A has stopped, and this is why I said you gotta go down B, man. Come on, Mad. Push down into B, and then you can just play that crazy, easy post plant. Now you're getting picked off early. You may as well start trying to rotate to do just that. There's a lurk from Blackheart over in B. So he's ready for this rotate. Now it is coming through. So OR does need to stop the plant from going down. They would like to prevent that post plant from being played.
But Mad Lions will fall back off of that. Pivot back over to the B side of the map. They're playing really passive on B with this man advantage. I'd like to have seen that.
Looks like Mad gonna start pushing down B. Sova Drone comes out. He's now going down long.
Which is potentially going to force them into playing a retake. And if they get spike planted and Mad Lions get all 4 players
4v5 for Mad. Though this spike looking like it's gonna go down. Nobody's gonna stop it, and as the Cosmic Divide comes up, now all Mad has to do is play post plant from long. I mean, what do you even do if you're OR? Yeah, no flank coming through from OR yet either. Yeah, and it looks like OR just gonna wait for this Cosmic Divide to go down, and now they're gonna start this retake. But again, so much post plant util. Gonna make sure there's no nanoswarms there, which there isn't. There's some Asher util though. They're pushing through that wall, hoping to do some damage. Not quite gonna be able to. Nilias takes out Trick. Blackheart gonna take out Nilias. Jonah pushing up, trying to find a pick. And OR is actually able to take out those post plant defenders by pushing up so aggressively through that wall when Mad isn't ready for it. And OR does take this round despite that B-long post plant being played. Yeah, OR does take that round. 5 rounds now, just in his first 6 rounds. So that means 5 out of the 6 have gone to OR. That's a pretty good start here. That Sova Dart landed on Pancakes. But yeah, OR gonna be in a pretty good spot here. It looks like they're gonna be taking some good early momentum here.
It seemed like they actually had a pretty good game plan about how to play that retake. And so props for them for that, because again, so often you see that fail.
Zeldris gonna be able to take out Bjor. That's gonna stop this early push from B, or down B from Mad. Jonah also gonna take out Narrate. Spike still not down. Sight not properly taken as Jonah takes out Trick. Now 5v2. And it's looking like Spike may get a chance to go down, although some util gonna try and stop the plant. Not gonna do anything. The Bree peek from Zeldris, the operator, gonna be stopped by Ange. So now it's a 4v2, but this post plant from Long can be played, although there is a flank coming through this time to stop that plant, host plant from being played, and it's going to be good for a kill as Physic takes out Ange, and then Blackheart's finished off by Nilia as this round does go to OR. They've taken the 6th round, which means it's now impossible for Mad to take the lead going into the next half. With how dominantly OR is performing in this half on their defense, it's looking like they may be taking the lead going into the next half, and the question now isn't will they be taking the lead, but how dominant will that lead be? How much will that lead be by? Now taking a timeout now, and there's a reason. At this point, OR is taking a pretty aggressive stance in this half, and it's looking like this forward momentum that they have. It's going to be very difficult for Mad to play against, and they do need to figure out what they're doing wrong. I think the main issue is getting picked off early. I think they need to use more of their util to try and prevent those early picks. Be a little bit more cautious. At the end of the day, you need to be winning your gunfights. Maybe push a little bit deeper into B site, if that is the site you want to approach. Or you can try and take A, and I think that's what they may want to start doing now, is trying a little bit more of that A push. The way you want to be taking A is by pushing into Art. If you can take Art control, you can use that to get into site. Maybe if not the entirety of your team pushing through Art, you can send 2 through main, 3 through mid. If you're lucky, you can get one of those pushers through Art into connector to go for a flank. You can get pretty deep into A pretty easily, right? And I think that's what Mad does need to try and do here, but definitely going to be difficult to do so as the map not there. There you go. A lockdown for Nilios here. Score going to be 6-1.
Blackheart could get things done with that ultimate. We'll see how much it means or if they can even get it here in this next round.
Yeah, pressuring A early there with the 0 point.
I wonder if he missed that knife. I'm pretty sure that knife is meant to clear dugout, but not entirely sure. Looks like Mad gonna start pushing into A. And they're actually going to be allowed onto site. This very passive hold from OR. Going to be pushed back here, and they're not going to be able to do a whole lot. Mid control's been given up as well. Mad's been actually allowed to take control here. Oh, the timing as Zeldris may get caught out with a flank. Trick going to take out Nilios as well. Oh, yep, Zeldris is caught. Able to find a pick before he goes down, though, as BR takes out Zeldris to finish him off. But trade, not really what OR wants when you're down a player, so it's going to be a 3v4. Retake gonna have to come through from OR. The spike is tapped. Util comes out. I mean, there's so much post-plant util for Mad here. The spike is gonna be stuck. Jonah whiffs every single sheriff shot there. Gonna pull out the knife. I'm not entirely sure why Blackheart didn't take him out. He must have known that he was there. He must have known Jonah was there, but I did not find that. I have no, like, I wasn't saying anything because I was just stunned as to what on earth just happened. The knife kill there. Oh man. I mean, what do you even say after that? All right, but now OR gonna be on a bye round against an eco round for Mad, and starting to look like OR is gonna take a dominant lead going into the next half. Looks like it's gonna be another A push from Mad, and is it gonna be the first to hear that and get away with his life as well? Narrate down on HP, down to half health as well. This push is going to be difficult for Mad. The gun diff going to be ever so prevalent. Pancake's going to finish off Narrate, who is already low on health. Ooh, Pancake's concussed. Trying to find a pick while he's concussed. Ange, though, going to take him out. It's now going to be player advantage, or it's going to be evened out, but as Nilias takes out Bior, it gives them the player advantage. Physic going to take out Ange as well. Jonah going to take out Blackheart. Now it's just down to Trick, down to 20 HP in a 1v4. The Skydog comes out, trying to find a pick before it concusses him. Not going to be able to as Nilias takes Trick out. This round does go to OR, and again, this lead looking like it'll be dominant for OR. And it's looking like any possible improvement we've seen from Matt on Pearl will not matter. It looks like they're going to continue their loss streak here on Pearl. They allow it to float through the decider, and it looks like that was the wrong choice, as OR just seems to be better on it so far, playing this defense beautifully, and Mad Lions not making any progress on their offense. Their only win has been being able to play post plant B long, and they're still not going B. They're still trying to challenge A, hoping if they keep hitting A, eventually OR won't be ready for it. 3 ults for Mad to use this round. Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury. Over on OR, they've got Seekers and a Viper's Pit. Seekers are no longer an option. Physic gets taken out by Blackheart. Push onto A, gonna start good, as there were only 2 on A to defend it, so Matt should be allowed to get into sight. Question is, does Pancakes get away with his life to help with this retake? It looks like he won't. Blackheart gonna take him out. Nilia is pushing in through Art, gonna get taken out by Blackheart as well. Spike plant gonna come down, and there is a push through Art from Jonas 6. Will it come through with any picks? No, not quite. Blackheart gonna take him out, and at this point, I'd be calming to Blackheart. Get your ace, get your ace. Zeldris in a 1v5 has an op. Looks like he's still gonna push through it. I mean, they've got so much money, it doesn't matter if he dies. The turret does spot him though, so he's just gonna back up here. Maybe looking for a pick. Not really gonna be able to find it. Narrate gonna push him as he's running away. This round does go to Mad. Finally, they find a round, and I guess their strategy of just hitting A until OR wasn't anticipating it does pay off, as they do find a win pushing into A here. And although OR will at the very least be going to the next half 8-4, that doesn't mean Mad Lions can't make an attempt here to try and tie it up. 3 ults for either side. Mad Lions still has the 3 ults they had on the previous round. Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, Hunter's Fury. OR Esports has 3 completely different ults. Seekers, Viper's Pit, Reckoning. Question is, will these ults come out? As it looks like Mad will once again be challenging B, maybe hoping they can get the spike down and play the post plant from long. Operator on Zeldris looking for a pick, does damage to Blackheart, but not going to take him out. Now the Cosmic Divide comes up. Now it looks like the spike will go down, and the B long post plant can be played by Mad. Now it's down to OR to try and retake this, but the lockdown comes out. That's going to play some good time. Doesn't look like there's going to be a KO Molly lineup or anything like that. Nanoswarm maybe could take it out, I'm not sure. Nilias coming in for the flank though. Will he find any picks? We will see. Maybe. Reckoning comes out. Try and stun those playing from long. Does a little bit. Zeldris able to take out Trick as well, who's holding Hall. And Jonas 6 going to take out Narrate. Spike does need to start being diffused here. Running out of time. Nilias is taken out on that flank. Bior able to take out Zeldris as well. It makes it a 3v3. Bior going to be taken out though. The Hunter's Fury comes out. And at this point, it's looking like OR may not be winning this round. Yes, Pancakes and Jonas 6 both going to die to the spike. Not before Pancakes takes out Ange. Physic going to get away with his life, but so does Blackheart. Most importantly, though, Mad takes that round win, which means that as we're going to this last round of the half, it will be a full buy from both sides, but econ low for OR. You look at Zeldris, not going to be able to get shield. Oh, no, he will get shield. But yeah, low econ here for these teams. Or sorry, not low econ. It doesn't matter. We're going to this last round. There's an ult, no command for Trig. The knives are almost up for Narrate as well. And he has an operator to use. No ults for OR. Not even close for any of them. Man, maybe the argument could be made that Nilias might be able to get his lockdown, but he'd have to find 3 picks. And, yeah, it's looking like Mad going to be able to push down into B, potentially. With a flick up from Narrate, not quite going to find the pick. It finds the leg shot. Still just going to be down to 30 HP now. Push down B long starts. It looks like they once again want to take B, get the spike down, and play the long post plant. Heal comes through from Zeldris, going to get healed, but no more shield, so a leg shot would kill him at this point.
There's a. Oh, never mind. That's a frag.
Fragment comes through to clear out that screens in Jonah 6. Jonah 6 is flushed out. Narrate going to take him out with the op. Zeldris' op, though, going to take a Trick, who is on that null command. But Blackheart and Dior each finding picks allows that res to come through. And it's now a 2v5 for OR. 5v2 for Mad. And this spike goes down. Postman from Long can be played pretty boring from this point forward, as it looks like OR will lose the last round of this half.
Good luck. So much control to Mad Lions.
And yeah, there you go. Cleaned up very quickly. And I will say, good push from Mad to get it as close as possible going to this next half. However, you figured it out maybe a little bit too late, because OR's already has a 4-round lead. So even if Mad takes the pistol round here, which would be a very good start if they want to try and make a comeback here, OR still just has such a big round lead here, or round differential lead here, that Mad, or that OR may, it may be impossible for Mad to come back regardless, even if they get the pistol round. That being said, Mad definitely going to try here. OR going to be starting this push off. It looks like they want to try their crack at pushing down B and getting that post plant going, although it is, you know, it is the pistol round, so that post plant not going to be as powerful as, say, a buy round B long post plant. The KO knife going to detect one, and that may just be enough for Narrate to stay pushed up here. Look for a pick. Trick going to take out Zeldris. Narrate takes out Physic. It's now going to be 3v5 for OR. Not quite going to do much there. And OR should... Honestly, they might lose this pistol round. Not a good start for them to this half, and it could be a good start for Mad Lions to try and tie this up and take it, at the very least, to overtime, if not take the win. Although Jonah takes out Narrate. Nice shot there. Going to make it a 3v4. Viper Wall comes up. Eventually, OR may be able to get this spike down and play the long post plant. Jonah pushing out, able to take out Trick, and Nilia is going to defend Jonah, able to take out Blackheart. It's now a player advantage for OR. The spike going to go down, pushing through the orb, trying to find a pick, but Nilia is going to defend Pancakes, and now it is a 1v3 for Mad.
Somehow, some way, OR Esports. I mean, they're a kill away.
If you're Ange, I mean, not a whole lot you can do here. And, yeah, losing this pistol round is going to be really, really bad for Mad here. Jonah going to be able to watch B-Link. And I'm just going to put down that smoke, but in response, the Nanostorm comes out. And at this point, yeah, you're not going to be able to do a whole lot if you're Ange. Jonah, inside the smoke, going to take Ange out. This round does go to OR, and losing that pistol round is not at all a good start to this half for Mad. We're now looking at a very big uphill battle if they want to try and come back here. And it's looking like OR, although they struggled on Bind, not going to struggle nearly as much here on Pearl.
By himself, seemingly in a crossfire between Trick and Blackheart, finds the kill onto Trick. Nilly helps him out and picks the kill onto Blackheart. And then the round is incredibly winnable.
Sorry, I was like listening to the counter because he sounded like he was super excited about that previous round. But it was just essentially giving up play-by-play of what happened. And now Mad. See Nary push up here with Marshall, looking for a pick. Now you're up against a 4-spy, so a one-shot Marshall kill probably not going to be the case. But you may still be able to do some good damage to the armor. Give your team a little bit of an edge here, considering the deficit that they're at. Zeldris can be able to take out Ange. And that does mean A can be pushed onto, as A site is now clear. Off of some... Ooh, Physic able to take out Bjorn mid. I was going to say off of some sound B long. Mad was ready for the B push, but because of that pick A and the rotate coming into A, the spike gets to go down on A, and Mad going to take quite a while before they can start this retake. Trick sees Physic, but you got a classic. Can't really long range, and gonna have to let that opportunity pass by. And now this 3v5. Neri down to 40 HP. Gonna have to figure out how to play this retake. Nilia's gonna take out Narrate. Ghost wins against a Marshall there, I guess. Ghost also going to win against Blackheart, and now it's down to Trick in a 1v5. Yeah, you've got 100 HP. Got to figure something out here.
Must win next round for Mad Lions, you feel. You can't let OR Esports win in their bonus.
Yeah, no, not gonna do anything. And the flawless round comes through from OR. This Trick dives to the spike. And now the score going to be 10-4. And OR able to keep all of their guns from the previous round. They're going to go into a bonus with all of those guns, which means they may be in a position to even take a round win here. And yeah, if you're mad, this is not looking good. As OR will have some really solid guns here to push it back against your bye round with. And next round, OR is going to have a lot of money. This is going to be a really good econ boost for OR. Even if they don't win this bonus round, they're still going to have some really solid econ to work with.
So a Vandal, just one, will be in the hands of OR Esports.
This, yeah, it's a very uphill battle, very big uphill battle that Mad has to fight here. Just being down so many rounds, and this round could be a good start if they take the win, but they need to keep the majority of their players alive. Flawless round, great. 4 also great. You know, only keeping 3 alive, not great. And then anything beyond that is like you're not in a good spot. Zeldris taking the site, having one of those guns, able to take out Blackheart. One of the good rifles OR has. If you're taking out Physic, does mean that the retake can kind of start from Mad. It will be a 4v4. Narrate definitely still alive, and this retake could be played beautifully by Narrate. We know how powerful he is. Nanostorm comes out, is doing good damage to Pancakes, and, well, Narrate having to take advantage of the fact that he's low. Jonah going to take out Ange, who was tapping the spike. Trick going to take out Jonah. Also going to take out Niliaz. Now she's down to Zeldris to play the post plant. Zeldris going to take out Narrate, but Trick going to take out Zeldris. And like I said, Mad could win it. Sure, they should have been able to, but they needed to keep the majority of their players alive, and they don't. And although they... Actually, I don't think they will be able to buy this next round. Full buy this next round. Maybe they can. But no, I don't think so. Yeah, you do see them. Looks like they're going to force, although Spectres and Bulldogs. Or Spectre and a Bulldog for some of them. Versus the full buy from OR. So, and not only that, it was an expensive round for Mad. So no econ stability allowed there. Means that OR in a really good position here to get some good momentum moving for them in this half. And look at their econ. I mean, they may even be able to survive a round loss here again and still be able to buy next round because of how strong OR's econ is off of those first 2 rounds going so well for them.
This is a risky bait and switch play here.
Narrate going to take out Pancakes, but Physic takes out Trick. It's now going to be a 4v4 as OR getting ready to push down B, get the spike down, and play that long post plant. Spike is down, and somebody's going to have to pick it up and bring it down long, and site's still not cleared either. So OR may just want to rotate here. And Mad has very quickly rotated over to B. And they've got 3 there. Lockdown comes out. Now OR needs to figure out how they want to push onto this site. Nanostorm comes out from Mad, trying to prevent that plant. Zeldris going to take out Blackheart. Narrate, though, going to trade it off, so it's still a 3v3. Narrate able to take out Zeldris. Spike plant not going to be allowed to go down. The lockdown not going to be able to do a whole lot or find very much vision here for OR. Narrate going to take out Jonah through the smoke. Ace is very possible. Not quite going to find it. You're going to steal it. This round does go to Mad, and that is a buy from both sides that turns into a win for Mad, so that's not a good start from OR. If they want to, they can take a timeout here if they want to use it that early, but OR may wait until the next buy from both sides. I said maybe OR could afford losing there and still be able to buy, but no, they won't be able to, and they're going to have to take an eco round this round. They got knives for Zeldris. Maybe they can do something, and it looks like Jonah going to be forcing Bulldog. No, now going to go down to a Spectre. So this will be an eco round for OR, a buy round for Mad. This round should go to Mad pretty easily. Knives, Blade Storm coming out from both sides here.
The change up in the recon bolts, it's actually been really nice to see. Blackheart's been getting heaps of information for us.
So just going to be able to take out Narrate. Now it's a 5v4. And off of that, OR just like, alright, there's a lot pushed up. Let's just go B. And that's what they're doing, and they're pretty much just going to be able to. And they can get that spike down and play that beautiful long post plant that, you know, I love to see. I love to see long post plant. I'm hypnotizing myself because I want to convince myself that that is true. Spike does go down. You're going to take out Zeldris. Trick going to take out Nilias. Physic going to take out Bjor, though, which does keep it even. Player advantage no longer there for OR.
Couple of kills.
And the flank coming in from Ange. OR will definitely be ready for that flank, though. Viper's Pit comes out. Or they should be ready for the flank. I mean... Oh, well. Wait, no. That alarm bot not going to be activated. There's no more Killjoy. You have to be much more hyper aware of that flank. Trick gonna be able to spray through the smoke and take out Pancakes. Ooh, and Ange gonna be able to take out Jonah. Barely catches him. I said they should have been ready for the flank, but OR wasn't. And Blackheart gonna take Physic out. This round does go to Mad, sure. It's an expensive round for Mad, sure. And they do lose 3 out of the 5 of their players. But it is still a round win. And as many of those as Mad can get is better for them, as they do need to start gaining some of these rounds. And they honestly are. They're gaining quite a few of these rounds here. So they're in a pretty decent spot.
Flank, and that seals the deal. So now OR Esports need to take a little bit of a timeout here, because in a game that looked very dominant, you're talking an 8-1 start to the game. Mad Lions come back, and now they're only within 3 rounds of tying this thing up, getting the defense rolling pretty nicely here. So definitely a good time for OR Esports to take some extra time to talk things out.
Or Esports taking a timeout here, and there's a reason. I mean, they've lost a bye now from both sides. They just lost that eco round where they did have the player advantage. They do need to start to figure something out here, because although they did take a very dominant lead very early on here on this map, they're starting to fumble it, and they can feel as confident as they want. That doesn't mean they should just let this lead go by. They've got 2 timeouts to use. You may as well use one, and then they've got another if they really want to. Seekers for Physic. And, yeah, we're going to have to figure something out here to try and stop this momentum that Mad has built up. Sure, these rounds have been expensive for Mad, so their econ stability is not really that great. And OR should be able to destroy it pretty easily off of, just 2 rounds won, despite a 3-round win streak for Mad. But it is still some good momentum. The ego, the mental right now for Mad is going to be pretty high. And at the end of the day, a lot of what matters is that sort of mental game. And Mad having such big mental fortitude right now, gonna have to be destroyed by OR. I mean, Mad definitely was not looking great. Definitely was probably feeling bad coming into this half, but getting a win streak going here, 3-round win streak going here, could be a good start here to this half.
So Mad Lions is doing a really good job being proactive and really having good intel and good positioning.
Yeah. And they get to do it without
Seekers for Physic. I will quickly mention, my dog continues to bark. 3 series today. I may have to end before the last series is up. Other stuff going on, but then tomorrow I should be there the whole day. Neric gonna take out Zeldris and Jonah. Pancake's gonna take out Blackheart. It's now gonna be a 3v4 for OR. Yeah, I'll have to go at around 5:30. The series are fast enough. It may not matter with this one. Going 3 maps may not be great there. Pancake's gonna take out Ange. Bjor takes out Pancake's. Physic gonna take out Bjor. It's now gonna be a 2v2 here. Nilia's able to take out Narrate. Now gonna make it a 2v1. Trick gonna try and defuse this spike. Of course, OR just gonna peek. Though I think they were reading that he wasn't gonna stick it, and he was. You know it's tapped, and they wide swing out Nilia as the pop and swing gonna take Trick out. OR now finally taking around, and that was off of a timeout, a much needed win for OR to try and prevent a win streak from Mad to tie it up. That's what we're seeing from OR, that denial, and now OR gonna be in a pretty good spot here, because again, these rounds have been expensive for Mad. Look at them, not able to full buy. They're getting that operator on Narrate. They got a Vandal and Ange, but the rest of the players gonna be on a light buy here. They're forcing a buy here for Mad, and if OR wins this round, that's it. Mad gonna be in a really tough spot, and they're gonna need to be on a buy here, because if OR does win this round, they'll be on the 12th round. They have the gun advantage this round as well. They should be able to take this round, and then they should be able to take next round as well. So Mad going to be in a tough spot. They need to pull through on this round. They need to hope that the buy pays off. Oh, Narrate with the timing. drops down off of screens right as OR is pushing out. May still be able to find a pick with the op, but the wall going to come through. Doesn't matter. Jonah going to get taken out by Narrate's operator. Push from OR going to start very aggressively, very quickly here. Maybe not. Mutual going to be used. Nilia's able to take out Bior, though. Blackheart, the Hunter's Fury, going to take out Nilia's for a trade. Well, Narrate going to get flushed out by the Reckoning. Can't get concussed, so he does have to sort of move. Zeldris able to take out Blackheart. He was in heaven. Narrate, the shorty, just going to find that pick onto Pancakes. And I didn't realize how low OR was on players, but and shaking out Zeldris, the forced buy does turn into a win for Mad, and that is a much-needed win for them to try and stop the 12th round from OR. And they're going to do it now. OR going to be back on a light buy or a save, I believe. They just don't have eco now. Mad going to be on a buy here. You look at Trick, going to be on a Spectre. A little bit of a bonus. Mad has a little bit of room to breathe. OR's not on that 12th round, so Mad can afford to save some eco here, and they may as well because, of course, if OR does gain a round win, it's not going to be good for Mad. Although, of course, OR not on buy here. Lockdown for Bjor.
So all of a sudden we got ourselves a tight race at map number 3. The gap has certainly
OR going to start this push into mid. Looks like they're going to be sending them into long potential, or sorry, into B link. I don't know why I called that long. Or maybe going into B link. Maybe through art. Very least destroy some of that Killjoy util, deny mid control. But Zeldris gets taken up by Bjor, and this is going to be very, very difficult here. It's now a 4v5. Low Bjor down to 20 HP. Could be very easy for OR to just finish off, although it's still going to be a 5v4 for Mad, so this round looking like it'll go Mad's way.
Will be stalled. Blackheart just going to back away, play sight with range. I mean, that tip of the spear, it's been broken off with Zeldris gone. He found good damage on the Bjor, sure, but not much more than that. Is that, I mean, the Spike is kind of on an island here.
And at this point, OR just trying to figure out how they want to play this. They don't know if they should take it through B link. The alarm bot goes off in A. Looks like now they're going to start pushing into A. There's 3 on A, though, to lock it down. There was only 1 on B. They could have very easily gone B, but going to have to face a lot of pushback here. Ange going to take out Nilius. Jonah takes out Ange. And Blackheart and Drick. Okay, apparently the Sheriff on Jonah going to be a big decision maker now, or a big deciding factor in this round. As it's now a 2v3. Mad now down a player. Narrate's only got an operator, may be able to pick up a gun, and he does. So Matt definitely in a very winnable position. And Physic, the only player with a gun on OR, gets taken out. The Sheriff on Jonah, though, gonna be good for another pick. And Pancakes with the flank on Narrate. And the eco round win goes to OR, and now Mad's econ gonna be looking pretty tough here, but they're gonna have to force because their opponent's on that 12th round. When your opponent's on that 12th round, you just gotta play every round like it's your last. You gotta be pushing through, forcing buys, even if you don't have the econ to do so, because there's no point in saving. You save, you're out, right? And yeah, OR gonna be in a pretty good spot here. Mad taking a timeout. I'll point out, OR has another timeout to use as well. So even if Mad gets, say, 2 or even 3 rounds, OR can just pull out a timeout of their own to try and stop that momentum. So OR is in a really good spot here in order to get some good momentum building, or try and deny any hope of a win here for Mad. OR, now that they're back on a bye, I'm not entirely sure what ults they have available, but let's go ahead and take a look at the kill consistency. I always talk about this. And you look at that. OR in a really good kill consistency. I mean, you look at those bottom 3. And even close to Zeldris. Nilius is pretty close to Zeldris. Sure, you've got Jonah. 6 kills above the rest of the team. But those bottom 4 are decently close in kills. Then you go over to Mad. And it's 17 kills on top. Big drop. 3 kill drop down to Bjor. Bjor and Blackheart very close. But then you go down to Trick. And it's a 6 kill difference there to Trick. And then Ange as well. So you really don't want those big kill differences. Especially when it comes down to your bottom players being quite a few kills behind those top players. That means you're not holding down your sights well. It means you're not defending well. It means you're not trading each other off well. Everything you sort of need your team to be doing for you is not being done well when that kill count is very low. 3 ults for Mad here. They've got the Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and Blade Storm. We will see if it comes through here. OR are going to be pushing down into B. Down long, it looks like. Maybe trying to do that B long hold. Looks like an A read is what Mad has here, and well, it's not an A push, although Narrate is is in a very good spot to just rotate very quickly. Off of some contact on B, and as OR starts pushing down B, we may see that rotate come through. And now some sound being made, and immediately Narrate's going over to B. Skydog comes through, it's going to clear some space, and looks like the spike may be allowed to go down. Until the lockdown comes out, the spike is going to go down here from Pancakes, and now they're just going to be able to play this close plant. Pancake's going to take out Narrate. It's now going to be a 5v4 for OR, although Pancakes gets caught by the lockdown, and is happy to take him out. The lockdown not going to catch any of Mad in response. So that will even it out. It's now 4v4. There's a Cosmic Divide that has to be pushed through. Trick able to... Oh my god. Trick catches the gun, the util out from Physic twice. And yeah, that's it. 2 players left alive. Sure, it's expensive, but Matt is okay with that as they're able to take a round win here. And it looks like some good momentum from Mad is moving. It may be moving back in their favor. I mean, I'm not entirely sure what OR was doing. Like, why Physic decides to bring that flash out twice, despite just getting peeked through while he had that flash out the first time. Deciding to bring it out again was just, I mean, that's sort of that poor decision making we saw from OR in the first, or in Bind as well, which I was quick to point out. Viper's Pit for Jonah here this round. And OR will be buying this round, so they may want to use it, but they do need to get in a position to use it. Meanwhile, Mad has no ults to use. Trick, 1 ult point away from his null command, and it looks like he wants to get that ult orb up. KO Knife does tech 1. Oh, and Trick peeks out into 5 from OR and is punished for peeking out there. It's now going to be a 5v4. Viper's Pit for Jonah.
They have Viper's Pit for post plant. It's the only alt on the board. I feel like a lot's going to come down to Narrate being able to lock down B solo with the operator while the rest of these players try to defend mid and A. OR kind of cut noise after that initial frag.
And it looks like OR going to start pushing into A.
Now, Trailblazer going to lead them forward.
There you go, the util coming out, the wall coming out. Now OR pushing into A. The wall comes through. They're going to start this push. OR does need to get the spike down relatively quickly. And the Sova Dart ping comes through. Zeldris is spotted, able to get a pick before going down, though. Oh man, that Viper's Pit does come out. It's a 2v3. Spike is in the hands of Mad, and Narrate going to take out Jonah as Jonah takes out Bjor for a trade. It's now 1v2. Once again, Mad wins with 2 players left alive. And as expensive as these rounds have been, it doesn't matter now because OR has been making these rounds even more expensive for themselves. And they're going to have to take a save round here. They want to be able to buy next round because next round will be the last round and a half, regardless of if OR takes the win or not. And there's 2 ults for OR this round. 1 ult for Mad. I imagine that Bladestorm on Zeldris will come out this round. Seekers, though, for Physic may not come out. And then, of course, the null command for Mad. Yeah, this is just not, yeah, this is just not going well for OR. The momentum that Mad has been able to build up and just denial, the denial of OR pushing into these sites has been very pivotal for them. Now, I will say that the round win that took OR to that 12th round was an eco round, so maybe OR will find a win here. We've got Jonah with a Vandal, but immediately taken by Narrate. No more Jonah, the top frag for OR.
He thought that maybe he had a timing because he made it through left side.
Now 4v5.
But there was nothing else behind him. He had to win a 1v1.
19 HP for OR.
But he falls, and now advantage Mad Lions. We do see Pancakes able to sneak into A site here a little bit.
Zeldris just barely sees the head of Bjor and takes him out for it, punishing him. It's not going to be a 4v4. Blackheart, though, going to take out Physic. No more spike carrier. The spike is still going to get planted, though, it looks like. Pancakes pushing out a little bit to watch dugout. Zeldris pushing in through water, looking for a pick. Not going to find it. Does a little bit of damage to Trick. This is a 3v4, though, and Pancakes takes out Trick. Narrate, though, going to trade off Pancakes. Zeldris going to take out Narrate, though. It's now a 2v2, unless the res comes through, which it might. Yeah, it looks like it will. Oh, Zeldris trying to find a pick. Res will come through. It's now a 2v3, although Zeldris does take out Blackheart, finishes him off, and now it's a 2v2. Health so low here, though. 20 HP for Zeldris, 30 HP for OR, and... Ooh, but it doesn't matter. Zeldris gonna take advantage, and Nilius takes a trick, and the eco round does turn into a win. Another eco round win for OR to finish it off. What a way to do it. And OR takes the third map, 13-10, and this series goes to OR. And yes, neither of these teams had any hope of qualifying for playoffs. This series did not matter too much for either of these teams. However, they do still take a win here, and at the end of the day, that is going to be a good start here for... it's gonna be a good way for OR to send off here in this series, to take the win, say, all right, we're going into play-in relegation. All right, we're going into play-in relegation with a win against Mad Lions under our belt. The redemption, the revenge arc came through, and now going into relegation, it's going to be down to these two teams to see if they'll qualify for next year's challengers. And OR beating Mad Lions may give them a good start in relegation to try and qualify for for next year's challengers against whichever other two teams end up with them. I mean, obviously, probably Disguise, or well, no, Disguise will end up with them, but it'll just be a question of what is that fourth team, and are they going to be putting up a good fight as well? Those are the questions that are going to be answered in play-in relegation, though, and as we come to the end of this series, we'll get ready to gear up for the next one. There are 3 series today, so we'll go ahead and let the casters talk a little bit before we throw it to the break where we talk about the other
yourself what you're capable of, proving to your opponent what you're capable of, getting that official reps under pressure to get yourself prepared for relegation. I mean, I think there's still a lot of value in just coming in and fighting for pride at the end of the season to finish on a high note. Try to build a little bit of confidence, try to find what's working, what's not, to get yourself ready for relegation coming up in a few weeks. So yeah, we may kind of understand that in the grand scheme of things, this match didn't mean a whole lot for standings, but to these teams, it still mean quite a lot as far as getting their feet back under them. And again, trying to give them something to hold on to come relegation time, here in June.
And both teams also, there's a little bit of a feud there, right? There's storytelling behind it where the end of Split 1, it finishes with Mad Lions getting their first win, it being over OR Esports. Coming into Split 2, both teams share a victory over G2, which at one point you think for OR, you're thinking, wow, they beat G2 off the rip. That's crazy. They're like, good. And then we see kind of, G2 petered out and everybody beat G2. But
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I feel like I had this idea of OR coming into Split 2 because they beat G2. I was like, oh man, OR with the comeback arc. Like, I thought Split 2 was going to be their split, and then it just did not shape up like that, and I was like, oh, okay, they beat G2 because G2 is G2 right now in Split 2. But yeah, that is a good way to finish it off for these teams. Again, we're not going to see them in playoffs. We're going to see them in play-in relegation. And then it does become a question of, are they going to be are they going to be winning in play-in relegation? I, of course, will be covering play-in relegation. Since this is the last week, something we can talk about while we're in one of these 3-map series, and I'll probably talk about this again tomorrow. Let's talk about playoffs. What's happening, when is it happening, and how is it happening? Playoffs will run from May 31st until June 10th. This is exactly the same as mid-season face-off and how it worked. The top 8 teams make it to the upper quarterfinals. The first place player, going by circuit points, first place player is against the 8th place player, or team. 7th against 2nd, 3rd against 6th, and so forth, 4th against 5th, okay? The first 4 teams that get eliminated go to the lower round 1. They will all be playing each other. The teams that lose that are gone. You're eliminated from playoffs. You get a free spot in next year's challengers, but there's no hope for you to make it to Ascension. All right, I'll explain more about Ascension as I continue to explain this. The 2 teams that make it through to the lower round 1 go to lower round 2. The 4 teams that won in the upper quarterfinals go to the upper semifinals. The 2 teams that lose the upper semifinals go down to lower round 2, and they play the 2 teams that won the lower round 1. These teams then play each other, and the 2 teams that lose the lower round 2, you're gone. No hope of qualifying for Ascension. You get a nice cash prize, and you move on. You get ready for next year's challengers. 2 teams that win that go to lower round 3. These 2 teams then play each other, and the team that wins that goes to the lower final. The lower final, I'll explain who their opponent will be after this. So remember, the 2 teams that lost the upper semifinals went to the lower round 2. The 2 teams that won the upper semifinals go to the upper finals. The team that wins that gets a surefire spot in the Ascension tournament. You're welcome, or sorry, congratulations, you did it. Not only that, you get to go to the grand final for a little bit more of a show match. I think we're doing the grand final. We may not be, though. I'm not entirely sure. I think there will be a grand final, although the top 2 teams do get to go to Ascension. So if you make it to the grand final, you're going to Ascension. It's just to determine who's good in this, I imagine. But anyways, the loser of the upper final, you win, you go to grand final, and you get a surefire spot in Ascension. You lose the upper final, you go to the lower final. You're gonna play the winner of the lower round 3. The winner of the lower round final, or the lower final, you win. You go to Ascension. You made it. Not only that, you get to go to grand final to try and compete for the first place prize of $20,000 before you go to the Ascension. If you lose the lower final, you're gone. You're out. Prepare for next year's challengers. You're not making it to Ascension. Now, before I talk about Ascension and how that all is going to work, let's go ahead and take a look at play-in relegation. I've talked about it earlier today. I'll talk about it again. If you are a team that did not qualify for playoffs, you get a second chance to qualify for next year's challengers. Like I already mentioned, if you made it to playoffs, you get a surefire spot in next year's challengers, assuming you don't win Ascension. So if you make it to playoffs, you get a free spot in next year's challengers. The bottom 4 teams that do not make it to playoffs, already we know 3 of those teams, or what 3 of those teams are going to be, being Mad Lions, OR Esports, and Disguised. You are all going to be playing in play-in relegation, and then 1 additional team who does not make it to playoffs will be playing in play-in relegation. Similar double elimination bracket. The 2 teams that lose in the opening go to the elimination, or the start of the elimination bracket. They play each other. The loser of that, you're gone. You don't get a spot in next year's challengers. Then you move on. The 2 players that won in the initial opening go to the winners bracket. If you win this, you go straight to qualification. You're going to next year's challengers. If you lose that, you go to the decider match. You're going to be playing the winner of the first elimination. The team that wins this, you get a surefire spot in next year's challengers. We'll see you then. If you did not make that, you're gone. You're out. You're going to have to go through the open qualifier of next year's challengers if you want to try and get a spot. Now, unlike this year, where there were 6 spots available for the open qualifying teams to make it to next year's challenger, to make it to this year's challengers next year, it's going to be the top 10 teams from this year's challengers, that being the teams that qualify for playoffs, and then the 2 teams that win play-in relegation. And the other 2 teams will be determined through the open qualifiers next year. And so unlike this year, which had 6 teams, it's only going to be 2 teams, the open qualifiers next year. It's going to be a lot more intense, a lot more whittling down that has to be done in order to qualify. So there's a lot less teams, essentially, that can make it through. But again, if you make it to playoffs this year, you get a free spot next year. Good for you. Now, let's go ahead and talk about Ascension. What is Ascension and how does it work? Well, there are currently, and I will show you this just by looking at VLR. If you look at ongoing events, and you can see this right now, VCL means Valorant Challengers League. So right now, you've got Valorant Challengers Brazil, Valorant Challengers French. I believe that's France. I'm not entirely sure. Valorant Challengers League, Valorant Challengers League North America, and then VCT, Valorant Challengers League Japan, Valorant Challengers League Korea, I believe. Valorant Challengers League. There's a lot of Valorant Challengers League. So the top, I believe there's 16 current Challengers Leagues happening. The top 2 teams from each of those challengers go to Ascension. The top 2 teams make up, all of these teams will make up 32 teams that make it to Ascension. The way Ascension works is, I believe, and I'll get more clarity on this as we get ready for Ascension, but I believe the way Ascension works is it's just a tournament. And it's a tournament where only 1 team wins. This 1 team gets a spot in next year's Tier 1 competition. So right now, the Tier 1 competition that's happening is Valorant Challengers Tour, Valorant Champions Tour EMEA, Valorant Champions Tour Americas, and Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, or it's right here. Sorry, I was like looking for it. Valiant Challengers Tour, or Champions Tour of Pacific. This is called Tier 1 competition. You also saw Tier 1 competition earlier on in this season in VCT Lock-In. These are competitions, basically, they go throughout, they're essentially like what Challengers is, where you're playing for that top spot, but it's a very, very extended. So it runs, it starts with the current, what's happening right now, of these Champions Tours in these 3 regions. The top 3 teams, as well as some other teams picked from other leagues, are making it to the Masters in Tokyo. You're playing for a win there. But the actual, like, big event of, like, who is the #1 Valorant team in the world will happen in August, and that is the Valorant Champions. That's what everybody's gearing up for. But if you make it through Ascension, you get a shot at that, at participating in that. You get to go and play in Tier 1 competition, and that's what all of these teams in Challengers are playing for a shot at, is to get to Ascension and then try and make it to Tier 1 competition. This is the only way that if you aren't a partnered team, meaning you're not partnered with Riot Games, this is the only way that you will be able to make it to Tier 1 competition right now. So this is for teams like Disguised, teams like, so pretty much
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
similarly to
even
how
both of
there are
us-
teams
both
that
teams
were
are
invited
involved.
directly, similarly to how there were teams that were directly invited to Challengers, there were 6 teams this year, those being FaZe Clan, G2 Esports, Shopify Rebellion, The Guard, M80, and wait, G2 Esports, FaZe Clan, Shopify Rebellion, The Guard, M80. Who else? Wait, hold on. I'm missing one. Who am I missing? TSM. There you go. Uh, Similarly to how there were 6 teams invited to this year's Challengers because they're franchise teams partnered with this year's Challengers organizers, Knights Arena. It's essentially the same thing, where the top, where if you're partnered with Riot, you get a free spot in Tier 1 competition, right? Which goes with the expectation that you have enough money to afford the best players, right? Because Tier 1 is like the best of the best, okay? The way, if let's say Turtle Troop made it to playoffs, and then they made it. Sorry about that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so let's say Turtle Troop made it through to playoffs, makes it to Ascension, and then they make it to Tier 1 competition. That would be like, that's the dream, right? You're a free agent team, you don't have an org behind you. This is how you would get to Tier 1 competition. So, like, for example, Moist Moguls was breakthrough, and then they got brought up, and so Moist Moguls has potential to not just make it to Ascension, but if they want to, or if they're powerful enough, they could represent they're likely, I mean, they're in a position right now where I think they're going to make it to Ascension in the playoffs. I think they're going to represent North America in Ascension. And then let's say Moist Moguls makes it through and wins Ascension, then they can play in Tier 1 competition, and that's like the dream, right? If you are not a franchise team, Moist Moguls was not. They were breakthrough. Then they got bought up by Moist Moguls when they made it to Challengers, right? And so then they make it through. And if they can make it to Ascension, I mean, honestly, just making it to Ascension is like, that's the dream as a Tier 1, or as a free agent coming into Challengers. To make it to Ascension is just like, that's the dream. You weren't owned by an org, you didn't have a whole bunch of money behind you, you were just a few good players who wanted to play together, right? Like, that's what Breakthrough, now Moist Moguls, they're living that dream, right? And so, anyways, the point is, there's still a lot, and if you thought like by making it through Challengers this year, you'd be able to make it through Ascension this year and then be able to play in this year's Tier 1 competition, that's not true. I'm pretty sure maybe you get to play in Champions at the end of the season, but I don't think so. I think you're playing in next year's Tier 1 competition, which is still a really nice spot. So if you're wondering, wait a minute, so if one of our teams makes it to Ascension, then they won't be playing in next year's Challengers, right? Yes, but because there's 32 teams, you have a 1 in 16 chance that your region of like in this case North America, would be making it and winning Ascension and making it to Tier 1 competition, because that is such a low chance of that happening, they just give you a free spot in next year's Challengers. So yes, if, let's say, a team from North America, like let's say Moist Moguls, for example, I'm just going to use them as an example because they're looking like one of the strongest teams right now. I mean, they're literally flawless in Split 2 and likely will go flawless through Split 2. So like let's say you are sorry, I'm just like trying to see it. Let me listen.
Second one, it's going to be M80 versus Oxygen Esports. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
All right. But yeah, like I said, if let's say Moist Moguls does make it to Ascension and then they win Ascension, yeah, they will no longer have that spot in next year's Challengers because they'll be in Tier 1 competition. Instead, what will happen is somehow Knights Arena will find somebody else to, or some other team to take that spot, whether it means there's going to be another team in the open qualifiers that can make it to Challengers, or somebody else is just going to be taken there. And again, I could be wrong about this. The main reason I could be wrong is because I don't know everything, because it's not super clear. Because of how new Valorant Esports is, it's not very clear as to how Riot and Champions Tour want to organize everything and how they want to put everything together. And like because it's very clear that not even Riot knows how everything is going to be structured. That's why I don't know how everything's going to be structured, right? Like right now, like we have Premier happening, which is eventually going to be the way you make it to Challengers, which is eventually going to be the way you make it to Ascension, which is the way you can make it to like it's a big like. I don't know how everything is going to work because I don't think Riot even knows how everything's going to work. So I am assuming if you win Ascension, you go to next year's Tier 1 competition. I could be wrong. It could be this year's Tier 1 competition. Because let me see if I can pull up the timeline of let's see if I can pull this up. Let's see. So there's going to be 3 Challengers Ascension regions. Okay. Pacific, EMEA, and Americas, much like normal VCT leagues. The beginning and the concluding day for each region alongside the venues are as follows. So in Americas, it'll be in Sao Paulo, Brazil. 6 teams, 2 from each of the Challengers Leagues. So it's Brazil, North America, and Latin America. All, and then 1 team from. Okay. So the way Challengers for or Ascension. This is like a new article I've never seen before. So the way Challengers is going to work, or sorry, how Ascension is going to work. There's 3 regions. Okay. There's going to be EMEA, similarly to how there's 3 Champions Tour regions. There's going to be 3 Challenge or Ascension regions. I thought it was going to be all of the teams at once, but I guess not. So the way it's going to work is there's Ascension Pacific, which will run from July 7th, or sorry, the group stage will run from July 28th to July 4th. It's a big, long event. The playoffs will be from the 7th. It's actually not that long. It's a week. But, you know. It's a group stage. Then it goes to the playoffs from the July 7th to July 9th. This will be happening in Bangkok, Thailand. There's going to be 10 Challenger Leagues teams. And it looks like... I'm not entirely sure how they're determining those teams. And then... wait, let me see. The 10 teams will be divided. Yeah, it doesn't say where the Pacific teams are from. But for EMEA, it's going to be running similarly, similar time frame from June. The group stage will be June 30th to July 4th, and then not to conflict with the other playoff times, it's going to be the playoffs will be from July 3rd. For EMEA, it'll be from July 13th to July 16th. playoff will be in Berlin, Germany. For EMEA, the rules are a bit different. Okay, so the way EMEA is going to work is there's only 9 challengers leagues and they want 10 teams, right? So there's going to be 9 teams from this one challengers league, or 1 team from each challengers league in EMEA, and then 1 will be decided in a play-in tournament. And then for Americas, this is the one I'm going to be covering. This is the one that if you want to see your favorite team play in Ascension here in North America, this is how they're going to be able to play. So the way it's going to work for them is, give me a second, is for the Americas region, Challengers Ascension will feature a total of 6 teams, 2 teams from each of the Challengers Leagues of Brazil and North America, 1 from Latin America South and another from Latin America North. So it's 2 teams from Brazil, 2 teams from North America, like I said, and then it's 1 team from Latin America South and 1 team from Latin America North. The venue will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The participating teams, so it'll be running from June 30th to July 9th. All 6 teams that qualify for the Americas Ascension will initially be split into 2 groups of 3 teams each as they compete for seeding in a single round-robin group stage. So it'll be a really short group stage. All 6 teams will qualify for the double elimination playoffs and will be seeded. So basically the group stage is just to determine their seeding. So the top team plays against the bottom team. Second to top plays against the second to bottom. Similarly to how playoffs is working here. And then, yeah. All right, yeah. And again, Ascension is sort of a newer thing. Like, this is a newer system, the way that they're doing this sort of thing. So that's why I'm confused going into it. But yeah. So it should be pretty simple. So Ascension will be taking place July 30th to July 9th. And then I believe if you win, let me see if it says at the top what happens if you win. Ascension League is set to begin this year. Okay, so it's 1 team from each of the regions. So 1 team from Pacific, 1 team from EMEA, and 1 team from Americas to enter the 2023 VCT season as a franchise team. The selected teams will be able to show their prowess in the international Valorant circuit, where they will face the top dogs. This makes the Ascension tournament exciting and one of the most anticipated events of the year. So yeah, so that's how it's going to work. A little bit more clarity there because I did not know how it was going to work. I thought it was all of the Ascension teams playing together and then 1 team being determined. But no, it is a little bit easier, I guess. There's not as many teams. But it is still, if we're just focusing on North America, they make it to Ascension. They're going to be competing. The top 2 teams from North America go to Ascension. They're going to be competing against 4 other teams. You got a 1 in 3 chance of a North American team winning Americas. And then the winner, which there'll only be 1, gets to go to the VCT, gets to go to Valorant Champions Tour and represent North America as a franchise team. So that means you'll be competing in the Americas portion of everything. So yeah, it should be very, very fun. I'm excited to see how these teams do. And I'm talking about it now because I want to give some more clarity before we get to playoffs. I'll probably talk about it a lot more in playoffs because that'll be the end of Challengers. But yeah, just because there's a lot of time to fill now, and as we're moving towards the end of this season. Again, I do expect there's probably going to be more eyes on playoffs and such. But yeah, my predictions right now, as far as who's going to make it to... I mean, I've already talked about it a lot, that I think Moist Moguls is going to make it to Ascension. And there's multiple reasons for this. The main being they just beat the Guard. They just beat G2, so I know they can be at the very least top 2. And currently, they're the only team to go flawless in Split 2. Yeah, they're not in the same group as M80, so I do need to see that series, which will happen in playoffs, to get more clarity. But for the most part, I do expect Moist Moguls to at the very least be top 2, if not the #1 team. Obviously, we'll know exactly who's going to be #1 first of all, the grand finals will happen, and then we'll know who may be number one. And then when we go to Ascension, we may or may not know all of that stuff. But yeah, pretty straightforward. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and get ready to gear towards this next series. I'll stop stalling and talking about the future. God, I hate talking about the future of these North American teams. Let's talk about in the moment who's going to qualify for playoffs. Obviously, I can tell you the confirmed teams that we know right now. M80, Moist Moguls, The Guard, G2 Esports are all for sure qualifying for playoffs. And so you got your top four. Now it's just about who's going to be filling in those other spots, okay? Or actually, G2's not the top four right now in Split 2, but I mean in as far as like who we know for sure is going to qualify. I believe at this point, Oxygen Esports may already have a surefire spot as well. But you know, there's still a lot of room for a lot of these teams. This next series, though, not really going to be allowing very much room to breathe. So let's go ahead and let's talk about it. So we've got M80 versus Oxygen Esports. Now, I showed you my pick'ems earlier. It's pretty cut and dry. M80 is going to beat Oxygen Esports, in my eyes, 2-0. If not a 2-0, I'll be surprised. But it's very possible it goes 2-1. Again, we saw M80 lose to Shopify Rebellion pretty badly. Disguise looked decently strong against M80 considering it's Disguised, but it was also not very close series. So I think Oxygen may have a chance here at beating M80, but at the same time, for Oxygen, this is like a pretty cut and dry. If we want to look at Knights Arena, I believe they posted the if, ands, and buts. I believe they posted like yeah. So in order for these teams to qualify, so yeah, I do think Oxygen has a surefire spot. So if Moist Moguls beat FaZe and Shopify Rebellion beat Turtle Troop and TSM beats Disguised, TSM qualifies. Shopify Rebellion also qualifies if Turtle Troop does not play like there's a lot of like ifs, right? And in this next series, none of it will matter. It's not going to affect anything. In fact, I think, yeah. Wait, look at this. Yeah. Obviously, no. The last series will, but for the most part, these aren't going to matter a whole lot. Let's see. In order for TSM to qualify, they need to, if Moist Moguls beat FaZe and Shopify Rebellion beat Turtle Troop and TSM. Yeah, so TSM needs to be Disguised. So there's a chance if TSM doesn't beat Disguised, they can qualify, but it immediately pretty much if TSM beats Disguise later, that's what matters. But for now, we're not talking about that. We're talking about M80 versus Oxygen Esports. We can talk about the ifs, ands, or buts when we go to the TSM versus Disguised match, which will be the third series happening today, because we've got a 3-series day today. Much to my dismay. Boom. Alright, but yeah, M80 versus Oxygen, I think should be pretty cut and dry. Again, I'm expecting a 2-0 from M80. There's a chance Oxygen gets a map up here, but realistically, I don't think it's going to happen. Although Oxygen has some firepower, I think here's the thing. Because M80 took a loss to Shopify Rebellion earlier, there's a lot of like hesitancy for me when I'm talking about making predictions about M80. Now, whichever team wins this will be the top dog in Group A. It's impossible for anybody to go flawless in Group A at this point. except for Disguised, who can go for a flawless loss streak if they lose to TSM today. But yeah, so this series will determine who's the top of Group A. But for the most part, again, both of these teams already qualified for playoffs. At this point, it's about, is M80 going to be looking weak going into playoffs? Because, again, M80 did take a 2-0 loss to Shopify Rebellion, right? So they did destroy, or they did decently against Disguised, I should say. They didn't destroy Disguised necessarily. It wasn't as much of a rollover as it was previously when M80 played Disguised. But when we're talking about M80 versus Oxygen, I think that Oxygen may have a foot in the door. And for M80, this needs to be a series where they're like, yeah, we're going to be looking super solid in playoffs. Because if they even, I mean, I think even if they lose a map against Oxygen Esports, then they are not going to be looking super, super strong when it comes to playoffs. And Moist Moguls may have a chance to be the #1 team in playoffs. So M80 does need to put up a really solid fight here against Oxygen to be like, yeah, no, we are the team, right? We are still the #1 team. And Oxygen may have a good chance of taking down M80 if they can counterplay M80, which we've seen a lot of teams starting to be able to do. That was one thing Shopify was really good at doing, was destroying those sort of top players in M80 and not allowing them to play well individually. Because M80 is a team where you've got these really solid individual players. Each player in M80 is a really powerful individual player, so they don't rely as much on their team play. But I think if you can take out or deny that individual performance, then you do force M80 into this position where they do have to do this sort of team play, which they're not as good at. So if Oxygen can deny that individual play, take out those early aggression pushers, then maybe they can get their foot in the door. That's what we saw Shopify Rebellion able to do. So we'll go ahead and listen to these casters, though, because I've been running my mouth for a very, very long time, and I do want to hear what these players have to say, or what these casters have to say.
There really is no weakness individually on their roster. 4 of their 5 players all ranked basically within the top 10 statistically when it comes to things like ACS, ADR, and so on and so forth. QuadNoob being one of the top-rated duelists in the league. Xander being one of the top-rated controllers. EU and Nismo, you know, kind of as those initiator flexes are both way up there as well. And John Cutie can have pop-off games here and there in his own right and plays his role very well and is a very experienced IGL. When you're talking about a team that, you know, crushed it in the first split, you know, did pretty well in the midseason face-off. And when I mean pretty well, I mean they won the whole thing, and and like they didn't even drop that many maps along the way in that whole bracket. Then the second split, I mean, short of losing to the Guard, they have been dominant. They've only dropped 1 map to OR Esports. They 2-0'd TSM, 2-0'd Mad Lions, 2-0'd DSG. They only allowed 5 rounds when they played against DSG, and Mad Lions didn't get much more than that. And I know I've said all that, and we haven't even talked about this guy yet.
Yeah. Nismo's kind of been the man. Kind of behind the scenes, though, right? We talk about Xander. We talk about, I think, John Cutie's been stepping up recently. But this is the setup guy. This is the guy that's been building kind of the plan once the plan's already down. He's been laying the foundation, the groundwork behind it. And on top of that, when you put him in a position where his team is no longer with him, he's got the highest clutch percentage in all of Split 2.
Yeah, and he's currently sitting #2 in KD, #9 in ACS, and #9 in kills per round. Again, just to give you some other ones, Xander's #4 in KD, #8 in ACS, and then QuadNoob's like top 5 in almost every category. So, I mean, they are really, you know, doing big things right now. I think the other big thing is we're starting to see how deep their map pool is. Like, we know how good their Haven is. We know how good their, you know, Fracture is, but they've now proven that they can play Lotus. They have a winning record on Pearl. You know, they
Split
obviously do pretty well on Ascent. Split's really the only one that they and even that was only 1 game that they've played, and that was a double OT loss. So it's like we don't even know what their split is truly. But yeah, they're just super strong.
Now on the flip side, you look at a team like Oxygen Esports, and probably coming into Split 1 largely overlooked. I don't think a lot of people saw them as a legitimate threat. Most people had them ranked in the bottom 4 teams coming into it. They have a pretty strong Split 1, definitely heated up more and more as the split went on. They end up going into the mid-season face-off. They played fantastic there. And again, a storyline that I think a lot of people forget. They almost beat the Guard in that upper semifinal. They would have been facing off against M80 in that position. They still play in lower round 3 against G2. They lose in 3 maps. This is a team that is not too shabby. And now they're currently sitting in first place in their group. They're 3-1 with a +29 and a 5-map differential. But it's not the same Oxygen Esports we saw in the first split or the midseason faceoff, as they made a change sometimes it feels like it works, sometimes I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, they've made actually kind of several changes, but the one thing that has held firm for Oxygen is that their staples have remained very, very strong. You know, Verno is one of the best initiators in Challengers. Number 3 KD, and he's top 10 when it comes to kills per round and average damage per round. Scuba, one of the best controllers, you know, in Challengers when it comes to KD and different numbers like that. But yeah, Rustin has been the interesting one, right? Because he was the assistant coach, then he fills in whenever they're making a roster change with Randy Savage because Redux wasn't old enough to play yet. Then he comes back out for Redux to go play a Sentinel role, which is his off role because Redux has always been a duelist. And now Rustin's back because they decided to take Pony out the lineup to put, you know, Redux in his normal role.
Which
and
I
Rustin's
still think
back
is
kinda
not a
playing
great
as
decision,
Sentinel
but it
controller
has
flex.
seemed
He's
like
actually doing
Oxygen
pretty
has
darn
been
good,
able to
Tanner.
play despite
Yeah,
me
and to that
thinking
point
getting
of
rid
him
of
doing
Pony would
pretty
be a
darn good,
really
it's one of those
horrible
things where
move.
right now we're kind of
It
in the
does
era
seem
of
like it's
coaches
working out for the
filling in
most
and
part.
doing really well.
You can see Rustin
But just
being a
watching
powerful
Rustin play,
player.
you obviously hear the confidence, and you
I
expect
definitely
the
do think
coach or the
it's a
assistant coach,
little
whatever
bit,
the role may be,
it could be
to
better. You
understand
know,
how
I
the
think if
team works,
Pony
right?
was
Because you
still
spend a lot
there,
of time with the guys in the server
and
work,
Redux, I feel
Instagrams,
like
you
isn't
understand.
finding
But
that
Rustin has
sort of
been
like top
showing
frag every
a
single
different
game like
level
I
of
think people would
comprehension and
expect,
way of not just
considering, you know, they're
understanding the
replacing
play, but
Pony
then
over
being
him.
able to play perfectly
I'd say
behind
he's
it, right?
playing
Being
around the
right
same
in with the
level as
trailblazer at the
Pony,
right time, or
is sort of
waiting on some timing,
my
turning his
view of
back
the
on the
situation.
sky flash
I'd
that
say
come
like
through.
I
Rustin
wouldn't say
seems
Redux is
just
playing
as
better than
drilled
Pony. I think it's
as
playing about the
any
same,
other
except that
player
Pony has more
working
experience, so
through
he
these
brings more to
scrims
the table. I still
would
think
have
it's not a
felt.
great
So
decision.
Rustin, it really
Oxygen's
felt like a
still
good
holding
plug and
his
play,
their
and
own
it
though.
also
I mean,
adds a bit
bringing
more
an
comfortability
assistant coach
because
in,
it
they're gonna have
was,
sort of that more
back when it was
analytical
Oxygen Academy,
mindset to the
Rustin,
game.
Verno, and Redux, those
And
three played
mechanically,
together.
Rustin
So
is
it's,
still a
I mean,
powerful
well
enough
aligned.
player that it
Yeah,
works
it's one
out.
of those
And
things
so I
where,
do think
you know, Rustin
Oxygen
obviously being the
is still going
assistant
to be able to
coach, he
hold
can now
their
make a
own.
secondary
Is it
call
going to
when
be
it comes
enough
to
to
the
make
witch,
it
and
to
it probably
Ascension? I
helps their
don't think
mid-rounding a
so,
little
but
bit. Now he has a
I
little more
mean, yeah,
hands-on
like I
as
said,
opposed
I
to
think
only
a
being
lot of
able to
people,
like help them
or
prepare in
especially like
practice
I
and
did
different
not
things of
see
that nature. So I
Oxygen
think it's helped the
being
leadership
sort of
of the
one
team
of
a
those
lot.
more
The one
medium
thing
range
for me
players.
that's
You know,
still
I
questionable
still don't think
is I
Oxygen's
don't
top
think
four,
Pony was
but I
like
think they
someone
could
to remove.
definitely
Like I feel
be
like Pony was
pushing
actually
for
one of the
that. I
best
mean,
duelists in the league.
especially
He
with
was
the way
right next
G2 is
to
playing, they may
guys like
be
Oxy
there.
and Sim and
Are
Qual
they
and
top
Lotus, some of the
two?
best
Almost
duelists
certainly not,
in
but they
challengers. I
are
mean, yeah,
still
he
a
had some
really
off games
powerful
here and there
player, and
against some
they're
of the big name
proving
teams,
that
but in
for
general,
sure.
he
That
was a
they're
very
proving
strong
that they
player.
are still a
And
very good
Redux,
team.
I mean, I think
And
he
you know, they are a
definitely
bit of an
has the eye
underdog,
test
and I
passing
think it's
for
easy
him,
to
but
overlook
he
them.
hasn't
But it's also
really
easy to
shown us
overlook
just
a lot
yet
of those
like he's
medium
ready
range
to take
teams.
over that
Again, like
A-plus star
TSM,
player.
Turtle Troop,
But maybe
you know,
that'll change over time as he
Shopify
gets more
Rebellion. Like these
reps.
are teams that
I
you're
think
like,
that's
yeah,
my
they're in the
concern with
medium
Redux is
range.
watching him
You
play. I
know,
don't feel
sure,
like he's
top
really hit
six,
a level of play where I'm like,
maybe
I
top
get it
eight,
now.
right?
Before
Like
I'm like,
these are the sort of teams you're
he's
looking
showing
at and
promise,
sort of
but he's
thinking
not
those
necessarily
things
hitting his stride. And yeah, sure, he's given,
versus like
maybe a
it's
couple
sorry
weeks
about my
to get
dog.
a little bit more
Versus
time.
it's easy
Given
to look at a
that
team
they
like
were already
Oxygen
in a really safe
and
spot,
group
maybe
them
it
in with
was
them.
the
And
best
yeah,
time
I
to
think
make
they're a
that
little
move.
bit
But it's
better
almost
than
like
those
I
teams. But
said
at
at
the
the
end
end
of
of
the
the
day,
break,
they are
my
still, you
picks
know,
would have been
just
Verno.
top eight
Like the team
teams.
was playing well. Maybe you could argue that they wanted to place higher mid-season face-off and they were in a better position, and this will give them that closing power. And even in discussions with Redux, we
All right, let's
interviewed
go
him
ahead
after
and
one of their wins.
go ahead and turn the
Really
casters
well
off.
spoken, smart kid, has a good head on his shoulders. That's obviously a huge benefit, and his coaches have praised him as being very coachable. So there's obviously things that happen behind the scenes that we don't always get to see, and maybe that's a big part of it. And the potential is certainly there. We just need to see it unlocked. Well, we talk about coaches too. We did have a chance to sit down with both coaches to talk about the upcoming match. Let's take a look.
I mean, they're definitely the team to beat. We're both already qualified for playoffs in the game that we have against them tomorrow. It doesn't matter that much. I don't even know how much it matters for seeding either, to be honest. I think they're first seed and we're like fourth something. Yeah, I don't expect them to pull out any different comps or do any crazy strats, and neither are we. So it's just gonna be a good game with some basic fundamentals from group stage.
For sure. We're going to be smart about it. We're going to, as I said, apply different strategies, but winning is the most important thing to us. As I mentioned before, it's not because that we know, for example, that we're qualified that we're going to try less. Like, players, they will feel really bad if we have a loss. Like, they will take it into their flesh, and they will work twice as hard to correct the mistake that we are doing. So, again, we want to win at any given point against any opponent. So
I think we're at a turning point. I think, again, with some preparation after the group stages now, I think we're gonna look very consistent when we go into game. Right now, when we've been playing the officials, it's it's a bit inconsistent some rounds. You know, we're winning rounds that we shouldn't win, we're losing rounds that we shouldn't lose. That is something that we're working on, and I think with a little bit more of time we're gonna fix those holes, and it's gonna be a lot more consistent when we come into playoffs.
I don't even think they play stupid. No, I think they have a game plan, they apply it, and they trust whoever is in charge. I mean, we know who is. But yeah, like, we just have to break them, and I don't think they will have the experience to like bring it back. And yes, just basically have to have a good start. And what is good about us is that even if they are breaking us in the first, like, I don't know, first game or first part of the game, we always have that ability to come back. So, and I don't think they have it. That probably is gonna be a huge major factor for that game.
Definitely, it's going to be a good measurement for us, since I said we're working on the consistency. So that's a team where you need to be consistent if you want to beat them, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile from you, the way that they're playing in with the players that they have. So definitely a good test, even if, I mean, it's not a troll game, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, they're looking to win as well, because they've been looking shaky lately. So I know that they want a W under their belt to get more confidence coming into playoffs. That game should matter a lot to them, and I think the points for us beating them should put us first in groups. I think maybe it depends on, yeah, I think so. That would give us a good seeding as well. So it's important in that way.
I guess we are pretty discreet as a team. I know that I am, and the rest of the players are as well. So maybe we don't communicate as much as the other team. I just want to reassure everyone that we are working really well. Not to satisfy everyone, just to satisfy ourselves. That's already the first objective. But yeah, we are working really hard, and we have our eyes on the prize. We know what we want to achieve, and there's probably not no one is going to stop us.
I think the fans can expect us to be a contender to qualify for Franchise League. Obviously, playoffs was
All right. Okay.
step one for us to accomplish. We made playoffs. I don't think many people expected that, and now we're making playoffs with a good seeding as well, and as a contender to getting that top 2 slot. So I think expect us to be contending that franchise.
I think if you want to make top 2, you need to beat M80 here. Like with how strong Moist Moguls is.
2 EU coaches for NA teams, one a world champion in CS, the other a world champion in Paladins, both coming to face off against each other in a Valorant matchup at the end of the group stages. Interesting to hear both coaches' perspectives. You can hear it though, Dust. There's a lot of respect for both teams. Like some people, you even heard Happy saying, he's like, I think some people look at them and think it's maybe a little bit more chaotic, but they do come in with a plan and they execute it well. And both teams feel confident too that they could walk away as the teams making it into Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like one really big weight off your shoulders, knowing that you've already made playoffs. And in M80's case, like, they're almost guaranteed top seed. Like, there is a chance that the guard could take the #1 seed away from them, but even then they'd be second, which is still like one of the top 2 seeds for playoffs, so they're kind of equal in that regard. So M80 almost has nothing to gain or lose on this match. Oxygen, on the other hand, is kind of fighting for seeding a little bit. Like, they want to try to stay on the top end, sure, but no matter what, they are going to be in the playoffs. But again, I think the big thing coming into this is about kind of proving yourself, right? Like, if Oxygen could get a win over M80, that would be like a bold statement from them that, hey, like, we're not only a playoff threat, we're also a contender for the whole thing. Whereas M80, in their minds, you know, they're a team that has often been touted as #1. You know, they traded some games with the guard. They've had a couple of maps kind of go weary here and there throughout this split. So they want to prove that they're not actually wavering, that they are truly the #1 team in challengers. And so I think that they're going to come in with a lot of, you know, a lot of confidence. And like, I know some people say that, oh, it's a game that doesn't matter, so there's going to be like trolling and this and that. I don't think so. I think M80 wants a dub, like, and they want to do so convincingly.
Yeah. Especially since,
you know,
because of M80's loss to Shopify, they do have a lot to prove right now that they are still this #1 team. And they want to do it well. Like, they would like to, because again, Oxygen is like one of the better teams. You know, they're top 4, maybe top 5 for sure. Right, at the very least, they're probably the fifth place. Right, so for Oxygen, this is like this opportunity where they do need to like
playing against M80.
they
which I
do
think is
need to
pretty
put up a
awesome,
good fight here,
which is
sure,
why
but
it gets interesting when we
if
start talking
there's
about
if
the
there's a
map pool, because we
team
don't
that
really know
M80 can
what
beat to
these teams
say
are going to do coming
Shopify
into a map
beating
picks
them was
advance
a
here in the
fluke,
final week.
it's Oxygen,
Ooh,
right?
now
Because
you've got
Oxygen is
Split
definitely
coming
stronger
in,
than
which
Shopify
I
right
think
now,
to
or
its
that's how
extent
it
it does.
looks.
Split is
M80
maybe
picking
one of
Lotus,
the
or
weak
okay.
points potentially
Wait,
for
this is actually
M80.
really
Obviously,
interesting.
that's
So
to put an
M80
asterisk
picks
on it because he's
Lotus,
weak in
and
core.
with such an extensive
But
map pool,
still, not a bad
M80
place for the series to
not
go for
banning
Oxygen.
Split is
Yeah, this
interesting
is an
because
interesting
it's
one. So the first map
their
is going to be
worst
Lotus.
map,
Remember,
you
this
could
is a map
say,
that M80's
arguably
only
their
played
worst map. I
once.
think
It
it's the
was
only map they've
Disguise
taken,
picking it against them,
like they don't have
and
a
they wound up
positive win
dominating
ratio
it
on,
with this
right?
like double
Or
initiator
at least
single
even.
controller
So,
setup. They
you
looked
know, Split
very
being
good on both
the
sides of the
map
map,
here does
and so they
it
feel
raises a lot of
confident enough
questions
to
for
pick
me
it
because
into
Oxygen,
Oxygen, a
of
team
course, happily
of
gonna
Lotus,
pick
who is
that. Their
1-3.
Split's
You know, they have really
okay. I mean,
struggled
it's
on that
not,
map. They've
you
had
know,
some
it's
close
not
calls, to be fair to the
at
Garden Turtle
G2
troops, but
Split at their
the only one
peak,
that they could
right?
pick
So
against G2 for the
I
mid-season
think
face-off
Oxygen definitely could
hasn't been a
still
map that's
lose
really
Split, and
like been in their repertoire so to speak.
M80
So
letting it through does
it'll be
make me
interesting how that
think
plays out. But
M80
Split,
wanted
I
some
think
level of
for M80, they're an
competition,
unknown
or they
value. They
wanted
kind of
to be
played
able to
one game
prove,
where it was like a
hey,
double GT loss,
we're
so I
still
wouldn't
one of
read
the
too much
top
into that.
teams. We're
Whereas
not going to
Split
let any
for this
team beat
Oxygen
us.
team,
Shopify
you know,
was
they've
a
won 3 of
big
their last
fluke.
4, and they're feeling pretty good on
We
it.
completely lost
I also
ourselves.
think this is kind of strange
And even
because
look at
although
us on
Oxygen
this
has
map where we are
you know,
not, it's not our best
a
map.
small
It's not,
story on our first
famously our
couple of
best map,
maps,
but we're still
none
going to
of it
do
has
super,
been
super
with
well here.
this
That's
iteration of the
that's
team.
pretty
So
much where
it
M80 or
feels
why
strange to kind
M80
of
would
bring
let
them
that
into a
through,
mother
right? Like,
actually
and of
take
course,
place
Oxygen's going to
in
see it
what
come
we
through
are
and be
both
like, all
seeing
right,
in
let's
way
pick it.
of
We know it's not
Oxygen's
their
play.
best,
I might
and
be
we know we
crazy to think
practiced
that
it
maybe
enough.
there's a world because
And so I
previously
think
Oxygen weren't running
Oxygen
they
has a
weren't
shot
running
to
the
make
double
this a
dive on
3-map
Split,
series,
which
and I
is
think we
something
might
that we've
see it,
seen
knowing that Split is coming
pretty
through here.
heavily across
But
the
I
board.
also do
And
definitely
I'm
still
wondering if there's a
very
world
much so
where maybe
expect
Pony steps back in
this to
and
be a win
Redux
from
and Pony are kind of
Oxygen.
working hand in hand to further assist that double dive, and maybe somebody steps away
Or sorry, from M80.
for map number 2. It's
Possibly
maybe a
too low.
little far-fetched, but I think there are possibilities because we just don't know with this Oxygen squad.
Honestly, I think the more interesting thing is the fact that M80 continues to permaban bind. This is a permaban of Ghost Gaming going back to last year. If you remember, Ghost did not like to play the map. We didn't really see it a whole lot from them. So the core comes in, and they're still like, nah, bind ain't it. So they continue to ban bind, and that's what takes us to Haven in our final map of the series. Haven does end up putting us in an interesting position. Should we go to map 3? This is two teams who excel on the map. You have M80, I think, coming in with just 1 loss. I think Oxygen has 2 throughout challengers. So both teams look very competent on map number 3. And it does kind of feel like we're framing this up as if we're going to get there, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Both these teams are very strong on Haven. It's 8-1 record for M80. Their only loss was the Moist Moguls. They have beaten everyone else, including beating teams multiple times. Oxygen Esports, on the other hand, on Haven, 13-2 record. If you include some of the all-season events they played in, like the Knights Freeze Out, as well as the qualification process for challengers. So yeah, Haven definitely going to be common ground for both teams should we get there, and it'll just be interesting to see. I'm super curious about Split. That's the map I'm most curious about. I think M80 showed me a lot on Lotus, made me feel very confident in their gameplay, whereas Oxygen really hasn't at this point. So I feel like M80 probably has a good shot there. But Split, I think, is wide open, just considering we haven't seen M80 on it very much, and considering, Oxygen does have a strength there.
Yeah, well, and we kind of questioned maybe where Redux is at in the way of being a superstar, right? Because that's why this player gets brought onto the team. And I think Lotus is going to be very, very uncomfortable grounds for this player as a whole. From week 8 to week 9, however, although he wasn't the most explosive, Redux has been leveling up. So I have really high hopes for that player for Oxygen, but maybe not the highest hopes in map 1. I'm not too sure, how much Redux is going to be able to get done behind the wheel on Lotus. Once we get out towards Split and Haven, though, I definitely think those are 2 maps where we'll start to see him come online and start to fill that role of not just duelist who is entering sites and taking space, but that role of actual superstar for this Oxygen squad.
Well, it doesn't help, too, that Lotus in the past for this team just hasn't been good. I do think that maybe there's a world where they come into this Lotus matchup and they show a different hand. I think that if you look at the comp coming in from previous matchups, it doesn't really feel like it meshes with what we've seen from other teams. So I think there is a world where we could see potentially a mix-up here with the agent comps. We might see the Harbor Viper, which we've seen from a lot of teams coming into this map. I do feel like double controller works really nicely on Lotus currently.
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't have much data on M80 when it comes to Lotus, so I'm not going to get into it too much. But for Oxygen, they've actually been a really strong attacking team on Lotus. Like, they've been averaging 7 rounds in attacking half. They started on the attack every game that they've played, and they've gotten
All right,
7
but
rounds
enough
almost
talk.
every
Let's
single
just
time.
get into it. You know, sure, this is, or today is probably one of the days where the series that happened matter the least, except maybe our last series of the day. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a boring day, and M80 versus Oxygen should be a little bit of a more evenly matched series. Will it go 3 maps? I don't know. I'm expecting a 2-0 from M80, but I also think Oxygen has a good shot when we go to split. But for now, we're on Lotus. M80's pick, and I expect it to go to M80. Let's go ahead and take a look at the agent select. Let me hide my camera. I did not time that well. EU and Mitch both going to be on Breach. Scuba and Xander both going to be on Omen. John Cutie and Rustin both going to be on Killjoy. That's where the similarities end and the differences begin. We get Nismo we get Nismo and Verno both going to be on that Recon Initiator, but here Nismo's going to be on Sky, and Verno's going to be on Fade, and then another key difference is Koalanu still going to be on Jet here on Lotus, whereas Redux going for maybe a little bit less traditional, although definitely still a player that works in Raze. So we will see if this this team comp, or I mean the team composition is the same. The differences being the agents that are selected here. We'll see if the Fade and the Rays are going to be more useful for Oxygen, or if this sort of more simple team composition from M80 is going to be just as powerful, if not more powerful, than the team comp behind Oxygen. That being said, it's a very offense-sided map, and we're starting on offense for Oxygen, and we will see if this offense will pull through, as Oxygen is going to be pushing through here and getting ready to try and take A. Oxygen is going to be getting this spike down. They're actually going to take A site very aggressively. No picks come through. It's going to be 5v5. Sure, Rustin's taking a little bit of damage, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter a whole lot. It's only 9 damage. It's going to be a 5v5 retake from M80. Will it pull through? That is the question, as M80 is trying to go through stairs, and the blind comes through. Xander going to be able to take Rustin out off that, but Redux with 2 picks on the push through heaven, and then Verno able to take out Xander, but John Cutie going to trade it off. Doesn't mean, though, M80 now down a player, and John Cutie's at 10 HP. Mitch's Blast going to take out EU, and then Scuba going to finish John Cutie off. And Oxygen, with 3 players left alive, dominantly wins the first round of this map, and it's looking like this pistol round may be a good show of what is to come. But again, it's an offense-sided map, so Oxygen winning the pistol round on the offense is not surprising. It's not. It's to be expected, and we'll see if M80's defense will still be a good enough defense to ward off any further attempts for Oxygen. Although this next round will be a force 5 from Oxygen, they should take the win. Although you do actually see Scuba and Rustin going to be saving with pistols. You look at their econ, it wouldn't reflect that, and that's because they're buying their fellow teammates, but point is, some econ is being saved a little bit for Oxygen, so they can afford a round loss here, and or even if they win this, which they should, they'll have better guns, their bonus next round will be in a decent spot, where they will be able to just buy some people guns. M80 expecting an A hit. Oxygen pushes up a little bit, not really going to find any contact, and now they are backing off. Like that.
Yeah, Oxygen looking to pivot. They're just trying to grab all the orbs that they can, try to build those ults, knowing that they had the firepower superiority.
Now this push from Oxygen. It's looking like they are gonna re-hit A. They're gonna go back, and M80 was reading a rotate. It's bad. It's a bad read, and it does mean Oxygen is just gonna be allowed to push onto A site here, although slowly. And although there's a bit of a lurk from John Cutie with that turret on B, it's not going to catch anything as they push into A. So Oxygen pushes into A. Boombot comes out. Smokes are coming through. Sound is being made. And at this point, M80 is going to be a little bit wary to the A push. And the Spike is going to get the opportunity to go down. Now M80 going to start rotating over to A. At this point, Spike's gone down. And again, the gun diff can be ever so prevalent. And Oxygen going to be able to hold this well. There's a flank coming in from Xander. It's going to be defended, though, by Verno. Perfect. There's just an immediate reaction time going to take out Xander. It's now a 4v5 for M80 on this retake. No more flankers. Everybody coming in from CT. 3 going in from rope. 1 going in through drop. Well, I knew going to get taken out by Scuba. No more re-entry duelist. tree going to be rushed and taken out. Redux gone. John Cutie going to get that pick. Now still a player disadvantage, though. But John Cutie takes that rust in. That does even that player count back up. Verno going to take out Nismo, though. It's now a 2v3. Time running low. No time to defuse. And M80 going to die to the spike. This round does go to Oxygen. And now a round where Oxygen should have done it or won it with as many players alive as possible. They take 3 out of the 5 of their players left alive. But it's not just that. It's that 2 of their players were saving. Or 2 of their players did save Econ, which does mean this next round, which will be a bonus, should actually be potentially a full buy from Oxygen. And look at that. It looks like it will be. And their Econ is in a good place to support it. Only Rustin will not be on a full buy. So this is a bonus round from Oxygen. They will nearly be on a full buy versus M80, who is on a full buy, but low econ. So they're going to need to be, they're going to need to win this if they would like to get some econ security moving. But Oxygen, if they don't win, which they're in a position to do, they are in it very much so a position to, at the very least, kill the majority of M80's players, which is, I expect, what we may see if it's not a win. He's going to jump peeking out stairs, get spotted, not going to take any damage, but does gain some vital information. And now Oxygen going to start pushing into A, it looks like. Breakable's destroyed, and Oxygen is very ready for the possibility that they may want to pivot in through Breakable, and it looks like that's what they're going to be doing. Omen Smoke going to be good to force them to do so. M80's ready for this possibility, though. Not only is there a whole bunch of Killjoy util on B, along with the Killjoy, but EU is also there with some Breach util to force and flush them out of that B link, or that A link. And Oxygen going to push in. The spike is going to go down. The Killjoy util is not where that spike was wanting to go down. So spike goes down. Damage not done to either side. John Kitty's taking a little bit, but no meaningful damage. And this does mean it's going to be a 5v5 retake once again. Post plant can be played by Oxygen. Maybe going to start this retake. They're going to be allowed onto site as Oxygen is backed up. Mitch in a link. Going to use some Breach util. Spike still has yet to be tapped. Mitch going to take out Qualinu, but at the same time, EU takes out Scuba. Verno going to take out EU. Mitch takes out Nismo, and 2v4 now for the remaining M80 players. And I mean, this is just... In our previous series, it was very... You could get very used to seeing players with not as much mechanical... Oh my god, suddenly Redux is alone, but it doesn't matter. The spike's still not going to be diffused as Redux goes in with the right click. Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, but Oxygen, all of their players died, and that was a buy round. Yeah, but it was a bonus round, like I talked about, where they had good econ to survive a loss. They didn't lose, though. They won, which means not only are they going to be able to buy this round, but they take a big econ boost. And look at M80, not going to be able to buy. Their econ not looking great. And it looks like they may be wanting to force, although no, it's going to be a light buy here from M80, but the full buy from Oxygen. But what I was talking about is how it was easy to get used to the fact that in that OR versus Mad Lions match, yeah, the mechanical, like those players were pretty good mechanically, but they weren't the best mechanically. And now you're looking at these two teams of Oxygen and M80, which are just stacked full of players that are really, really powerful mechanically. So you're going to see, you know, crosshairs right on head level. This is going to be very, very powerful play compared to what you just saw. It's going to be a pretty big jump, and a big jump for me as well, because I just did cast a game on Sunday of a little bit of smaller, lesser-known teams that are not as powerful mechanically. And so it's a very big jump is what I'm trying to point out. Oxygen going to be pushing into C. It looks like they could have had free passage into A as M80 did rotate off of that site, but they are looking like they're going to start pushing into C. Unfortunately for them, M80 got pretty much all of their players except for one ready for this C push off of some contact. They're going to start moving in. Although Rusting going to take out Nismo and Xander. That's that assistant coach, I'll remind you. Also taking out John Cutie. Now it's a 2v5 for M80, and although they had a good read on the C hold, none of the players going to find anything, and this fight going to go down. Now M80 in a 2v5. Gonna have to either save guns or play retake, and I mean, well, Qualinu only has a marshal, so probably not gonna want to save that gun. But I mean, this is very impressive play here from Oxygen as they dominantly take that round as well. Oh, and there goes Qualinu. Now it's just down to EU. Is probably gonna want to save his gun. Of course, Oxygen has enough money to just. I mean, they could all die here and take a win and still be able to buy. So they're probably gonna chase him down, hunt him down, looking for the kill. You're going to be holding stairs here. Gonna get pushed here by Rustin. Started off. You're gonna take Rustin out. Now they know where EU is, though. He's gonna push right into Redux. Not gonna win that exchange. Redux is gonna take out EU, the youngest player in North American Challengers right now, being only 16, and well, he gets that kill. 4 rounds now for Oxygen, and yeah, if you're M80, this is gonna start to look pretty scary for you. I mean, first of all, you won when you had the eco advantage, although ever so slight. Now it's going to be the first full buy from both sides, and we will see if M80 can play the fact that now they have got actually good guns, not just good rifles, but they've got an operator and an Odin. We'll see if these expensive guns will come through and find anything for M80, or if this is just going to be dominant from Oxygen. And I'll remind you, this is Lotus picked by M80. We expect it. I mean, obviously it's an offense-sided map, but you know you don't expect to get rolled. You don't expect the defense to get rolled through. Same can absolutely be said for M80. On with that operator. Ooh, no scope hits that that fade util. It was either destroy it or get spotted. Either way, the operator was going to be made known. John Cutie down to 1 HP, getting pushed out here. That fade util decaying, but nobody going to take advantage of it. Is John Cutie actually able to take out Redux? Site will be taken, and it looks like the spike won't be going down. The lockdown going to push the team back, and looks like maybe they're just going to pivot through door. Yep, looks like they're just going to pivot through door. Maybe go into B, although no, they're actually not going to be going through door. It looks like they're going to be going back towards C. You can see M80 is ready for the B hit because they heard that door open. Oxygen gonna have to make some moves now if they would like to do an effective push. And ooh, the operator shot gonna miss from Koala Noob. Player red is still there for M80. Oh, and there you go. Koala Noob gonna find another pick with that op. Nismo taking out Burno, and this buy round for M80 looking like it'll go to them. Will it be flawless though? Mitch has a potential to maybe find a pick before he goes down. He's gonna cross the path of the operator though, and yes, it's a flawless round for M80. And I did say it was looking scary for them, but it looks like Oxygen just needed that eco advantage to start winning, or in order to win those rounds. Now that M80's got some good guns in their hands, that was it. Take a flawless round, and now Oxygen gonna have to figure out how they would like to recoup themselves. Getting flawless is not really how they wanted to do that. They've got some good econ stability to work with here, but they do, you look at their econ, it's not great. A few of those rounds, although they were dominant, first of all, they were the start of the half, right? So they're going to be expensive rounds, and then, you know, not going to win any of those good buy from both sides to get some good econ stability moving. Looks like Oxygen going to once again be challenging C. They send a stun through, which does prevent M80 from pushing out very far, if at all. They're going to continue to push through this. Is Oxygen. M80 just gonna have to defend. There's only 2 players on C site right now. M80 getting some backup now, but C site will be taken, and the spike will get the opportunity to go down, which starts into the plant. Some util gets utilized. Plant isn't gonna go down. The attacker lockdown comes out, and Nismo gonna try and maybe find a pick on some people exiting. M80 not. Or M80 will have one get detained. Who was that? Was that Nismo, potentially? Not sure exactly who that was, but somebody gets detained. Whatever it was, the push into C is successful, and the spike does get the opportunity to go down. Redux is going to take Nismo out. Rustin going to take out Koala Noob. Scuba going to take out John Cutie. EU going to take out Redux, and he knows where Scuba is, but it's a 2v4 for M80, and I mean, likely they're just going to want to save these guns, especially Xander's been able to pick up Koala Noob's op, would like to save it. Ooh, going to be able to take out Mitch. The retake possible? No, not a whole lot of time to work with. And again, still only as an operator, could just get rushed. Oxygen, the remaining 3 players going to be able to save their guns. This round does go to Oxygen. And another buy from both sides goes to Oxygen, so, you know, could this be a back and forth situation? We'll see. Eventually the econ for one of these teams will wear down, and the back and forth won't be affordable, but for now it is. M80 will be taking that win. I'm sorry, taking that loss, but we'll be back on the full buy.
Being proactive, pushing waterfall, not giving M80 any comfort or space to launch.
M80 taking a timeout, and I mean, there's a few different reasons for that. I do think a back and forth could be on the table, which for M80 would not work out because they're down so many rounds. Like, sure, Oxygen, I like how Scuba shows the elephant. Sure, Oxygen could definitely, you know, get a back and forth going, but it's not at all what they would want. Or sorry, sure, M80 could get a back and forth going, but it's not at all what they would want. And like, yeah, the econ could work out for both these teams to afford it, but again, M80 can't afford it because then they'd be down rounds going into the next half. So M80 does need to figure out how to defend well against this offense. Now, again, it's an offense-sided map. In fact, it's a very offense-sided map. So I imagine we'll see Oxygen dominate on this offense, and then when it switches sides, I'm sure the same will be true for M80. But M80 would still like to get a good amount of defensive rounds. I think the issue is M80. Honestly, I think they need to be playing a little bit more aggressive on the defense. I mean, they're definitely trying to, but I think if they can overwhelm Oxygen, they may be able to pull through on that. And we'll see if that's the case here. Both teams going to be on a bye here. Blade Storm for Koala Noob, but he may not need to use it. He's got an operator. Looks like Oxygen going to be playing a little bit more passively. Could this be a default play, maybe playing for picks? Ooh, no picks though for Oxygen, as Scuba going to get taken out as he jump peeks out of A, hoping to figure out where that operator is. I mean, they do find out where the operator is, but he does get taken out in the process. There's a turret on B, and off of that, John Cutie will likely swing out. No, never mind. Well, I thought the Nanostorm was going to push him back. It does. But some time going to be played. The Link Thunder comes out, although Redux able to clear out John Cutie, although he is stunned. EU going to be able to finish him off. It's not going to be a 3v4. Xander takes out mid. Sure, it's traded off, but Oxygen, you're down a player you can't afford trade to, and then Koala Noob takes out Rustin, and now it's a 1v3 for Verno. Ooh, does a wallbang headshot to Koala Noob. The heal comes through, and now Verno going to have to figure out where he wants to play this. He's got the spike. Question is, where does he take it? Definitely does want to try and win this round. The Econ not really going to be able to survive for very much longer. Oxygen should be able to buy an extra round off of a round last year, but again, they would not like to. And it looks like M80 was reading that it would be a rotate to C, but it isn't. Verno pushing over to A. And so this spike, not only is it going to have the opportunity to go down, but M80 not going to be able to stop the plant. And it's going to be down for quite a while before M80 is going to start this retake. Which just gives Verno some room to play a little bit in his favor wherever he wants to play positionally. And it looks like he's going to be playing behind box here. That Skybird got stuck. He does get stunned, but M80 not going to play off it in time. It looks like Verno just going to take this very, very patiently. Verno is spotted by EU to start it off, and EU does win the encounter. The initiators meet each other. And yeah, the round goes to M80. 3 players left alive, makes it a majority of their players left alive, which means that Econ now going to get to stabilize just a little bit here. And yeah, this is going to look pretty solid if you are M80. Meanwhile, M80 is in a little bit of an interesting spot here because, or sorry, Oxygen is in a little bit of an interesting spot here because they did just lose a full buy from both sides. They're back on a buy, sure, but they do need to be very, very patient with the way that they're playing. So fatal for Verno, which you may see come out. Qualinub once again waiting for the jump peak, not going to find a pick though. Waiting for it again, not going to get stunned. Ooh, Prowler though, going to take him out. Now he's just going to back up, not take him out, but it does blind him, paranoia him. But Koala Noob going to be able to peek out and take out Verno. Now it's up to Oxygen. Where do we push? Do we continue to try and push through A? Honestly, they could. Rustin making some noise, looking for some vision, contact picks, anything out in B main. Blind comes through to trying to help out Rustin. It will do just that. Ooh, Redux going to be able to take it Nizma as he peeks through Breakable. And that vision is going to be pivotal because it tells Oxygen that M80 was not really prepared for it, which means they're getting ready to... They probably had multiple players on B, so now Oxygen can try and pivot over to A. The only issue is M80 was rotating out of B to get ready for a push onto A, so they're going to be ready for this push into site. Redux going to peek Heaven and knows just how many are there. Spike will go down, but M80 is definitely in a position to retake here, despite it being a 4v4. Redux pushed up, gonna find 2 before going down. 2 for 1 special, definitely what Oxygen wants, but the EU gonna return with 2 picks of his own to even it up. So it will be a 2v2. Can M80 retake effectively is the question. Koalanub able to pick up the gun. Trigger gets taken out. Spike gonna get tapped. It's being held by Koalanub. Rustin gonna peek out and take Koalanub out. It's now a 1v2 for you. Taps the Spike, and Scuba gonna swing off of that. And this round does go to Oxygen. They've taken the 6th round. It is now impossible for M80 to take the lead going into the next half. Now the question of the day is, will Oxygen be taking the lead? Or will Oxygen be taking the lead going into the next half, or will M80 be able to tie it up? It would require a 4-round win streak from M80. And again, like I said, I thought a back and forth may be on the table, and it looks like that may be what's happening. But again, M80 can't afford that, because if this back and forth does continue, Oxygen will take a decent lead going into the next half. It's now going to be a full buy from both sides. Now, if the pattern continues, and it's happened twice now where it's been a back and forth, so it's definitely possible M80 will take the win here in this round. If the pattern does continue, again, M80 will not be able to afford that. And we'll have to start getting worried. Because if it is a back and forth, Oxygen will take a pretty good lead going into the next half. I believe it'll be a 4-round lead. I believe if the back and forth continues, Oxygen will go into the next half 8-4, which is absolutely what you want to be. That's a good amount of rounds to get when you're on the offense of Lotus, which is such an offensive map. A very aggressive push into A, and it's a misread from M80. Site is taken. Redux Showstopper trying to clear some space. Not going to find a pick with it. He's going to push back at M80 though. And meanwhile, Scuba going to take out John Cutie, who's pushing through stairs. Xander and Koalanub though, this flank coming through. Each going to find a pick. And now it's going to be a 4v3. M80 now has the player advantage. Verno going to catch Koalanub off guard. The stun comes through on Xander as well. So Verno's going to be able to take him out. EU going to be able to take out Verno. So it is a 2v2. EU also going to be able to wallbang and take out Scuba. Mitch getting spammed with util after util after util. Spike, at this point, just going to be held. All Mitch has is a Guardian. He's going to be able to take out Nismo, and EU going to swing off of it. Spike, yes, it was planted for tree. And the defuse will come through. It looks like the back and forth may come to fruition, although that was an expensive round for both sides. M80 can't afford it nearly as much as Oxygen can. Oxygen Zcon in just a little bit of a better spot. But now Oxygen, off a round loss that they may not be able to buy because their econ wasn't great. Versus M80 may be able to force a buy here. So the back and forth may stop here if Oxygen has to take a save. But it looks like they're going to force a buy, hoping for a win. Now, if Oxygen doesn't win, not only will M80 prevent Oxygen from taking the lead, but then M80 should be able to take the round off of that, because it'll be another eco round for Oxygen. Yeah, so Oxygen really needs this round. Redux going to push out aggressively through A, able to find the pick on the Xander. It is traded off, yes, but then Rustin going to take out Nismo. Scuba's been able to push so quickly and deeply into A, using that from the shadows. He's able to find a pick after that. Now it's down to John Kuda and Koalanub in a 2v3. And it looks like they may just be going to save their guns, and I can't blame them. With how well, like, I mean, that execution was beautiful from Oxygen. I mean, that is what you want to see if you are a fan of Oxygen. And it's looking like maybe this back and forth going to come to fruition. It's on the table, and it looks like it's coming through. As Oxygen going to be able to take this next round, which will continue the back and forth pattern. And again, if the back and forth continues, then we'll go into the next half with M80 having 4 rounds and Oxygen having 8. So M80 does not want this back and forth. They'll be at a pretty big round differential. And yeah, sure, they'll be on the offense-sided map. And they're a little bit of an offense-sided team. So we absolutely could see M80 do very, very well and very, very powerfully. But, you know, you want to be giving yourself as much of a shot as possible. Now there's tools for Oxygen to use this round to try and break the back and forth pattern. At this point, the back and forth has happened 3 times. It is a bit of a pattern. It is important to point out. Although M80 now going to have to take an eco. They're not able to afford a buy. And so this round should go to Oxygen, which means, yes, the back and forth pattern will be broken, but it will not be broken in favor of M80. And as Rustin takes out Koalanub, that immediately starts M80 off. Gonna be down a player, and this spike is gonna go down on B as Oxygen has been allowed onto site. And this is going to be very, very difficult here for M80 to play. Fatal, though, they're expecting to push through Breakable, and none of M80 going to be pushing through there. All of them going to be coming in through Heaven. We will see if the push starts. It does. Oxygen ready for it. I mean, at this point, they have to be, although the two players in A link are going to be pushed back out through Breakable. Rustin going to clear out John Cutie. Xander's down to 0 HP off of that Fade Util, and he's going to get punished for it. Redux going to take out Xander and Nismo. You able to get out Redux. It's not going to be flawless, but Scuba going to trade it off, and this round does go to Oxygen. So yes, the back and forth pattern has been broken, but not in the favor of M80. Although they will be able to buy for this last round and a half, Oxygen may be going into the next half up 8-4 if M80 takes this round, but they're also in a position to go up into the next half 9-3. Now again, it's an offense-sided map, and it's very possible 8-4 that M80 will come back. It's even very possible that 9-3 M80 will come back. But again, you want to give yourself as much of an edge as possible, and M80 not really in a good position here. They do need to just close it up here, go 4-8 into the next half, because 9-3 may be near impossible for them to work through. And at the very least, it'll be a very, very difficult position for them to work through. Two ults here for M80. They've got a Rolling Thunder and a From the Shadows.
Over time, whereas teams like Mad Lions and OR Esports really struggled to make that same development over the course of Challengers. I mean, we knew that teams like M80
and it looks like Oxygen now going to be challenging a C hit, and there's only actually one on C for M80, although there is Killjoy Util to help back it up. Some Killjoy Util going to be placed in C main to prevent the push out or for a flank. It looks like Oxygen now going to be heading it over towards B or C. Showstopper now for Redux. Gets it up by picking up that ult orb.
A team that can find upsets to a team of superstars.
Ooh, the timing. 3 are now pushed out in B main, and they look away right as they rotate comes through from Oxygen. Koalanoob, though, going to be catching it. Will he be punished? No, he'll get away with his life. Although barely. And Oxygen just going to be able to push into A site from the shadows for Xander. May provide a little bit of pushback as he now is Heaven looking at drop. Scuba push deep in through stairs. Going to be able to take out John Cutie. It's now going to be a 4v4 here. Ooh, and the from the shadows for Xander going to put him in a position you can tell Oxygen was not ready for. Koalanoob also going to take out Rustin. It's now going to be a 4v2 retake for M80. There's a flank sure from Verno, but EO taking out Scuba. The spike's just going to be held. Verno not going to... Oh, he is able to find 3! And now he goes down, but it doesn't matter. It's the last round. Econ does not matter. It's the last round and a half. Now we're going to this next round. M80 is able to secure that last round. We'll be going to this half 4-8. If you're M80, you're not very happy about how that half went, but you're also in a decent position. We know how powerful M80 is on the offense. We know how offense-sided Lotus is. This is still very, very possible for M80 to come back and win this. Oxygen, though, definitely looking powerful enough to push back M80 and prevent this map from being won. At the very least, Oxygen may be able to get just as many rounds on their defense as M80 did and get it to overtime. And I think it's a very real possibility we see an overtime here with how these teams are playing. We will see, though. We know Oxygen is a very offense-sided team. Even on maps like Haven, which they're pretty solid at, their defense is the side that they're not as good at. And that is another 3-map site. Oxygen going to push up aggressively in A, looking for some early picks. Are they going to find it? No, not quite. It's John Cutie. Shuts it down. Going to take out Redux and Scuba. And now it's a 5v3 for M80. And yeah, this is not looking good here. Start off this map.
Oh boy, that's something, huh? Goodness.
Yeah, this 3v5. Ooh, Koalanoob going to be able to take out that Prowler. Koalanoob going to take out Rustin. Also going to take out Verno, and now she's down to Mitch in a 1v5. Not going to be able to do a whole lot there.
Dude, that is... Wow. That might be one of the better clips we have from Challengers.
Spike going to go down. It's now a 1v5. Give me 1 second.
Rapidly. I mean, he just popped off 2 quick ones, man. Yeah. It's not an ace. It's not like any crazy, play in that regard, but just the precision. I mean, he made that A aggression just take a lap, dude.
Does that rival the Jonah 6 clip from earlier? The one where he actually landed the shot.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because that was pretty sick. A pistol round. Jonah 6 ends up finding.
All right, sorry about that. I had to go take control of my dog.
Those were. I mean, that's really what it's the quality of the shots more than the
quality.
number.
You said.
Yeah, exactly. That was nasty. That was nasty, bro.
And just when I had said too, right? John Cutie getting pressured. Nah, no sweat off this guy's back. He makes quick work of the players this way, and I like this look from M80. Lots of respect given over.
Yeah, getting that first pistol round is a really big start for M80 because if you get that pistol round, it means that that 4-round deficit that you're at could very quickly be solved. And that's what we're seeing from M80. That lead that Oxygen has is not going to be grown.
See right now, paint shells pulled and ready to fly. In the meantime, Qualinoob kind of working a solo with the Marshall. He'll now get some reinforcements. Spike not committed. Really
Now, this push from M80, it's a bit of a split play. They're trying to figure out where Oxygen is holding, because they can be certain it's almost certainly a stack here. Not going to come out on A, and it does clear the site, so M80 going to make the call to come into A. That dog does so much clearing, and yeah, M80 going to be able to just get into site here. This Spike will go down, and Oxygen full stacked on C, not going to be able to rotate at all. It doesn't look like they're going to. I mean, they've got no reason to. So the push is going to come through. And now it's going to be a 5v5 retake where, you know, Oxygen only has classic. So very likely this round will go to M80. And honestly, I think M80 will make it a flawless round, which would be even better for them to try and recreate the start of the first half that gave them such powerful magic against M80. Or sorry, that gave Oxygen such powerful magic against M80 was winning those first 4 rounds, and then once the econ got balanced out, M80 was able to pull through on some of those rounds, and that's when we got the back and forth. So if M80 can do the same thing here, where they get the first 4 rounds and then we get a back and forth moving, sure to keep it even, but yeah. It looks like at this point it's going to be an exit play from Oxygen as they all push through Breakable, but the smoke comes out, and that's going to deny any vision there. So no picks come through from Oxygen. They're all just going to die to the Spike. A flawless round for M80 is definitely what they wanted. Now it's going to be a buy from Oxygen. And there's going to be a bonus round for M80 where they've got some good guns to push back against Oxygen Esports with. And now you're going to have to start to get a little bit worried here if you are M80, or sorry, if you are Oxygen, because there's going to be a really big firing squad to push you back with. Looks like Oxygen gonna go for a little bit of an aggressive push out A, potentially. Oh, what? Are you... Okay. Nismo. The wall bang gonna come through to take out Redux. I mean, that is just not fair. Wow, okay. And now M80 gonna be able to push pretty much wherever they want, being up a player. And the push is gonna come through onto C. And Oxygen's rotated off of C, so this round probably going to go to M80, despite it being the fact that there's a gun deficit for Oxygen. I mean, I've never seen that wallbang spot, but I guess you can wallbang there apparently. Lockdown comes out on C as the spike goes down, which is going to play some really good time. And at this point, Oxygen not going to be able to do a whole lot. It looks like they may be going for the 4-player save. Yeah, it looks like it. They're going to go to save all of their players. And I think that's a good choice here. I mean, you're probably not going to win just with how well time is played by that lockdown. And also, you're down a player. At this point, Oxygen just going to have to go for the save, which does mean, similarly to how Oxygen won 4 rounds in a row to start off the first half, maybe looking at the same here for M80. Although this is only the 3rd round win in a row, this is their bonus round that they're winning. So next round, it's going to be full buy for both sides. If M80 wins that round, Oxygen going to be in some trouble where they may have to take a timeout. And yeah, it looks like M80 would like to take out those Oxygen players who are trying to save, but Oxygen will get away with that save. So it's going to be a buy round this round. Redux going to have to force and get a Guardian. This will be a buy round here for Oxygen. It's a buy from both sides. Look at the eco, though, for M80. So even if Oxygen does win this round, they need to do it with as many players alive as possible, preferably the majority for their econ. And M80 is going to need to put up a really,
I don't know. Redux is trying to
or sorry,
take
M80 is going to need to die pretty much. Essentially, this needs to be a flawless round from Oxygen in order for their econ to go well and to destroy the econ from M80. And as I say that, of course, Redux gets that early pick. The wallbang pick, not quite going to be lucky this time around. Score's now going to be 7-8. 7-8. Score, the player count now going to be 4v5. M80 going to keep pushing up A. It looks like maybe they want to pivot to breakable, although an operator on Nismo not going to be able to do a whole lot if they do push into B. Skyflash comes out. It's not going to do anything. Turret is blinded. Gets taken out. It's now going to be a 4v5 where... Sorry, what? The turret gets taken out, which does now mean that Oxygen has to be afraid that it might be a B push. But there are still 2 on A, 2 on B, and 1 on C, and it's a good place. This is good placement because it means that the rotate can come through very quickly over to A. Although they're actually rotating over to A too early. M80's pushing into B. Alberto gonna catch that. And now Oxygen gonna have to push through. A little bit later than they would have liked. They would have liked to have had a good hold on to B. Spike's gonna come down, and now it's down to Oxygen to try and play this retake if they want to. I think their plan essentially was to prevent the plant, but now that the plant is down, they sort of have to. Operator and Nismo hoping to find a pick, not going to, and Redux taking out John Cutie. Nismo there to trade it off. Now the push gonna come through into breakable. Mitch gonna take out Nismo, not expecting EU to be holding it, although so EU will trade it off. Rustin, though, going to take out Xander, and now it's a 1v3 for EU. Spike's just going to be held, and going to pick up an operator. Oh, no, not going to pick up an operator. Scuba going to take EU out, and the operator is actually going to be picked up by Oxygen. Score now going to be 7-9, and that 4th round denied by Oxygen, which means M80 will not tie it up, and the econ is going to be kind of saved for Oxygen. They're able to keep the majority of their players alive on that win. I don't think they're going to be able to completely full buy this round, although they should be able to get scramble it together and at the very least get some good rifles with light shield. Oh no, it's going to be a complete full buy. Never mind, Oxygen does have the econ for that. Meanwhile, M80, who has had some big solid econ built up off of those first 3 round wins, going to be able to full buy this round and next round, even if they lose this one, and maybe even the round after that. So there's some good econ momentum, econ trajectory for M80 here. Just down to will Oxygen be able to play that and get rid of that econ. Scuba pushed up in C, looking to maybe do some damage, trying to get away with his life, but Clawanoop going to stop that in its tracks. It's now going to be a 5v4 for M80 as they're going to take sight. They did spot both, and Xander going to shoot through the smoke and take out both Verno and Mitch. It's now a 2v5, and Rustin and Redux just going to have to save their guns. We've seen so many of these saves come through really long rounds, not because these sites aren't being taken quickly, but because these players keep saving, so we just have to wait until the end of the spike, which is 45 seconds. And, yeah, M80 gonna work towards trying to tie it back up, or try and get towards tying it up.
That is something that
Get back into a position where they can. Oxygen has the econ to survive a round loss here. Meanwhile, M80... they again, like I said, they could survive a loss here, and then maybe even the round after that. So they're in a really solid spot here, whereas Oxygen, not so much, right? So they're saving their guns here, so that way they can buy next round. But with the tracking not quite going to come through, Rustin able to take out Qualiner, but Xander going to trade it off, and now the operator going to get pushed and picked up. This round going to go to M80. Looks like they don't want the op. This round going to go to M80, and now they're only 1 round away from tying it up. Oxygen, who did, or who was unable to save their guns, not going to be able to buy, and it looks like now the timeout comes through, and, you know, there's a reason why. It has not been a good, there's not been a good first half, or second half here for Oxygen. They've started to lose that grasp of the lead that they did have, and M80's been playing this very, very well. They've been getting their econ in a decent spot. Pretty much exactly where they want. Pretty much exactly where they want it to be is where M80, like, they're definitely gaining this back. That's what I said. Like, I think M80 could have come back, but also Oxygen had a good lead and could have prevented the comeback. But It's looking like it's going to happen here in decently dominant fashion. I'm thinking M80 is still going to be able to take Lotus despite that first half not going super well. And I think Oxygen's core issue right now is they're letting that spike get down. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive on that defense and prevent the plant. They're just afraid of losing players early because they're afraid they'll lose their gunfights. And that's because they have kind of been losing their gunfights some of these times. But I do think when will be an eco round, but when Oxygen is back on a bye, they do need to be taking a little bit of a more aggressive defense if they would like to push back the offense of M80, because just allowing M80 to get this spike down means you're gonna pretty much be saving. I mean, I think every single time M80's gotten that spike down, they've won. And so Oxygen does just need to prevent that spike plant. Meanwhile, let's get into this eco round for Oxygen. Not going to be as harsh of a fight. Koalanoob able to take out Redux. That was in A main. Meanwhile, the rest of M80 going to be challenging B. There is a B challenge from Oxygen. 3 there. Xander able to take out Rust. Inferno going to be able to trade it off, but it is still a player advantage for M80 where they have such a big gun advantage. Flank coming in from Scuba, going to be good for at least 1 pick. John Kitty going to take out Mitch, though, for a bit of a trade, and that player advantage still in the hands of M80 because of how low Scuba just got. He's running away over to C. Meanwhile, Verno going to be holding his, or taking his place over on A to try and watch it and try and lock it down, while M80 is starting to push into A. Verno's going to hear that, and now the rotate can come through from Scuba. Verno is in tree, and the shorty going to come out from Koalanoob to clear Verno out. It's now a 1v3 for Scuba with 5 HP. At this point, just going to be looking for some exit picks. So, turret, not going to let that happen. Going to finish him off. This round goes to M80, and it's a round we expected them to win. Did they lose more players than I thought maybe they would? Yeah, sure. But they do keep the majority of their players alive, and of course, they win that round, which is most important. It's an eco round from Oxygen. Of course, you should be winning that, and M80 does. Now we're going to see if Oxygen will do what I was hoping they would do, which is this more aggressive defense I was expecting, or I was wanting to see, was that sort of more aggressive defense where they prevent that plant from going down. Now that they're on a bye, we'll see if Oxygen can do that. There's 2 ults for M80 to use this round, Bladestorm and Rolling Thunder. I doubt we'll see the Bladestorm come out. There's just really no reason to, unless, you know, you run out of bullets. But I imagine we'll probably see that Rolling Thunder come out. That Bladestorm does come out. Koalanoob looking to maybe clear into sight, but does get concussed, and now just going to have to back up. And M80 going to start pushing into C. It looks like Rolling Thunder does come out, like I said. Scuba going to not get hit, and Rustin also not going to get hit. Going to find 2 picks. Mitch going to take out Nismo. It's now a 2v5 here for these remaining M80 players. You're going to take out Mitch, but just trade it off. And now it's down to Xander in a 1v4. Not going to do much there. Verno going to take Xander out. And that was that aggressive defense I wanted to see. That proactive defense preventing that spike from going down. And that's what we saw. Now we may see Oxygen able to take this map. And if they are, I mean, honestly, they may have a chance of taking a 2-0 here against M80, because Split, I'll remind you, is not M80's best map. In fact, it is their worst map. We haven't seen them on Bind, so we don't know exactly how good that would be, but we do know Split is their worst map, at the very least, and that is what we are seeing here from Oxygen. That is what it looks like. 2 ults here for Oxygen, a Lockdown and a Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, M80's got a From the Shadows, Xander. And it looks like M80 gonna get ready for this A push. 5v5 right now. Still no damage done, or no damage done to either side yet. Verno gonna be holding this main entrance at the site very aggressively. Or not super aggressively, but with that ADS just scoped in, waiting for that push in. Not gonna come through though, becoming a little bit impatient as M80 has cut pretty much all of the noise. Nope, that orb being picked up. And now Oxygen going to get ready for this push to start. Although Breakable's been broken, and it looks like maybe M80 wants to pivot. Although, no, it looks like they are going to be going into A. The Seekers come out. And now they are going to start this push into A. Verno was looking like he maybe was getting ready to rotate over to B. May have been a good choice, as the push into B does start for M80. Spike going to get the opportunity to go down, as Oxygen not really going to be able to stop it. Although, no, never mind. The Rolling Thunder comes out. Lockdown also for Oxygen. See if that's gonna do anything here. Like, still not down. Ooh, Quantum gonna take Mitch out. 10 seconds left. The spike does need to go down, and it is. And Nismo gonna push up, able to take out Rust, and Redux gonna trade it off though, but still a player advantage for M80 at this point. Scuba gonna be pushing into Qualanoob's crosshair at this point. Oh, Qualanoob gonna get caught. The timing there, excellent for Scuba. He's able to take out Qualanoob. Now Verno takes out EU. Spike does get the opportunity to go down, which I said Oxygen really needed to prevent, but it goes down, and it doesn't matter. The retake, because of Redux's 3 kills, going to be good for securing this round. And Oxygen now only 2 rounds away from the map win. That's absolutely where they want to be. M80's got some good econ here. They've got some good econ momentum. They built up some good econ stability. But at this point, it's looking like maybe Oxygen, at the very least, can start a bit of a back and forth, which will go their way if it does start a back and forth. Or they may be able to get some of these round wins. See the timeout come out, and there's a pretty good reason for it. They've just lost, 2 rounds in a row, which is not a whole lot of rounds, but it's absolutely not where M80 wants to be. Let's go ahead and look at these kill consistency, or this kill consistency. Look at M80. 14, 14, 11, 11, 7. That is beautiful. That is the kill consistency I'd like to see. It means you're all finding the picks when you need to. You're trading each other off. You're playing well positionally to allow all of your teammates to find this picture. Nismo lacking behind a little bit. And yeah, maybe not exactly who you'd want, but it is still a good position to be in. Then you go over to Oxygen, and it goes 18, then 13, 13, 11, and then 6. Not good kill consistency, and they are winning, so it may not matter, but still, it means not all of your players are finding those kills. I mean, Mitch is 5 kills below a Scuba. Redux is 5 kills above, I believe that was Verno. I'm not entirely sure. The second high, or sorry, Rustin. What am I saying? Redux 5 kills above Rustin, which is not a bad spot. Which is, you can have a carry, sure, but the rest of your team does need to be maintaining a good core stability. But because of how far below Mitch is behind Scuba, it does show your entire team is not pulling through, and it's rather, one of your players carrying. And sure, it may work out, but you don't want that. You want all of your players to be playing on the same level. From the Shadows available for Xander, Lockdown available for Oxygen Verno. Only one open away from his ult, but may not need to use it. It looks like M80 going to be allowed to get onto a site, maybe pushed back by Oxygen. It looks like they're wanting to play this Lockdown, perhaps, possibly. It looks like M80 may be ready for that. Qualanoob going to take out Verno, taking a very proactive stance. Redux going to take out Qualanoob. Will this Lockdown come out? Doesn't look like yet. The spike is going to get to go down. The Lockdown does come out now. M80 not going to stop the Lockdown. They're not going to be able to destroy it. Xander wanting to find a pick when his smoke drops. Ooh, he gets caught in the Lockdown, though. Will he get found is the question of the day. Maybe, maybe not. He will be, and Mitch going to shut him down. You're going to take out Mitch, though, so it will be a 2v2 here, and the spike is down, so it's down to Oxygen to bait these players out and take them out. But John Cutie takes out Scuba. Redux now alone in a 1v1. Very winnable for him, and he does it. 4 kills for Redux this round. Redux in a 1v2 clutches it out, and now Oxygen is on map point. This is not where M80 wanted to be at all.
I think the biggest moment was getting that trade on Koala, not letting him pop off in tower. I feel like that was such a big initial kill for Redux, and then obviously questionable call for Xander to just stay there and get detained at drop. I mean, I get he was trying to catch someone on.
I mean, I think M80 did not play that as well as they wanted. I mean, you saw Xander get caught in the lockdown. I don't think that needed to happen. Obviously, he was trying to get a pick there, but probably should not have done that regardless. I mean, he didn't even get the pick, right? So it wasn't even worth it. So I think M80 should have played that a little bit safer on that post plant. They wanted to play a little bit more proactively, defend well, but did not end up coming through. Xander, using that from the shadows, gets spotted by the alarm bot. I didn't even know that there was a thing that could happen. I suppose you don't usually see them from the shadows into an alarm bot. B-site, aggressively taken by M80. They've been doing a little bit of these slow pushes lately, but this round not as slow, and Oxygen gonna not be prepared for it. One defender of site is taken out, as well as the util they provided. Fade ult does come through. Redux gonna find the pick onto Xander through the smoke. Meanwhile, Mitch takes out EU. Ooh, the shorty on Qualinoob gonna take out Redux. Bruno there to trade it off. It's a 2v2 now. Scuba gonna take out Nismo. Spike gonna just be held at this point. And it's up to John Cutie. Can he retake? No. Scuba gonna take John Cutie out. And map 1 goes to Oxygen. They've taken Lotus, chosen by M80. And Oxygen is actually in a position to 2-0 M80 right now, because we're going to be going into Oxygen's pick of Split. Now, I think Oxygen picked Split not because it's their favorite map or anything like that, but because they know it's M80's weaker map. It's not the strongest map from M80, although M80's last showing on Split did go to overtime. So we do know that M80 is decent on Split, or at least has practiced it. Question is, has Oxygen practiced it enough to take a 2-0 win over M80? They're in a position to do so after taking the map chosen by M80. But again, I don't know if it'll be enough. It could be, sure. But will it be, is the question.
I mean, it took them a minute to figure it out, but once they did, they did great. And again, another big point to talk about is Redux is continuing to pass the eye test, man. Like, I feel like he's gotten better and better each and every week, which just makes sense, right? He's getting more comfortable being in this team. He's getting more time to practice and get reps with the squad. It seems like they're syncing up really well, and he had a huge game here.
Yeah, Redux seemingly going from, in his interview, his own words, kind of just doing his parts to full Kento Nanami, putting in that overtime now as that star duelist. He's starting to fill those shoes, but there are more maps to come. We had questions about Lotus. Those questions then follow us into our second map after the short break. We're headed out towards Split.
With eBay
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at how that went, because like I talked about, there's a lot of inconsistency, especially in that kill consistency that I talked about for Oxygen, and I don't think that was their strongest play. Yeah, sure, they beat M80, which is a feat in and of itself, but it's only one map, and I think there's going to be some weaknesses that we can highlight. The main thing I want to talk about, and the main thing that I think will become an issue, is Redux is carrying Oxygen right now. So all M80 has to do is deny Redux, in the sense that they shut him down, deny those entries, deny the re-entries for him on the defense, and boom, all of a sudden Oxygen is down one of their star players, and there's not going to be a whole lot that they can do. What you're seeing is, although Redux is carrying, he's carrying because he's picking up the slack of Mitch, and here it works out, but Mitch not carrying his own will definitely weigh on Oxygen if Redux is not carrying his own, in the sense that Redux is not. Wait, no. If Redux is denied, in the sense that M80 is able to shut him down, then the fact that Mitch is in this position of being up, or sorry, being so down for his team and sort of weighing on his team, could definitely weigh on Oxygen, to the point where Oxygen, because Redux may be shut down, will not be able to carry the map. I mean, that's all M80 has to do, is shut down Redux, and all of a sudden they're in a much better position. Speaking of players weighing down the team, though, you look over at M80 and Nismo, 3 kills behind Xander. That's not a whole lot, but it is not, the position you'd want your team to be in. You want maybe a little bit more kill consistency where your whole team is double digits. And then we also see EU 3 kills above John Cutie. So we see some of that inconsistency, but it's much more together. I'd say the kills from M80 is much more together than that of Oxygen. At the end of the day, I think what M80 really struggled on there is their team play is not very powerful. It's what we saw Shopify able to abuse, is if you can shut down that individual play that a team like M80 really thrives on, all of a sudden, when you're playing better positionally, it's really going to show through for your team, and that's what we saw. M80 started to play better positionally, and it showed, and they were, Oxygen was able to play better positionally, and that meant M80 had to put up a good positional play, and that's not really their strong suit. Their strong suit is these really strong individual players. Because that was denied, M80 wasn't able to take a win here. And again, it's something we saw with them against Shopify. And sure, they don't need this series to qualify for playoffs, right? It's not a big series for them. They may be taking a little bit of a backseat, relaxing a little bit, because they don't need to be pulling through here. But they should still be putting up a good fight, considering this may be the last fight before, this will be the last fight before playoffs. And we want to see them, for them, they want to be putting up a good fight before playoffs, so that way they're not ending up in that lower bracket, right? in the midseason face-off, they didn't even have to touch the lower bracket. They went all the way through the upper bracket to the grand finals, and they won. They would love to be in that position again, but the fact that Shopify was able to shut them down, and now it looks like Oxygen may be able to do the same, they're in a position to 2-0, it doesn't bode well for M80 going into playoffs, where they may have to take a back seat and try and go through the lower bracket, and may have to give up their upper bracket position to a team like Moist Moguls, which has more of that better cohesive team play to rival that of Shopify, to rival that of Oxygen. And you know, I will highlight something, right? You've got Shopify. They were able to beat M80. They've got a player like Vanity, this ex IGL for Cloud9, a tier 1 team, right? Obviously, this is a team that now is going to be able to pull it together really cohesively, having this new IGL in who knows his stuff, right? And so that's what we saw from Shopify, playing super well positionally, having really good calls. Now we've got a team like Oxygen, which has subbed out one of their better duelists for an assistant coach who is going to be pulling through for his team and help the team come up with new ideas to play better positionally. And that's what we're seeing combat a team like M80, which is super powerful offensively and individually. They just don't have a team that is built for cohesiveness and playing together as much as a team like Shopify can be now that they've got Vanity, right? Or a team like Oxygen can be now that they're bringing in this player who is willing to listen to these better coaching, to this coaching, now that they've got an assistant coach who's going to be able to bring new ideas mid-game to the table, not having to take a timeout to do so. And it brings together this sort of cohesiveness that will combat that of M80. Now, will M80 be able to pull through on their own? That's the question we need to find on Split. And if not, I think M80 may be taken down pretty easily when they go into playoffs, and we may see a big upset where M80 is not making it to Ascension because they get taken out by a team like Oxygen, by a team like Shopify Rebellion, right? That's the question right here. In this series, will this be the make or break for M80 to say M80's not going to be that team we thought maybe they would be, where they're playing well cohesively and other teams are just able to play better cohesively themselves and shut down M80. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the casters have to say, though, because that map 1 is a little bit of an upset, but we may still be looking at a map 2 that goes to M80. Let's take a listen.
Step to the occasion. 300 ACS, 23 and 15 from him on the raise.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slight change. It did bring in the fade for the Sova.
Sure, but nothing major.
Yeah, I don't think that was the tipping point. It was definitely really, I think, them just being willing to fight M80 head on. I think it was Redux having tons of impact. It wasn't the number of frags that he got. It was how he got them. Like, he was stuffing aggression and limiting the impact of players making forward movements, and he himself was able to have some pretty nice opening picks. So yeah, I mean, he definitely is continuing to grow within this team, no doubt about it.
I think one of the interesting things is seeing Koala Noob still manage to hit that crazy level of performance that we know that Koala Noob is capable of in the first blood department. Dude had 7 first bloods. His issue was he was just getting shut down elsewhere. He ends up finishing 16 and 15. The numbers aren't the worst, but they're certainly not like some of the 30 bomb types we've seen from him in the past. But it's just a strong map from Oxygen. You had talked about it, Dust. One of the things you were concerned about is they might play a little bit light on one half of the map. This is not a problem for them here. They end up closing things out, and they end up sticking true after a strong first half.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly an increasing comeback effort from 80 where I started to get scared that maybe their defense was going to be a problem again, but it was pretty quickly resolved.
Man. We are looking at an Oxygen roster that we came into the season questioning, just looking at Split 1. And those questions were answered coming out of Split 1 and then into the midseason face-off. And then we saw them make changes. And we were talking about this before this first map. We were like, I don't know if I'm sold on the changes. And I don't want to say that this one map is like, they were right. They got it. That's clearly not the point that's trying to be made. But it is promising to see Redux sort of rise to the occasion, because up until today, he hasn't been bad, because I don't feel like that's fair. he just hasn't had a game where it was like, okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
You know, he went 13 and 12.
Yeah,
And
that's what I was saying. Like before, like, or that's what I said before the series, right? Like Redux is good, sure, but he's not playing better than I think Pony would, right? Like I think he's maybe playing on the same level as Pony, if not a little bit worse. Still good for his team, but now coming into this map, especially, like he really did shine through on the Duelist. Now, of course, it's an offense-sided map, so the Duelist is going to shine through more, but I do think it could be a good omen of what is to come as we move forward.
That's what it was going to take. Had a, I guess we're, what, 4 weeks now in with him, but the first week you can kind of push to the side because he's playing the Killjoy, his first time on Duelist, and even in his interview, he says, yeah, I was just kind of doing my job. I didn't have to do too much. I didn't have to go crazy. My team had me. Then week 2, you just mentioned the numbers there, and you're expecting week 3 to be a bit better. And then at a certain point, if you're, for whatever reason, a hater, and you say, you know, Redux got lucky. Redux did this against Shopify, who hasn't been looking like a strong team, or did this against TSM, he looked bad. Well, then you turn your eyes to what just happened here. And this is M80 that we're talking about. That Redux just came here and just, I mean, dunked on M80, on the Raze no less, which I would imagine just carries over into Split. So it's looking very promising. A team, like I said, for me, that went from a team that was able to find upsets to now a team full of superstars.
You mentioned the map being split. Here's our map picks and bans. That's how we ended up there. We've seen Oxygen have pretty decent success on split. They obviously bested G2, a team who's known to have a proclivity for playing the map going back to the mid-season face-off. They also lost to G2 at the mid-season face-off on this map. It was a 13-5 loss and then a 13-9 victory.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like there's two sides to this. Is it M80's worst map other than maybe Bind, because they keep banning Bind, so we have no idea if they're good on Bind? Yes, it is M80's worst map if you're just looking purely on paper. However, it's also a map that they lost to G2 when G2 was at their peak on Split, and I think we all saw how well G2 played on Split at their peak, right? Clearly not now. I mean, they've lost on Split quite a bit now, but this is Split to G2, who clearly is not on their best. But if we're just looking at like mid-season face-off, the one map that G2 was able to take up on M80 was Split. So on paper, you look at this and you go, all right, sure, M80's been bested on Split, but that was also G2 at their peak. But it could also be argued M80 is not at their peak right now either, right? Like, M80 took a loss to Shopify Rebellion. Clearly, these teams are starting to get a little bit inside of the skin of M80. I mean, think about it. Disguise just did better against M80 in their previous series last week than Disguise did against M80 in both of the series that they had prior to that, right? So there is this sort of argument to be made that M80 is in a little bit of an interesting spot when it comes to this, because yes, their loss on Split was against G2's prime, but also M80's not at their prime themselves, right? Like, we could definitely still see M80 with a little bit of a tough, be in a little bit of a tough position here. But that's neither here nor there. Let's just see how it goes. Let's get into the agent select here. Let's take a look at these players and what they're picking here. It looks like we have no picks that are similar except for Sky. There's going to be a Sky on both teams, being on EU and Mitch. The rest of the agents are going to be entirely different. It's a double controller setup from M80. They've got an... Or sorry, no, the Astra is the same as well. Scuba's got an Astra, and then John Cutie. So it's going to be double controller from M80, though, being that Astra, but also there's going to be a Viper. Over on Oxygen Esports, they're going for double Sentinel. Now, I'll point out, it's double Initiator on M80 as well. They don't have a Sentinel at all. Oxygen going to be with Cypher and a Sage. Over on M80, no Sentinel. They're double Initiator being Sky, which I've already talked about. Both teams have a Sky. They're also having a KO. And then, of course, they have a Duelist and Koala Noob on Jet. Jet, a little bit less common here on Split. We've found Raze is a little bit better. Sometimes you'll see a Raze and a Jet. Raze for entry and then Jet to have the operator, but here we don't see that. Yeah, Oxygen gonna have a double Sentinel, one of everything else. And the engagement has started as Oxygen starting on this offense, pushing through Heaven, gonna find 2 picks, only 1 pick exchange, which means it's a 2-for-1 special as Oxygen entries onto the site. Spike gonna go down. M80 peeking out, trying to prevent the plant. They don't. Koala Noob will find a pick. Will not prevent the plant. Bruno gonna jump peek over, maybe trying to find a pick. They know Koala Noob is low. trying to take him out. Qualinoob does get blinded. Not going to get pushed, though. Up to full HP as well. So now it is a 3v3. Verno, though, going to be able to take out Qualinoob. And then Mitch going to take out EU. And now it's a 1v3 for Nismo. Trying to push in through here. Again, not really going to be able to do a whole lot here. Going to have to peek Verno backside. And a jump right click from Verno. We've seen Verno. Or Verno did really, really well this map. Or sorry, this round. This map. Map just started. So I guess you could say this map. But yeah, Oxygen does take the first pistol round. And now we're going to be moving into the forced buy off of that pistol round from Oxygen. And I think at this point, if you are Oxygen Esports, you got to be feeling pretty good. Starting off this map right is the way you want to do it. This is a defense-sided map for a multitude of reasons, but one of the main ones being there's a big choke point in this push through A, through A main. It's going to be a bit of a choke point. Through B garage, it's a choke point, and through mid, it's a bit of a choke point. These are really big choke points that the defense can take pretty good advantage of. So taking the first pistol round of the or for Oxygen being on the offense is a really good start for them. And also, wherever they decide to pivot to, if they pivot to B through mid, this could be really good for them. Though M80 is starting to rotate over to B. They're starting to realize they've left B entirely open, and Oxygen may be pushing into B. Nismo coming up heaven, gonna spot them.
Yeah, looking like pretty much a done deal round.
Oh, and the flick comes through, but not quick enough. Nismo going to take out Verno, although it is traded off. Meanwhile, Mitch in A heaven. Not going to find a pick quite yet. Only has a frenzy. M80 trying to run him down and take him out. And Mitch gets away with his life. The question is, does he find a pick now? No. Mitch very low on health. So is EU, though. Both guys low on HP, around 20 HP. This spike's been down for quite a while, and Mitch did do some good job at stalling, and it looks like at this point M80 just going to have to survive and die to the spike. Not really going to go for any picks because they don't want to get picked off themselves. And it looks like Oxygen going to win this round. Ooh, Qualinoob can take out Mitch, though. I was going to say they're going to keep 4 players left alive. They do keep 3 players left alive, and the saves did come through from Oxygen, so they're in a position to afford 2 players left alive, and they're actually going to be able to get those 2 players good guns next round, I believe. Which does mean that Oxygen Esports, although not on a full buy, will be damn near close. Rusting going to have a Spectre, but it's pretty much going to be a full buy from both sides, excluding that Spectre, and it's a bonus round from Oxygen. So the Econ looking pretty solid for Oxygen to start this off of those first 2 rounds. One, M80 going to be on a full buy here. They need this round to get some Econ stability moving and to try and damage the Econ of Oxygen to the best of their abilities. Oxygen going to be in a good position to, if not win, at the very least get a few good kills off on M80 and take out the majority of their players, which is pretty much Oxygen's main goal if they're not trying to win. It should be just to get the majority of M80's players down. Oxygen look like they want to take mid control here. Looks like that's where they're moving. That's the direction they're moving in. Mitch going to take out Nismo. It's now a 4v5 for M80.
Yeah, that Trailblazer clears the way for Redux to get into B heaven pretty
Sky Dog comes through. It's now 4v5.
Confirms Redux is there, but that's really about it. Sight is going to have to be a retake situation at this point as Redux has cleared out everything.
And yeah, Oxygen has just been able to clear so much space here, and this spike's going to go down. It actually looks like M80 being down a player, knowing the firepower Oxygen has. It looks like they're going for the 4-player save. And I agree with the decision, or I understand why they're doing it. It's not a bad choice. But that does mean Oxygen has just been allowed on their offense, on a defense-sided map, to get 3 rounds in a row. And at this point, M80's got to look a little bit concerned, or got to feel a little bit concerned about the direction that this map may be headed in. Just off of this dominant first, or at least this half, the way this half may be, the direction this half may be headed in. Verno takes out EU. We're trying to hunt down these players, and now it's going to be 3-player save for M80.
Yeah, Scuba also trying to come through Spawn and see if he can find something on his way, but rest of M80's pretty firmly tucked into safe positions to save these 3 rifles, so no further economic damage being done by Oxygen on that one. Obviously, M80 with the
And,
gonna
be able to keep those 3 players. It's looking like M80 is gonna be able to afford a full buy here. Oxygen gonna be taking, it looks like maybe another bonus. Rustin gonna be on that Spectre still. Potentially, it looks like they want to continue to just keep this econ. And I guess it makes sense, you know, stabilize your econ as much as possible, but it also, I mean, could be to their deficit. You may not, I mean, it may not matter too much. We'll see. As Oxygen gonna be pushing in through A, having control, not giving up, although push up ramp. Redux may find a pick here on Xander if Xander peeks back into heaven. Redux, ooh, nearly catches him. Not quite, but Xander's looking, but still Redux gonna find that pick. John Cutie gonna take out Mitch. Redux trying to trade it, not gonna be able to. John Cutie gonna take him out. John Cutie also gonna take out Scuba. A side being locked down by John Cutie. It's now a 2v4 for Oxygen. Although they do have sight and the spike can go down. This not looking like it's gonna be a round that goes the way of Oxygen. Preston's been able to pick up a gun though. And yeah, it's looking like Oxygen is just gonna hold this. I'm curious to see how they decide to hold this. Sage Wall comes out to wall off elbow. Verno gonna be playing from on top of it, doing a little grim wall action. Gonna take out Koala Noob. And now it's a 3v2. Crushing comes out. Verno gonna take out Nismo. John Cutie gonna take out Verno. Rustin able to take out John Cutie, but it is traded because, of course, the numbers advantage in the hands of M80. And although M80 finally takes a round, they lose all but one of their players, so it is still an expensive round, although they were able to keep 3 guys from previous rounds, so their econ's okay, and off of that win, they are going to be able to buy. Meanwhile, Oxygen, who took complete bonus that round, nearly maxing out some of their players, going to be able to buy here. I mean, we literally saw Rustin go into that round with a Spectre. That is how bad they wanted to get that bonus. John Cutie locking down Heaven. I mean, that is just called winning your gunfights, and at the end of the day, like, you know, that is why one Radiant player could beat like 5 Iron players, because the gunfight win is just what's going to happen, right? And it can make a pretty decent difference. 2 ults for Oxygen, 1 ult for M80. There's a Cosmic Divide for John Cutie, 2 ults for Oxygen in the Resurrection and the Seekers.
Should they keep losing, they're gonna be on that full loss bonus as well. So they set themselves up nicely.
Oxygen now gonna be pushing in through garage. It looks like.
The first, it was a 4-0 start for Oxygen Esports. M80 to make sure it's
Oxygen just gonna push through.
They have as Mitch queues up the Seekers, trying to find out where this defense is playing.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy B heaven setup initially.
And yeah, Oxygen gonna be getting into the start of B garage, but again, it's a pretty big choke point, and we may see M80 abuse that. Meanwhile, the rest of M80, they got 2 lurks over on A, and it looks like Oxygen wants to take advantage of that, starting this rotate. Although the stage wall did come out, which just bait M80 to get 3 over onto B site. Oxygen gonna just be able to start this point into A, it looks like. We're not going to take out Koala Noob. EU going to take out Rustin, so it will be a 4v4. EU locking down a site, which is the site that Oxygen is rotating to. Now down to Xander and EU to lock down this site. It is a 2v3 on the site right now. Definitely winnable. Although the spike does go down. Site's not cleared, but the spike's still going to go down. I believe it's planted for Heaven. Xander trying to lock it down, but it is traded off. The one pick that he does get. The flash comes through. Redux not going to be able to find a pick off of that. Although from Heaven, Mitch going to do good damage to Nismo, but gets flanked by John Cutie. Now the player advantage in the hands of M80. Well, Verno taking quite a bit of damage as Redux gets taken out. Cosmic Divide dropping now, and yeah, Nismo going to take Verno out this round. Low barely does go to M80, and again, this is that defense-sidedness that you can talk about. Oxygen got caught in that B garage choke point, decided to back off, rotate over to A, and then M80 was just on site still. Oxygen never cleared them out, and well, that really weighed on them. No command for M80 to use this round. Resurrection for Oxygen Esports, and this is finally getting to the point, finally for M80, getting to the point where Oxygen is running out of money. I mean, they got some really solid econ built up off of those 3-round wins in a row. Finally, If they don't win this one, I mean, they may be able to buy next round, although I don't think so. Whereas M80 off of a round loss here, M80 off of a round win here will be able to buy. Their econ also not super stable, so if they lose here, they may not be able to buy, but they should. I think they should be able to. Oxygen going to be pushing into A now. Koala Noob and Ramp trying to find some picks, trying to prevent the push in. He does take out Verno, but Redux taking out EU, the one player on site to lock it down. Shows means site is now in the hands of Oxygen, although the spike not on site quite yet. Gonna have to get on there. Mitch gonna have to get on site. He will get on site. The spike gonna be planted right in the middle. Very exposed. I would never plant there. That's just me though. Null Command now comes out from Nismo, looking to try and take this site. Mitch gonna get spotted in elbow. Rustin gonna be able to spray through the smoke, I believe. Through the smoke. Yeah, it was through the smoke to take out the ultimate. But John Cutie gonna spray back and take out Rustin for a trade. And the res comes out. Mitch though gonna lock down the site, taking out John Cutie and Koala before getting taken out. Which does mean trades come through. It's a 2v2. Scuba got some of that post plant util. Oh, the spike barely. Wait. Did that spike get held? Wait. It got defused. Oh my god. Just barely that spike gets defused. Wait, what happened there? Hold on, can you show that replay? Wow, that was like 0.2 seconds away. I mean, that is impressive. Two ults. I mean, wow. Oxygen nearly took that round, but they don't. Although they do keep two players alive. Oxygen will be able to buy this round because they did not lose all of their players. Their econ's decent here. Another expensive round for M80 though, so they do need to win this round. Continue to win these rounds because they've been close rounds for M80, who have lost quite a few players, especially on that last round where they lost both of their players. Two ults for Oxygen to use this round, Resurrection and a Showstopper. Meanwhile, M80 only has one, and it's the Blade Storm, which, although powerful, may not come out if Noob does not need to take them out, as M80 off of a round loss would pretty much immediately be in an eco round, so the Jet Knives, the Blade Storm would need to come out, so probably just going to wait to use these unless he has to. Also going to take out Xander. That's some engagement in A main. That does mean an early pick for Oxygen here, which will make this a 5v4. Question now for Oxygen is, where do they go? They use a Neural Theft. They know where both of these M80 players are, although EU is still able to find a pick. Verno going to get the res off on Mitch. Rustin going to take out EU, but John Cutie there to trade it off, and then the Showstopper going to take John Cutie out. The Blade Storm does come out, but it is a 2v4 that M80 has to play, and this will be more than difficult. Cross being held by Verno and Mitch. And, yeah, M80, I think they're just going to go for the save. Although the Blade Storm did end up coming out, it is wasted. As, Koala Noob did not find any use for it. And Oxygen does take an offensive round to prevent M80 from taking the lead in this half. And again, this is a very defense-sided map. So the fact that M80 is not finding this defensive advantage is not looking good. Now, Oxygen and M80 are both very offense-oriented teams, so it's still very, very possible that even if we go into the next half where it's even, or even if Oxygen has the lead, it's still very possible M80 could take the lead back. But again, defense-sided map, so the odds won't be in their favor. Koala Noob going to take out Mitch, though. Now it's a 2v2. Although the round already went to Oxygen. Doesn't mean econ stability denied there a little bit, though. But like I said, it was M80 who was at a worse econ going into that round. So Oxygen absolutely can afford to buy here, as their econ was already decent. I mean, they were able to carry through some econ momentum from a 3-round win streak. And then they lost 3 rounds in a row and still able to carry through some econ to buy every single round. And now they win another round, and their econ's going to take a big bonus. M80 barely going to be able to buy here, although John Cutie not going to be able to. Xander going to throw down this Viper's Pit in main. It's immediately shut down and challenged by Redux, who's able to take out Xander. And first round does, or sorry, this first pick does go to Oxygen. The first blood goes to Oxygen. And it gets rid of that Viper's Pit, which could have been key for M80 to win this round, and it's gone. Not only that, but John Cutie is the one who does not have a gun for M80. So losing one of the players who did have a gun does mean that gun disadvantage is going to become more and more prevalent as more of those players without that gun get picked out. Nismo so low on HP, down to 5 HP, getting sprayed through that smoke in screens as he was spraying through the smoke. He got sprayed back. ASI now going to be given up to Oxygen. The spike is going to go down. It's planted for Evan. We've seen this a lot, actually, where it's planted for Heaven even if the team that plants the spike doesn't have Heaven control. Because it's planted for Heaven, but it's also planted for main. Ooh, M80 going to go for the 4-player save. I understand why they're making the decision. Their econ would not be in a position to buy next round if they lose this one. But they still do take a loss here regardless, right? It doesn't change the fact that they lose this round, which is probably not where they want to be. And yeah, it's looking like Oxygen now going to be taking a little bit of a lead here. Oh, it looks like Redux and Mitch going to be hunting down these remaining players, although pushing it to Heaven and nobody's there. If they'd pushed down mid, they made it. They may have been able to find a pick or two. Now it's down in a 3v5. It's up to M80. Can they reclaim some of this this momentum that they had? Taking a timeout here. The econ starting to look pretty bad here for M80. Taking a timeout to figure out how they can pull this together.
You know, if we find ourselves 13-11 with Oxygen winning this series 2-0.
I mean, Oxygen. I mean, if M80 gets 2-0'd here, absolutely that'd be a horrible position for them to be in. Honestly, I think Oxygen's best bet here is to 2-0, because if it does go to the third map on Haven, I think M80 can take that. We know how powerful M80 is on Haven, right? And so I think if we do end up seeing that that Oxygen is beaten out, that Oxygen is beaten out here on Split, I think very likely M80 will be able to take the series. So for Oxygen here, they really, really need this map here. The fan in the background. I know how that feels. It's been decently high here in LA recently. I think M80's based in LA, like every other esports organization. But yeah, you see M80 not going to be able to afford a full buy here. You see a Spectre over on John Cutie. He was one of the players who got to save, but he saved a Spectre, right? Like, he was one of the players that I talked about having that big econ deficit. Xander, that player who died very early on, only going to have a Stinger. So the eco for M80 definitely looks dire here. And you can see how much money has been spent by M80. Ooh, Koalanoob going to take out Rustin. Early pick there for M80. And now it's up to Oxygen to figure out, alright, now where do we go? Do we try and re-hit here? There's some util being used. There's actually 3 on A for M80. I'm not sure Oxygen will be prepared for that, but it doesn't look like they're wanting to hit A, although maybe. Yeah, it looks like they will go through Vent to challenge into A Heaven. M80's been reading this B push, and they've rotated one of those players on A over to B, so there's only 2 on A right now. One watching Heaven, and then one posted up in main with that operator. That's Koalanoob. Gonna need some util to clear Koalanoob out, but they may just wait for this push through into A Heaven. Ooh, Koalanoob now backing up. Skydog comes out. Koalanoob wants to dodge it. Now he's holding on site with an operator. If he gets flashed out, I mean, may not be able to do anything here. And he's gonna peek out, able to find a pick. Meanwhile, Verno gonna start the execute through Heaven, able to take out EU. And Redux going to take out Koalanoob. So it will be a 3v3, and this spike will go down. And 2 of the players left alive for M80 are those players with Stingers and Spectres. The low eco may make a big difference here for M80. We may find that make a real difference here. The 2 players with those low or bad rifles going to be pushing into screens. Nismo going to be pushing into Heaven, it looks like. Although, no, now he's going to join his teammates in screens. Operator been picked up by Redux. He's looking to use it defensively here on the spike. Nismo gonna catch Redux, trying to play some util. Ooh, Nismo gonna also be able to take out Mitch. The Molly gonna come through, and that spike's just gonna be held. Burno not gonna clutch that out, and another just sticking the spike from M80 does convert to a win, and well played there for M80 on that retake. Oxygen's hold was a little bit poor there. I mean, you could have at least. I mean, I think they should have put at least one on site. I think that was their main issue. They played way too far back. And of course, M80 was happy to abuse that by putting down the smokes and taking advantage of that. It's not going to be buy from both sides here. And Oxygen doing a little bit of a split push here, likely just trying to play off contact. Koala Noob gonna get spotted with that operator. Uses it. The Cypher Cam also gonna see him.
They're like, nah, we're not falling for that again.
Gizmo looking to lock down ramps. He's gonna be able to. The spray transfer, the headshots. Double headshot on Mitch and Rustin. Meanwhile, Verno, the operator, gonna start this push into B. Spike, though, is in A sewers. As opposed to B sewers. It's in sewers, is the point. And now that Spike's gonna have to be picked up and rotated all the way over to B, where Oxygen is very, very ready. Ooh, but Verno locking down CT with that shorty. Gonna have to, yeah, no Stucco, but not gonna come through, but it is traded off. And now he's alone in 1v2. Spike has been picked up. It's been taken to A. And although Scuba's taken out, this time can be played so beautifully by Redux. It's a 1v1, and I mean, we saw Redux on Lotus. This should be an easy win for him. Ooh, Guiding Light gonna spot Redux. They know where Redux is. They know Redux is in heaven or watching from ramps. Oh! What on earth was that flick? Redux gonna lose that. Apparently, just because you're young does not mean your reaction time is better. Redux gonna lose that exchange. The flick gonna come through. And M80's tied it back up. Again, this is a defense-sided map, so keeping it even is at the very least, what M80 should be doing, is keeping it tied up, being a defense-sided map, but it's actually one of the most one-sided maps of any of the maps. But for Oxygen, like, this, even just a 5-7 would be pretty decent, right? Because it's a defense-sided map. But if they can keep it tied up for Oxygen, that's wonderful. I mean, that is one of the better scenarios. Obviously, taking the lead would be even better for them, but keeping it tied up on a defense-sided map when they're on the offense is really good for them. So Oxygen just going to be trying to do that here. And Oxygen going to be buying this round. Actually, if they lose this, they won't be able to buy next round, which will be the last round of the half. So they do need to start pulling something through here. And, yeah, Cosmic Divide gonna come through from John Cutie. Or it's gonna be there for John Cutie, I should say. Still no early picks for either of these teams. Judge on Xander, may get caught out. No, not quite. Gonna get away. Oxygen is posted up in ramps. They're starting to take A heaven. Nismo is gonna be the first to see that. Question is, does he get a... Oh, no, he's not going to see that. Oxygen going to be going through vents. Into B, it looks like. It's up to Scuba to try and clear some spaces. Judge on Xander, though, going to be looking deadly. Ooh, not quite going to find the pick. It reveals itself. Viper Snakebite come through. Xander going to get away. Takes a little bit of damage in the process. Able to Viper Snakebite through. And now Oxygen rotating it back into A heaven. Now there's 3 on A. Lock this down. The Cosmic Divide does come out, and Oxygen's going to start this push onto A. There are 2 on site. Smokes come through. John Cutie looking to maybe find a pick here. Lock down the back of this site. Able to take out Mitch. Looking for more. Going to take out in heaven Scuba before getting traded off. EU also on site. Going to take out Redux. The site was not cleared effectively at all, and it was a poor decision to rotate back to it this round. Going to go to M80. Oxygen was clearly afraid of that Judge and did not want to push it going into B, and well, that is their fatal flaw there. And I believe they're going to be able to buy this next round. Maybe it's going to have to be a very cheap buy. Maybe even, I mean, they're going to force here, but they may not be able to get good rifles here. And yeah, they will have guns here. It's going to be a buy from both sides. 2 ults for M80, Cosmic Divide, and Null Command. Over on Oxygen, they've got Showstopper, Neural Theft, Resurrection. Neural Theft and Resurrection are situational ults. Showstopper can be used at any point. versus M80, who has 2 ults that can be used at any point. So Oxygen may be a little bit of a better spot here, but also being on the defense, M80 is going to have to use those ults reflexively responding to Oxygen, rather than, you know, just using them whenever they feel like it to take site, like Oxygen. You can just push into a site and use that Showstopper, for example. Oxygen trying to take mid control, kind of denied. Although M80 is not really holding it very much anymore, but there's smokes. It's at this point M80 not really gonna, or sorry, Oxygen not really gonna be able to take much more of that site control. Meanwhile, Rustin start taking control of this A entrance. Now again, if Oxygen can tie it up going to the next half, they'll be in a really solid position. Because this map is defense sided. Showstopper comes out. He gets hit by that KO knife. Operator on Koala Noob. Gonna take out Verno. Push onto A though. Gonna start. And Spike's gonna get to go down. Though the null command does come out. Not gonna do a whole lot. Showstopper never got a chance to be used by Redux. Well, it may not matter. I mean, he's nowhere near the spike right now. He's going for the flank through mid. Although, nobody's in heaven for M80. The entirety of the team is in... although, no, actually, Koala Noob is in heaven, but, like, nobody's clearing heaven, which means Redux... Ooh, M80 gonna be able to push into the site. It's now down to Scuba. Redux is actually taken out. He's gonna peek a whole bunch there, and no, not gonna find anything. M80 gonna get that defuse off, and now it's gonna be going into the side. I'm gonna stop talking. M80 is now going to be going to the second half with the 7-5 lead. Now, like I said, this is a pretty good position for Oxygen to be in. It's a defense-sided map, so although M80, yes, took the lead going into the second half, it was only by 2 rounds, and so if Oxygen can just take the pistol round, immediately they'll be able to tie it up and can be at a good spot to come back here. It's not a very big comeback they have to make. Now, pistol rounds inherently do go to the offense because of how together you do have to plan pistol rounds. And that is why you see Oxygen going entirely through mid, or almost entirely through mid. So M80 should be able to get the spike down. The question will then be, can Oxygen retake it being a pistol round, you know? M80 going to start this push into A. Some util to do it with. Oxygen's taking mid control. Question is, where do they go from here? At this point, they should be wary of the A push because there was a Viper wall, but actually pushing into... Why are they... Why are you pushing into B? What are you... I mean, you saw the Viper wall. I mean, yeah, sure, it could be a bait, but it's a pistol round. I don't know. That was just some bad decision making there. That does mean the spike is going to go down. It's going to take quite a while before Oxygen can get onto the site because they need to clear so much space. There you go. Now Oxygen has cleared heaven. And Nismo spotted in ramp. Takes out some util. And now Nismo going to take... Whoa! Down to 1 HP. And yeah, gets finished off by Redux, shooting him through the smoke. So EU taking out Mitch and Redux, going to get that player advantage into the hands of EU. Or sorry, into the hands of M80. I should say EU as he dominates this. The Rustin going to keep it in a 1v1. Though down to 33 HP, some post-plant util going to be utilized. Spike has to be held at this point. And yeah, Rustin just going to die to the spike. All of the players die that round, but the round does go to M80, which means if, you know, that opportunity of Oxygen just taking the pistol round to tie it up does go away. And like I said, that offense-sidedness that is inherent to pistol rounds absolutely played a part there. And now Oxygen just going to have to figure out how they want to play a little bit of what needs to be a comeback.
Buying up a couple of rifles, Marshall for Koala. Nismo and John Cutie for now looking to just stay on pistols. Full save for Oxygen, it seems. All classics. Maybe looking to try to roll the same strat. Just push down mid. S4. Rerun that pistol.
Yeah, run it back.
Run it back.
All right, and it looks like this round starting as the push in through A starts. Koala Noob, the rest of his team going to be taking control of heaven here. Verno going to get taken out. Head dink onto Xander, but not going to be enough to take him out. It's now a 4v5 here for Oxygen. A site is going to be taken. Rustin going to be taken out by EU, and now Oxygen going to figure out how they want to play this. Taking mid control, good job. Wow, you did it. Now you're going to back up. There's no point in taking mid control. You're going to back up. Go into events. Once again, Oxygen pushing deeper into mid than they probably needed to, but this is a pistol round, or an eco round this round. So, I mean, it is what it is. Spike still not down. Redux going to take out Xander. John Cutie going to challenge his push through ramps. Able to find 2 picks. Mitch going to trade it off, but shut down by Nismo. 3 players up to live makes it a decent bonus round, or sorry, force buy round for M80. Not that they're going into a bonus round. They're going to be in a decent spot here. And,
They were also up 8-4 at the half, right? So if it's going to take you a few rounds.
Yeah, and Oxygen now going to be on a full buy. M80 not going to be able to really do too much damage against that, although they'll have decent guns to get some good kills. They probably won't be winning this round, and this could be a start for Oxygen to start winning some of these rounds. But if M80 does win this, round, it will likely mean Oxygen has no hope for this map. And then, like I said, if it goes to Haven, I doubt Oxygen will be able to win it. So, like I said, Oxygen needs to 2-0 here. If they fumble this map, then they're gonna be in a pretty bad spot, to say the very least. B-side's been taken. Spike's gonna go down. Grenade comes out to do some damage. Not really gonna do a whole lot. Xander takes a little bit, but he also didn't have a whole lot of shield to begin with. Ooh, the timing there. EU gonna look away right as Rustin's coming to the flank. Now gonna know that the Seekers do come out. Be a little bit prematurely. Probably didn't need to be used this round. Oxygen gonna have to start moving. Spike's been down for quite a while. Gonna have to start this retake.
Flashes are out. Wall is inside the smokes here.
Redux gonna take out Nismo. EU gonna trade it off, but then Inferno gonna take out EU. So now it's a 3v4 here. Qualinoob just gonna come around that box, and John Cutie gonna take out Reston as well. Inferno gonna take out Qualinoob. It's now a 1v2. No time, as Oxygen takes quite a while to start that retake, and it's looking like M80's gonna take this map.
Bit of hesitation when the Seekers come out. You know, all of a sudden the flank is found out from Rustin.
I don't usually like to say that when, you know, M80's not even that close to a win, but, I mean, Oxygen played that so poorly, and now the timeout comes out from Oxygen, and I think there's multiple things that are happening here. One, Oxygen is not taking good enough control of the sites. They're letting M80 get onto the site. And the reason this is defense-sided is because you can abuse those choke points of the push onto site. So if the offense is able to get onto site, suddenly that advantage you may have had in preventing them from getting onto site is gone because they've already gotten onto site, right? So you're not playing that defense-sidedness to your advantage. Versus M80, who's just been pushing aggressively onto the site. They've been allowed to do so. Oxygen's been holding passively for whatever reason. And it is paying off for M80 because they can just get into the site. They don't really need to rethink anything here.
Even when we are not showing the player cams as he takes it off. We cursed it. That's the worst caster curse that's ever happened to me my entire life.
I know, I'm not talking a lot. I'm running out of energy here. Whole other series to go, although I will be leaving that series early. I have to go make dinner for my family.
He just put it back on. Okay.
And now M80 gonna be pushing in to B, it looks like.
Look at this cheeky buy. Look at this cheeky buy. 2 judges.
Snakebite comes out, and now the push into site has begun for M80. Qualinoob gonna not be able to clear back site. Doesn't matter though, because we're not just gonna shut Qualinoob down. And this more aggressive hold of site is working out. As Scuba gonna take out Nismo and Xander, and that is exactly what I wanted to see for Oxygen to try and make some grounds here. That timeout did pay off. 2v5.
This buy-up has proved crucial for Oxygen. They absolutely have shut down this B push. But John Goody and EU alone.
Now a 2v5 for M80. And Spike's in the hands of EU, but this is probably not going to be played into a win for them.
And that's a great stand from Oxygen to keep themselves in the game. You feel like if they lose this round, it's probably over and we're going to Haven.
And
But
M80
now
getting ready to pull out here
they put this
into
map back
B
in the
Heaven.
contest.
Held by Judge
Oh
in
boy,
the hands of
fighting again
Redux.
for one.
30 seconds left.
Gonna find one, and now he's gonna jump out and take the other on EU. This round goes to Oxygen, halting that momentum M80 did have with a flawless round. Although M80 will be able to buy this round. Flawless round means that Oxygen didn't have to take any eco loss there, and some eco momentum is gonna start to be built up here. And M80 could be looking at a bad spot here if that aggressive hold that Oxygen did in that previous round continues. And M80 can't find a way to play around that. We could see some good econ or some good round momentum be built up here by Oxygen. But again, they need to take that more aggressive hold. Looks like they're giving up mid to do that, which I don't think they want to do, given by how much attention they've given to mid. But it is what it is. This time, M80 can play a little bit passively, ready to counteract the more aggressive hold from Oxygen in those main entrances. M80 just going to take mid control. Now they're going to push through B Heaven. We'll see if Oxygen will be able to halt that push. Verno going to see the gun, readjust his aim, and it's good for a kill onto Koala Noob. Weird wall there. It's now going to be a 4v5. I suppose you prevent the push onto Rafters, kind of. It's not going to be a 4v5 for M80, and it looks like they're going to pivot into A Heaven. Of course, Oxygen is ready for that. There is a Cypher trip. Yeah, Nismo like, can I go under it? No, not quite. Gonna break it. Now, Oxygen ready for this push through Heaven. Decide to actually back up off of Heaven. Not gonna hold that aggressively. Instead, they're gonna focus on holding site, which I think is a good choice. Redux gonna start getting ready to play this defense. Oxygen gonna find a pick. Redux finds a pick, but two picks are returned. Nismo finding a pick, and Xander finding a pick as well. But trades are not what M80 can afford when they're down players, so Oxygen will maintain this player advantage. Although the Viper's pick comes out from Xander as the spike goes down, but the Resurrection comes out, and Verno gonna defend Mitch as he's res. Able to take out Nismo. It's now a 1v4 for Xander, able to find the pick onto Mitch, and gonna get shaken out. No hope of a clutch there. This defuse is gonna come through, and it looks like Oxygen, who only lost two of their players, which means they get to keep the majority of their players alive, gonna start to build up some good econ momentum. And it looks like maybe Oxygen could have some good round momentum in their hands. This will be the last buy round from M80. And if M80 does not win this, I imagine they'll take a timeout. And I imagine M80 will have to start getting worried. I mean, they're already going to have to start getting worried after so much momentum built up by Oxygen. And these are rounds that are not super expensive for Oxygen. These are decent rounds where the momentum, the econ stability gets built up by Oxygen. But again, M80 got one more round to try and ward off this sort of comeback that Oxygen has built up here. You're going to take out Rustin. Redux also there to lock down Heaven along with Mitch, and they're going to do so. Mitch and Redux each find a pick to trade off that initial pick, although Juncutie going to take out Mitch, which does now even it back out for a trade. So going to be 3v3. EU, though, on a Sheriff. Nismo on a Stinger. Juncutie on a Guardian. Versus Oxygen, who all have good guns. So the gun diff may be a very real factor here. Redux going to be pushing, trying to clear that main entrance. Junkie's still there, hoping they'll push into him, but they don't. Redux, spot EU, elbow. Nismo able to peek out and find the pick onto Scuba. EU going to take out Redux. Oh, Verno, blinded. Gets a finish off by the Classic. Somehow, some way, the gun diff did not matter. And M80 takes that round. And remember what I said, that was the last round for M80 to try and stop the momentum Oxygen had built up. Well, they did it. Although Oxygen will be able to buy this round. They are running out of econ. And it's maybe the last round that they can buy. And M80 going to be in a pretty good spot here. Got a Blade Storm, so they don't need to buy Koala Noob gun. This econ stability, which had been destroyed, is now built back up. Null Command for Nismo. Seekers for EU. There's only one ult for Oxygen in the Cosmic Divide. And it's looking like M80 going to be moving towards closing this map out. Though it looked like maybe Oxygen was going to start to come back a little bit. Yeah, no more hope for them. as M80 figures out how to counterplay. Although M80 going to be moving through heaven into heaven, and Oxygen going to be placing 2 on A site. So M80 pushing into A heaven, not going to be pushed back at all, other than by a trap wire. But oh, Mitch going to be taken out on site, and yeah, there you go. Oh, wait, what? Scuba going to take out Qualanoob and Xander. And Verno going to take out Nismo before EU takes out Verno. Although John Cutie going to take out Scuba. So we'll keep it a 2v2. Although quite a few players lost. Well, quite a few more players lost there than I was expecting. But yeah. Yeah. Spike's going to go down. Oxygen looking like they're going to retake from down ramps in through that main entrance. And I don't know if they're going to come up with anything, if I'm honest.
So John Q still has to kind of keep tabs on that. Meantime, we can see both defenders are going to be coming ramp side together. EU might be able to line them up.
Flash comes through. Redux gets full blinded, but Rustin there to defend him as John Cutie peeks out. It's now a 2v1. They're going to try and play this. Yeah, that's it. All right. Every single time I have some semblance of hope, maybe Oxygen will do it. It doesn't matter. M80 just plays their numbers, or does not care that there are numbers, as Oxygen does not play their numbers well and are not able to trade off that initial pick. And oh, there you go. Oxygen going to take, sorry, M80 going to take that round, and they're now 1 round away from a win. Oxygen is now forced to bind. They don't really have Econ to do it with. Wow. I guess that is the benefit of playing on LAN. You can really hype your teammates up. And yeah, this is not looking good. Yeah, that's the main thing I have to say. This is not looking good if you are Oxygen. Look at the faces of Oxygen, just so defeated at this point, taking their final timeout. There's no question why. I mean,
you feel like he's the one that should have the easiest time. No hair.
Not in a good spot here.
Xander's the one that's cooking, man.
True. Xander's got to put it up. John's getting there as well.
Yeah.
You clean on the sides, making sure that he gets a pretty clean breeze.
Nice little streamline across the ears, yeah. This is what it's come to. Us talking about haircuts. Oh, wow.
I mean, 2 ults were actually used this round. What the timeout was likely used to discuss. But also just how to deny any momentum built up for M80. But it's looking like this half, despite it being a defense-sided map, not going to go the way of the defense this time around. Oxygen, just a very offense-sided team, not really going to know how to orient themselves for this defense. 2 ults available for Oxygen in the Cosmic Divide and Neural Theft. And yeah, sort of that more aggressive hold for Oxygen that I said I needed to see did come out, but M80 immediately responded by playing more passively and playing more for contact, and it immediately paid off.
Looking to rival that in this series alone.
Mitch Jiggle peeking out main. The Viper Smokes do come up, although this wall will drop pretty quickly here, I believe. And now M80 gonna get ready to push in. Dog comes out first. Judge and Redux gets concussed, and Mitch, the other Judge player, not gonna find a pick either. Push onto site, not gonna get denied, and now the site gets taken. The spike can go down. John Cutie gonna take out Verno. That's it. This map is over as Colin who takes out Rustin. And John Cutie takes out Scuba. Series is over. And that is it. It's the end of this series. I'm just kidding. It's not the end of the series. But map 2 is taken by M80. We're going to a third map. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact that Oxygen did not 2-0 now means we're going to Haven, and I don't think Oxygen can take Haven, I'll be honest. Sure, yeah, Oxygen took a map up, and it's impressive, but is it going to be enough to... Is it going to be impressive enough to say that Oxygen is better than M80? No, I mean, M80 is still looking very, very powerful. And, yeah, no 2-0 for either of these teams. It's going to be a hard-fought battle as we go to a third map. I'm going to take a quick break while we let this little intermission play out, and I'll be right back.
I mean, it kind of starts to show maybe that M80 might have a wider map pool than people anticipated. And so we'll just have to kind of see how the rest of the series plays out from there as we're going to head to Haven, where both teams will feel very comfortable.
Yeah, Haven is an interesting place to close this one out on. And again, at the end of the day, it's pride and bragging rights. Basically, it's Oxygen trying to prove themselves as somebody who can play at the top, and it's M80 who are trying to prove to everybody that they still belong at the top after faltering a bit here in Split 2. But Haven is on the docket, and it comes to you guys right after this short break.
Did you really think this was going to be a 2-0? Come on now. Oxygen and M80 lock horns here in map number 2. It's split. And even though M80 hasn't had the greatest track record, one match, they lost. Even though that's the case, they still end up finding success here on Split, which means we are going to map number 3 in the series, which will be Haven. Welcome back to the desk here as we break down map 2. It did feel like, Tanner, it started out strong for Oxygen. We're like, okay, like, yeah, here's the 2-0. This is that Oxygen team we've seen before on this map. They have a pretty strong attacking side, but then it sort of stalled out.
Yeah, it only took a little bit, I think, for M80 to kind of really figure out the way that they wanted to play the map. Like you said, one play on it, it goes a distance. It looks a little rocky at first, but they slowly start to settle in. They also had a couple of rounds where, when you look at it, I believe a 7-5 half, and there's 2 rounds where Koala obviously does that, but we had the round where they blocked the gravity well with the defuse, another round where M80 just stuck a defuse and got the round. So it was just really tough. Oxygen kind of letting some things slip away. And if there was ever a time where they were going to figure out, you know, this M80 attack, we knew that it was going to take them a few rounds. But going into the half, I think at one point it was 9-5. You just don't have rounds to waste to try and figure out how to deal with this M80 aggression. So good on M80 to get started early in this one, or get a lead at the half, and then they just continue to pile it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big difference that I saw, you know, first of all, the clutch just seemed to always go the way of M80. Like, any of those tight moments seemed to go their way. They also converted way more post plants. And I think that a reason for that is because Oxygen, it felt to me, while they struggled on holding off retakes in their post plants, I thought in general on their attacking half, at a certain point, when it got kind of towards the tail end of the first half, it felt like they were almost getting a little bit lost in the rounds. Like, they were almost trying to do a little bit too much. And there were a couple situations where they just felt like a little indecisive with the spike was out of position. You know, trying to throw like so many different like fakes and feints and double back. And it just seemed like they got to a point where, like, again, maybe they were overthinking things a little bit. And I think that kind of hurt them a little as the half kind of faded off.
You mentioned the clutches as well. You have 2 1v1s and 3 1v2s all going the direction of M80.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue was because of the way M80 was taking such a passive approach initially to their defense, because I'm going to focus on the second half because I think that's really where Oxygen struggles. So M80 takes a sort of a passive approach for their defense to start it off. Or sorry, no, wait. Yeah. Because M80 is taking this sort of like passive approach to their defense, Oxygen, wait, what?
Scuba, Mitch, and Rustin really struggled to keep themselves up with the pace.
No. Oxygen ended on their defense. I don't know why it says it's the other way around. But because M80 was taking such a passive approach to their defense, Oxygen... Oh my god, I keep doing the same thing. Because the colors are messed up. It's saying that it ended the other way. This graphic is messed up. Because Oxygen was taking such a because M80 was pushing so aggressively on their offense, what M80 started to do, what Oxygen needed to start doing was taking an aggressive defense, and that's what they did, and it worked out. And then immediately after, M80 just converted to their own sort of more passive offense, where they're playing more so off contact, which Oxygen plays right into by pushing out more aggressively and gets picked off early, right? And then Oxygen doesn't know how to adapt on the fly to that change, so then they're not able to gain any ground. Now we're going into Haven. This is a map both of these teams do really, really well on. But like I said, I think Oxygen had their opportunity on Split to take it 2-0. We're going to go into Haven, and I think it should go to M80. They've got so much more practice on Haven. The record on Haven is much better. They've got a much more powerful sort of play on Haven, and I expect M80 to take this win on Haven, and it shouldn't really be difficult for them.
Something's really important you got to point out. Why does this man only have one sock on while he was walking around? Look at this right here. One sock.
What? One of them is half off.
Yeah. What is that?
And the other one was just on all the way.
What?
John's also
any
wearing socks
explanation?
with slides, and I just can't get behind that movement. I don't
I
care
can't
how many
either.
people tell me like that's the wave. Like it
I
usually looks
believe
dumb
it.
to me.
I'm with you.
Sorry. Like,
So we got one man wearing 1.5 socks, and then one man wearing socks and slides. I mean, I don't know. That's an abomination. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you saw it too, but EU turned his plushie from the smiley face side to the angry face side.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm a little worried for Oxygen coming into this one.
Also, there's a lot of extra extension cord left over on that one extension cord.
I like that we are now doing commentary on the player cams. We have just taken
Yeah.
things to that next
Scuba's
level.
still in the void per usual,
Yeah, he's
Yep.
he's in the upside down, playing for Oxygen Esports.
and he's
Yeah.
the controller player, so he's just playing IRL inside of smoke.
Now I'm wondering, have we actually seen Redux? We have seen Redux play this map. I was wondering if we had gotten a chance to see it. He played it last week when they played against Shopify Rebellion. It was a 13-12. Because one of the reasons I point that out is it feels like Haven is a Jets playground, at least with what we've seen in the past, especially at this level of play. And Koala Noob is usually a shining example of what you would want to see from your Jet mains. Now, he's had some off games, everybody does, but he's also that player who really roams the map and picks teams apart like that kind of systematically. He makes the game very difficult to play on the defense as you watch him go from like point to point, just sort of roaming around the map like a shark, just swimming around the sea looking for drops of blood before he pounces on his prey. It's something that you would want to see from someone like Redux, because typically these young guns come in and they are just fully
All right, enough
unhinged.
talk. Not that I was talking a whole lot. Let's just get into the agent select.
But we will see if that is going to be the case. The agent select is ready for our
And yeah, let's just get into it. Let's start this off.
Against each other, and of course it goes the distance. Map 3 just about to go live. Take it away.
And kind of expecting a mirror composition here, Tanner. I mean, both these teams kind of play that double
Sorry.
initiator of Reach and Sova with the
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this. We've got identical team comps here. We've got Killjoy, Sova, Jet, Breach, and Omen all being played by both of these teams. And it's looking like it'll be a pretty equal matchup. I mean, this is a pretty standard comp, you know. Sometimes you'll see Sky instead of Sova. Sometimes you'll see Astra instead of Omen. But here it's just a very basic, like, you got the core, you know, Jet, Breach, Killjoy, and then, you know, the Initiator and Controller, which can sometimes be changed out, aren't really here. And so we're gonna see if which of these teams is gonna be able to play it better. Again, I expect M80 to take this map, but they are starting on the defense, and we know how powerful Oxygen's offense is. So I do think there's a chance here that Oxygen may take this. Although Koala Noob going to start off this pistol round by taking out Redux. Not going to let them push too aggressively into sight. Going to get rid of that entry duelist. And now Mitch going to take out Koala Noob. Although Drunk Cutie going to be able to trade it off. So it's going to be a 3v4. Down a player now. Xander going to spray through the smoke. Take out Verno. Now it's a 2v4. Spike did go down earlier. So Oxygen did have to keep pushing. Rustin going to find a pick before getting taken out. But they are finished off in this round. Does go to M80's. Now, not a great start for Oxygen. Like I said, it's an offense-sided map. Played that a little bit too slowly, got taken out.
I mean, that was pretty decisive. Again, M80 win nearly 60% of their defensive rounds on this map. So basically, usually good for at least 6 or 7 defensive rounds.
Now Oxygen.
Already off to a good start with the pistol, of course. Wow. Oh, see you later.
I mean,
Nismo, Koala Noob gonna lock down this A entrance. No push through A lobby for Oxygen. Get stunned as well. Oxygen gonna have to figure out if they want to pivot, try and rotate, but it looks like they're gonna continue to push it. So there is a little bit of a lurk from Verno to watch all the way in C, but nobody's pushing out C. Oh, and this push down long gonna get spotted. Mitch gonna take out the drone, but he's been pinged, and now M80 gonna try and take him out. 3 players here on A. Both players push out here. Scuba able to get one. The blind did come through, and it was good, but Pig comes through, and now it's just down to Verno, who was playing all the way over in C, and John Cutie ready for the push. This round goes to M80. That's 2 rounds up for M80 to start it off, and they keep all but one of their players alive, which does mean that M80 will be able to take a pretty decent bonus. They maybe even be able to get a win if they play their cards right, but at the very least, they're going to get some good kills. And we will see if M80 is able to do so. Will be a full buy here from Oxygen, although we cannot see what Redux purchased. Full buy from Oxygen here. We've got, again, decent guns for M80, so they should be able to, at the very least, kill the majority of Oxygen's players, and this is not a good start to this map for Oxygen, losing that pistol round.
Span the door up a little bit. Now they're trying to come through. That turret's not going to spot
Guardian on Koala Noob. I mean,
this could be huge.
you know, we've seen this time and time again. You get Koala Noob down in a short to watch a lobby, and he looks deadly, as always, taking out Rustin.
Yeah, you wish you could have that back if you're Rustin.
I mean, what are the odds? Like,
See for more, gonna do damage to Mitch. Okay. Wallbang headshot onto Mitch as well. 3 players left alive now for Oxygen. They're gonna start pushing into A. M80 now gonna get ready to hold and try and stave off this plant. Koala Noob gonna go over to Heaven. Not gonna find any picks though. But does prevent the plant a little bit. The plant will come through. Koala Noob not gonna get a lucky shot through the smoke this time around. Plant does go down, but it is still a 5v3. M80 should be able to play this. They got a flank coming in. No util to watch that. Verno's cleared out in hell. Gonna get shot at through the smoke. Sorry, through the wall, through the floor. Redux gonna be able to take out Xander. That does even it out a little bit. Not a whole lot, though, and the retake of site is starting. Koala Noob drops down. John Cutie gonna take out Scuba. That was the flank. Koala Noob gonna take out Verno. It's now down to Redux in a 1v4. Not gonna do anything else. His Nismo takes him out. And M80 takes the 3rd round, although the eco advantage was in the hands of Oxygen to start this off. M80 defends it well. And yeah, M80 wants to make a statement here against Oxygen and say, alright, bud, you tried, but you missed your opportunity not taking us 2-0, because now we are going to destroy you on Haven. And that's what M80 wants to do. Look as strong as ever.
Poor Mitch, dude. Like, I don't know what you do about that. Also want to give a shout out to
Full buy now from M80. Eco round for Oxygen, and this is just, I mean, this is just not looking like it's going to go solid here for Oxygen.
Shout out to you. I love it when family support
Say the least.
in esports, man. Like, it's becoming more and more accepted. You're seeing more and
Oxygen
more
gonna start pushing down into mid. Ooh, Mitch gonna catch Xander. Not quite gonna do any damage there. A little bit though, but not nearly enough to do any meaningful, or have any meaningful impact. And now Oxygen just gonna continue to push into B here. Yeah, I will be missing that 3rd series. It's Disguise versus TSM. The prediction is it'll go to TSM. Pretty cut and dry. I apologize for missing it, but do have stuff I gotta do. I'll be here all day tomorrow though. Anyways, looks like Oxygen going to be pushing into A. Looks like, you know, people seem to really like that I don't know what that guns collection is called with like the airplane and stuff. Like, it was also like it came out like right when I took a break from Valorant, and then I came back and like it just doesn't look that good. Like I feel like it's like, ooh, when you're reloading, you get to see the propeller spinning, and then it's spinning so fast that you can't see it. Ooh, I don't know. It just seems kind of meh. Anyways, this push on to side has started. Redux gonna take out John Cutie. EU trades it off. Xander gonna take out Mitch. Verno trades it off. Scuba gonna take out EU. And actually, now the player advantage in the hands of Oxygen, they're gonna be able to pick up guns. Spike gets to go down. Nismo gonna take out Scuba though. Now it's a 2v2. Gun advantage still in the hands of M80. Oh, the Rolling Thunder comes out. Death sentence for Rustin. And although Verno wasn't hit by the concussion and is able to take out Nismo, Koala Noob does shut him down. Koala Noob does take this round there for M80. Now, that was an eco round for Oxygen, and they put up a pretty solid fight there. Okay. Alright, a little bit much there. Alright, let's chill out, bud. Let's calm down. Calm down a little bit.
And so Koala will finish the job. They're pumped. And I mean, they're off to a roaring start here on Haven. 4-0.
From the shadows for Scuba, Blade Storm for Koala Noob. That operator on Koala Noob. Finally gonna get to see some action as it does come out. This is the classic Koala Noob operator, which you've seen so many different times. He's pushing up into C Cubby. I'll have a difficult time getting away, and he's gonna get punished. Straight through the smoke. Verno gonna take Koala Noob out. Ooh, John Cutie knows exactly where Scuba is and does some wallbang damage to him, but not any that will have any impact. Rusting coming in through Garage, gonna catch John Cutie, not expecting him, and now Oxygen has a player advantage. It's offense starting to go back in their favor.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot right now. They have garage control, they have man advantage, they have spike down. I mean, they're sitting pretty right now.
Oxygen gonna start pushing into C, it looks like.
I love the mix up there. Rustin's like, okay, well, if you're gonna shoot him, I'm gonna put in a spot that makes it difficult for you to do so. So he buys some time with the nano swarms. In time that M80 does not have. Good fault line as Xander worked his way onto the site. He's affected by that one. Aftershock.
Thunder's Fury comes out as the defuse starts. It's gonna kill Xander. Nismo able to take out Rustin before that kill comes through. Does even it out a little bit. Ooh, Spike gonna be held, or they're trying to hold the Spike, but M80 not gonna let that happen, and somehow, or sorry, Oxygen not gonna let that happen, and somehow Oxygen does take a win here. 2 ults now for Oxygen to work with as well in that Blade Storm and Lockdown. Blade Storm for Koala Noob as well. Timeout used by Oxygen, despite winning that buy round. I guess they have not been playing these rounds maybe as well as they would have liked, potentially.
Obviously, that Hunter's Fury came in huge for Verno to help maybe the insurance policy on the round. But a tight one nonetheless. I mean, like you said, that defuse wasn't that far off, honestly.
And Scuba brings back the fan.
I'm kind of over it, to be fair.
Well, we didn't get it in map 2, and guess what happened in map 2, Dust?
True. That could be it. Could be maybe the secret formula.
Oxygen this timeout.
I mean, we have seen plushies around the
waiting.
world win world championships.
And there are plushies all over the map, so I mean, it only makes sense.
Yeah.
Every map is that. I'm telling you, we're gonna get some type of voodoo agent that controls all the stuffed animals in the game. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I guess.
Blade Storm for Oxygen Esports. Blade Storm for M80. Lockdown for Oxygen Esports. Stinger on Redux because he's going for the Blade Storm. A little bit of econ save there. It's going to be a buy from both sides. M80 for their econ needs this more than Oxygen. Maybe will not be able to buy it next round off of a round loss. Koala Noob with the operator looking for a pick and not going to find it. Shooting through the smoke, trying to do some damage. Xander going to take out Rustin. Redux going to take out the Koala Noob. Verno going to take out Xander. John Cutie takes out Redux. Scuba going to take out John Cutie. Player advantage here for Oxygen Esports. EU getting flushed out. Verno going to take advantage of the fact that he's low. And Nismo going to take out Mitch, getting pushed a little bit here. Shot starts come through. Dismo trying to get away here. Trying to reposition himself to come through CT. It's like now he's going to go back to heaven. Ooh, trying to catch they're trying to catch Verno in the Sova drone, but Scuba is ready for the jump out, and he gets taken out. This round goes to Oxygen. It's starting to look like they're going to gain some momentum, especially now that M80 is on an eco round.
But Redux ultimately the victor.
It's looking like Oxygen will be moving in a very positive direction here. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder for Oxygen. From the shadows, Sova, Hunter's Fury for M80. Ultimates could have some impact in this round, but it is a light buy from M80, so you probably won't see them come out. Marshall, though, Koala Noob looking to do some damage. Maybe not as crispy of aim as we've seen from him in the past on Haven. But you can almost be certain M80 has not put as much practice into this week as they do a lot of weeks. Because they don't need to. This week is not very important compared to, like, let's say when they're in playoffs, for example.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a kind of mixed buy around for M80. They can obviously still full buy next. So just investing what they can here to pose a threat, but still looking to...
Verno going to take a Koala Noob. Koala Noob gets a shot off before he goes down, but not going to take him out. Verno going to take out Nismo. Down to 5 HP for Verno. Redux, though, going to take out John Cutie. No cashing in on that low health. 2 players up to live now for M80. You and Xander.
Doesn't get a whole lot done. Now, Xander brings a judge into this one, but look at the health. I mean, even at long 25 for Mitch, 40 for
M80
Scuba.
now getting ready for this retake.
Not the healthiest attackers here.
No. But the round's still there, as you can imagine. Not a whole lot EU and Xander can do in this situation. Just looking for exits at this point.
Revealing area.
They do get the
Ooh,
reveal,
good
though.
Sova Dart gonna allow EU to take out Verno. Also gonna take out Redux, doing some good damage. This is an eco round for Oxygen, remember.
Looks like they're gonna go for it. I mean, no harm, no foul, right? You have
Gonna
one
try and
down.
stick it. I mean, you're not gonna get that. At this point, EU just looking to take out Scuba, who's able to TP and get away. This round does go to Oxygen, and although 2 picks do come through from M80 to make it not a flawless round for Oxygen, it is still a round won by Oxygen.
Indeed, they do.
Now 3
Also,
ults
this
for
round,
either side. It was 2 ults in the previous round. Both sides of a Hunter's Fury,
lockdown
both sides of a
available.
lockdown.
They also
M80
have
has
Hunter's
the
Fury
From the
available.
Shadows, and over on
So
Oxygen,
it
they've got a Rolling
technically
Thunder.
cancels their lockdowns out, depending on how they want to use their Hunter's Fury.
It's going to be a buy now from both sides as well. M80's back on a buy. We'll see if that operator on Koalanu will find anything. He's been struggling to find something with it. Looks like he's going to post it up long, although it's a pretty easy counter to an operator peeking a lobby, which is to just smoke them off. Or you can concuss it like that. But it wouldn't matter. M80's not, or sorry, Oxygen's not pushing into a lobby. They're going to be pushing in through mid.
I like this. Qual's getting really deep on A right now. It's really allowing.
And although
Nismo
Koalanu
to
is
check
pushing up
sewers,
in
and
a
then once
lobby,
he
he's not
finds
going
it
to find
clear, he can just
anything.
back off and help reinforce the rest of the map while Quad just holds A solo.
Oxygen still playing very slowly in mid. Gonna
So they get them a lot
decide
more
if they want to
flexibility
pivot or
on
not.
rotations.
Take flight.
Looks like they're gonna take it in through Garage to C.
And Oxygen, they don't know it, but they're basically corralled, right? They don't have.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury comes out. Gonna take Verno out. 4 players left alive now for Oxygen. Push into B starts. Looks like it will be a B push. Redux very low on HP. Got spotted by that Sova Dart and punished for getting spotted by it. It looks like Koalanoob and Nismo going to be going for the flank. Ooh, Nismo going to take out Scuba. The flank has started. John Cutie going to take out Redux. Mitch going to get taken out. Rustin able to trade it off. Koalanoob not going to trade that off, but Rustin is in a 1v4. Ooh, Turret going to take Koalanoob out. There goes that flanker. Spike just going to be held at this point. The body blocking is going to come through, of course. Add off the firing. John Cutie just going to fire through the smoke and able to take Rustin out. Cutting it close, but the spike will be diffused. And M80 has taken the 5th round. Now, I'll remind you, this is an offense-sided map, and it's not as offense-sided as a map like Lotus, but it is still offense-sided, so at the very least, Oxygen should be keeping it tied up. But it's looking like M80 may be taking the lead going into the next half despite being on defense. Although they did struggle a little bit there, they were able to collect themselves and restructure how they want to play this defense, and while they prevented that mid push. Koalanu now going to be posted up in A short with that operator, still has it. And Oxygen going to be pushing down C. There's 3 on C for M80. Koalanu has been left alone to lock down A. Nismo takes out Redux. John Cutie going to take out Verno. I believe those are both shooting through the smoke. Mitch able to fire back through the smoke and get Nismo. You know, you would think that that smoke had dropped or that there wasn't a smoke there with how that trade went off. Scuba in Garage, though. Going to find a pick. Xander concussed. Able to find the pick onto Mitch, but Scuba able to find a pick. And then Rustin going to take out Xander, which does leave Koalanu in a 1v2, and he's got an operator. Going to be coming from long, but it looks like Oxygen is ready for that possibility. They're not going to peek out long. Vandal going to be picked up here. We'll see if it finds anything. Koalanu, of course, is duelist. It's been hyped up, but not going to clutch this one out. Although very winnable, Scuba going to take Koalanu out in this round. Does go to Oxygen. If a back and forth does start, it won't be good for M8, or sorry, it won't be good for Oxygen, as M80 will be able to take the lead going into the next half, if there is a back and forth. Although it looks like maybe M80 can't buy.
Yeah, and again, they're kind of saved by that window push that you're talking about. The first time it was Rustin that was able to pull that play off that kind of helped them out. This time it's Scuba who does it. So they worked themselves into a 4th round. They've won 4 of the last 5. So after the hot start from M80, we're starting to see Oxygen settle in. Gonna be a lower buy here for M80. Few pistols spread
Tools
out.
for M80, lockdown, and from the shadows. Over on Oxygen, though, they've got a Hunter's Fury.
Oh yeah, and Oxygen are
Oxygen's just been allowed to get on the site. The spike plant will go down. Verno's watching flank. Gonna take out Xander. Another lockdown comes out. Just get destroyed, though. Not sure how. It must have been the breach util. Verno gonna take Nismo out. It's now gonna be a 3v5 for M80. This eco round not gonna turn into a win.
They're gonna try. They surely are going to
So the dirt comes through. It does spot a little bit, but EO not gonna be able to cash in on that. Ooh, Koalanu gonna take out Rustin. It's now a 3v4. Vandal picked up by Koalanu, looking to do some damage. He will find a pick before he gets taken out, and EU goes to the spike. Eco round gonna turn into a win, or M80's eco round turns into a win for M80 for Oxygen. M80 gonna be able to buy this round, but again, this is sort of that back and forth that we may see start to happen. Although Oxygen did just take 2 in a row, if M80 takes this one, it could be again the restart of a back and forth. Although if M80 loses the majority of their players, they may not be able to buy next round, which would not be good for them, as next round will be the last round of the half. We will see, though, as this round starts. There's a From the Shadows available for M80, a Hunter's Fury available for Oxygen. We'll see how this is used. We may see the From the Shadows just come out, see long, to try and gain some vision on the map that M80 can play off of. Read Nismo, but doesn't come out here. Hunter's Fury gonna come out off of a Sova ping from Sova drone. Redux gonna be able to take Nismo out, though. No need for Hunter's Fury. It's now a 4v5.
He's got himself in a decent position as he seems to be the turret operator.
From the Shadows available for Xander.
Will get broken eventually there. All is quiet. Spike's not even committed to C. It's actually going to go B, and there's some Killjoy utility here that's going to detect this and maybe even slow it down.
Looks like Oxygen has wanted to pivot over to B. Nanostorm going to push them off that plant. I mean, they can still plant if they want to, but M80 is going to be more ready to retake B now because they've been able to restructure. And it looks like Oxygen knows that, so they're going to go over to C. And actually, M80 is not in a position to lock down C at this point. Redux gonna confirm that, able to clear the site. Spike's gonna go down. It's looking like this round may not go the way of M80. Maybe they know that too. Are they going for... Yeah, say they're gonna go for the 4-player save. And Oxygen takes a 3rd in a row now, and they're in a position to take the lead going into the next half. I think they just might.
Yeah, understandable. Just considering the economy, considering that they didn't really have a foothold in... And being a man down, you can kind of respect the decision, making sure that they have a nice, full, comfortable eye in the last round of the half. So it's going to be M80 guaranteeing the tie going into the second half of this 6th round. Oxygen a chance to, or M80 a chance to confirm that in the next, but...
And this spike is coming to a conclusion. Boom, and there you go. Oxygen does take their 6th of the round in this half. Again, it's an offense-sided map. So they should be taking the lead. 7-5 going into the next half would not be great for M80, although it's a decent position to be in, knowing how offense-sided the team as a whole is, and how offense-sided Oxygen is, and Oxygen may struggle on their defense, which is definitely very probable. From the Shadows available for Xander. Gonna push through here.
It's a tricky one to get value out of.
Yeah, for sure.
Outside of just info only.
Qualinum gonna take out Redux. It's now gonna be a 5v4.
I guess a false confidence, right? Oxygen putting a couple.
I'll remind you, whichever team wins this series is gonna be the #1 team in Group A. Of course, M80 would like that title, and so that way they can challenge Moist Moguls in the playoffs to say, yeah, you may have been the #1 team in Group B, but we're the #1 team in Group A, and we're better than you. That's sort of what M80 would want to do here. Oxygen takes the win. I mean, good for them, I guess. And then they get to try and challenge for that top spot. I kind of laughed when the coach said they were going to challenge a top spot in playoffs for Ascension, but if Oxygen continues to play the way they've been playing, they might be able to.
They're also pressuring Garage. They're doing a pretty good job poking and prodding all across the map right now, keeping the defense guessing.
Bladestorm available for Koala Noob if he decides he wants to use it, but that operator is still going to look deadly watching C. He's already found that pick onto Redux. Now M80 going to start pushing over towards B, it looks like. Blast gonna come through, does some damage to Mitch, down to 35 HP, but the spike does go down. Noob gonna clear out Scuba, who is holding back sight. He's also gonna take out Mitch, that Bladestorm looking deadly. Dio gonna take out Rustin. Well, Verno able to take out Xander, but now they know where he is, and Dio just gonna take Verno out, and M80 will tie it up going into the next half. And I'll remind you, offense-sided map, offense-sided team in M80, offense-sided team in Oxygen as well. So I think this map may go the way of M80 with how well Oxygen is, or sorry, with how well M80 does on offense, especially here on Haven. We've seen very, very dominant rounds. I believe actually in M80's series against Disguised, when M80 was on the defense, it went tied. It went tied 6-6. And then it went in the second half where M80 was on the offense and the map finished 13-7. So I think M80 may try and recreate the same magic here against Oxygen.
In the upper bracket final, they had a comeback on the attacking half of 9 rounds. So
it should be said, if M80 does not win this, there's a chance that the guard will be the #1 seed going into the playoffs, and there's a chance that at that point M80 would have to face, you know, instead of facing the worst team that made it to playoffs, may face the 7th team, bottom 2, basically. I don't know how to say that, but catch my drift. Basically, M80 wants this so that way they can face the worst team in challengers, or the worst of the teams that make it to playoffs. Oxygen wants this, not for a whole lot of seedings, but mostly just because it'd be a good show of like, hey, we are in the same conversation as a team that can beat M80. We're gonna go for Moist Mogul's throats, you know. M80 gonna be pushing into A. They already got a pick off as they pushed a little bit into B. Now they're pivoting over to A. The question is, will the defense be good enough? Koala Noob gonna take out Mitch, and now it's down to Rustin. Gonna find any more than just one? No. It's gonna take out Koala Noob. No more entry, but Koala Noob doesn't need to entry any further, as there's nobody else on site. And then coming through CT, Verno gonna shoot through the smoke and get sprayed through the smoke in return. Scuba now in a 1v4. Spotted by the turret. As soon as that smoke drops, new smoke comes up. Health is low for all of M80, but you know, it's 4 against 1 here. Scuba at this point probably just playing to get some kills at this point. I mean, hey, if you got a lucky spray through the smoke, you may have even been able to find an additional pick. I think at this point he's just trying to die to the spot. You catch my drift.
If Verno's not solo spraying inside a smoke, if they're not, if
M80 gonna hunt down Scuba, not gonna find him though. Xander and Nismo both died of the smoke. Spike. Why do I keep seeing smoke? Both died of the spike. M80 takes the first pistol round, and this is a good start for them. They would like to take a dominant first half. Now, to be fair, or sorry, second half. To be fair, their first half, I believe they took the pistol round there as well. Then I think they went 3... No, never mind. It was M80. Yeah, it was M80. Yeah, they took 4 in a row off of that first pistol round, and then a little bit of a comeback started from Oxygen. So, you know, M80 did take the first pistol round in the first half, so it may not matter too much here. And it looks like M80 gonna start this push it down into C. Ooh, Kwanu, but looking for the head tap on Scuba peeking up. Not quite gonna time it well enough. Shot comes through, and now Oxygen knows that M80 is pushing onto C site. Redux gonna take out Koala Noob. Nismo gonna find 2. Scuba trades it up, and then EO takes out Scuba. So it's a player advantage here for M80. EO also gonna take out Redux, and now it's a 2-player advantage here for M80. It is now a 1v3 for... yeah. 1v3 for Rustin, not going to do anything, and Eo takes him out. Spike going to go down, a little bit of extra money. And although M80 did lose two of their players, because one of their players did save, they will be able to afford a gun for someone. And in addition to that, they're gonna, this next round will be a bonus round, right? So they're gonna have a good amount of guns. 2 Guardians, 2 Vandals, good guns to at least try and find a few kills off on Oxygen Esports. If not, take the round win here, which I imagine they'll be trying to do. This is their offense. It's not like they're gonna be playing back at all, playing it safe. Redux gonna push right into the entirety of M80. Gonna get punished for that. Verno gonna be able to trade it off by taking out Xander, and then he finds another onto Nismo. Trade comes through though as John Cutie takes out Mitch and Scuba, getting it back with 2 kills of his own. Now the player advantage there for M80.
Shock Dart will keep M80 at bay. All things considered, it's not the worst of trades when Redux kind of just forfeited his life.
2 players left alive for Oxygen, and it looks like they're just gonna go to save their guns. Actually, no. I believe they think M80's rotating, which M80 is not. M80's actually not moving at all. They're just sort of sitting in A lobby.
And so honestly, Auction have read this as well as they could have as far as falling back off of A.
Looks like M80 will be actually going over towards C, where Oxygen is waiting for them. I mean, it's only Verno, but there is some Killjoy util, although that alarm bot will not go off, because it's not in range. But there is a Nano Swarm to try and prevent that plant. Sova Dart coming through. Verno not going to get cleared by the Sova Dart, but M80 is there to clear him. Now, Koala takes him out. It's now 1v3 for Oxygen. Rustin going to take out Koala Noob. It's now a 1v2. Rustin going to take out EU. Ooh, winnable, but John Cutie going to shut that down. 3 kills for John Cutie this round, and M80 takes the 3rd round in a row. And although they did not have the complete gun advantage, it did not matter. And now at this point, if you're Oxygen, you're going to have to figure something else out. You do need to stop the dominant half from M80. I mean, we know how strong M80's offense, especially on Haven, can be. So if you're Oxygen, you got to start thinking of something quick. And now that you're back on the Nico round, not going to be able to do a whole lot. So M80 going to be allowed to take these first few rounds, and we'll see how it goes from there.
They're like 1 orb off on 3 players, or well, 2 players. Nismo 2 off. This could get interesting.
And it looks like M80 was thinking about maybe going B, but now they're backing up.
M80, sniff it out.
We were inches away from fireworks there. I mean, could have been a big brawl on B, but they double back. What's going on?
M80 thinking about going mid again, sending a Sova Drone through Garage. I don't think M80 really knows where they're going, so it makes it difficult for Oxygen to try and read where they're going. Fortnite does have the Sheriff. Ooh, catches a sliver of John Cutie. Not going to do any damage, though, on that shot.
Ultimately, it looks like they're going to side on the C side.
Pushing to C has started. They did not clear backside, and Scuba is waiting inside of his smoke. Finds the pick on a Koala Noob, but it's immediately traded off with being sprayed through the smoke. Spike will get to go down here. You're going to take out Redux, who tried to dash in for the retake. And the rest of the players going to be coming through CT or shot through the smoke. Rustin coming for the flank, going to find a pick onto Nismo, but then Xander going to take Rustin out. And this round does go to M80. And they do it with the majority of their players left alive. It's now going to be Mac on a buy round for Oxygen. I guess the question is now, does it matter? Will the buy round from M80 be too strong for Oxygen? You see. Blade Charm for Koala Noob, so you actually won't have a good gun. There will be a Rolling Thunder Hunter's Fury, though, and a lockdown for Oxygen, but again, Hunter's Fury for M80 could easily counter that. M80 going to start this push into B site very quickly, very aggressively. Alarm bot goes off. Stuns come through. Koala Noob going to get on site. Takes a little bit of damage in the process. Xander going to get the spike down. Takes a little bit of damage in the process. Koala Noob in C link. Gonna do some damage, maybe even challenge the lockdown, which he will. He takes it out. Able to pick up the gun as well. Spots Scuba, not gonna take him out, but Nismo's there to help take him out completely. Rolling Thunder ready to play post plant from B, or from mid onto B. Just prevent the defuse. And Oxygen is going to go for the save. Midge is spotted by Silver Dart, and he's going to have some trouble getting away from this spike. Ooh, going to be able to take out Nismo. Now he can get away. This round does go to M80. They keep the majority of their players alive as well. And although Oxygen does get to save 3 of their guns, may not be enough here to defend, or it may not be enough to count as a buy here, as we do not have any idea what gun Redux has. Timeout being taken by Oxygen. Smart move here. I mean, you just lost 5 in a row to start off this half. And now M80 is 1 round away from the 12th round. This just isn't where you'd want to be if you're Oxygen. You with the... I don't know if that's a cat or a dog. It's got little cat ears. I'll count it as a cat. And Scuba with the elephant. Staring at each other to stare down. Who's a stuffed animal?
It is a ceiling.
It's better.
Yeah, he does have a ceiling.
That's it. That's all we see.
Yeah, you're right. There it is. There's the skill ceiling.
Cute little stuffed animals. I like it. But
Unfortunate.
let's go ahead and take a look at this kill consistency. I talk about it a lot. One thing we saw Oxygen struggle with, especially on Lotus, was getting that kill consistency built up and keeping it together. And we kind of see that here. Verno's 4 kills above Rustin, but for the most part, the kills are pretty similar. Some 2 kill differences between Scuba, Redux, and Mitch. Not great, but still okay. Over on M80, though, similar sort of story. 2 kill differences between Qualanoob and Nismo, and then EU, and 3 kills between EU and John Cutie. So, not a whole lot of great kill consistency, but there's nobody on M80 that's, like, leading the pack. There's nobody on Oxygen that's leading the pack. Redux pushed up with an operator, hoping to find an early pick, but does get spotted by the Sova drone. Meanwhile, Scuba posted up in his smoke. Then they find 2. Nobody there to punish it. EU with a Hunter's Fury, gonna do some damage. Able to find a pick onto Rustin. Redux re-peeking with that operator from on top of that middle box. And now it's a 2v4 for the remaining M80 players. Very winnable. Question is, do they continue to push C? Because there is an operator waiting there, and they gotta know that. Flash comes out. Doesn't hit Redux, though. Ooh, Redux misses the op shot, though. Are they gonna clear Scuba on top of box? Yes, they are. Nismo gonna take him out. Now it's a 2v2. I said it was winnable, but now it is truly winnable. Although the health is low from M80. M80 gonna start pushing in here. Spike should go down relatively soon. There is no alarm bot on the flank. Or turret or anything, so will not know. They will not know that there's a flank coming through.
I like this move.
Although M80 has not yet planted. Hoping to bait out a peek from Oxygen, but they're not going to find it. As Mitch is in garage.
Well, they know that they have John Cutie on low health, and they know that they could get flanked, so they want to play together.
Ooh.
Timing, Mitch
Nearly catches M80 rotating over to B.
And now the turret can watch it.
This Spike will get the opportunity to go down. Now up to Oxygen to try and retake this Spike. Ooh, Verno gonna take out Nismo though. Flank finally came through for something. Now John Cutie is in a 1v2. Very low in health, down to 30 HP.
You gotta be perfect, John. You gotta be perfect, John. One player on the spike, one player just off the site. Mitch gonna be sticking this one.
Yeah. Shoots trying to clear that entrance. It's difficult to clear. Not going to be able to clear the Spike diffuser. And yeah, Spike's going to get defused. Finally, Oxygen does take a round on their defense. It's off of that timeout. And they did place quite a few on C, and it worked out. It was a good read. Now the question is, can M80 adapt to that and replace how they're going to play this? And get ready to restructure for an aggressive possible defensive play from Oxygen.
But in the end, he gets caught trying to get back in the garage, and it puts John Cutie in a pretty much impossible 1v2 with the health that he had.
We will see.
Full buy versus full buy. All the
3 ults for Oxygen to use this round. Hunter's Fury from the Shadows and Blade Storm. M80 only has 1, and it's the from the Shadows, which is a very situational ult. So we may not even see it come out the rest of this game, if I'm honest. Koala Noob with the Operator, gonna find and take out Rustin inside a garage. Now it's gonna be a 5v4. Operator on Redux, though, could do some damage, but is posted up to watch A lobby. And M80 is pushing into C. Well, they're pushing in a garage right now. They're not in C yet. There's a Killjoy turret. They don't have to destroy it, though, because Killjoy is dead.
And they will know if they decide to come that direction. But
M80 so patient, waiting for that push into garage as Mitch does it. M80 gonna find that pick as Koala Noob takes him out. C-site now gonna be cleared. The From the Shadows does come out. It's into backside. Xander just gonna be able to get back there. This Spike will have the opportunity to come down. Now there is Scuba playing from long. Question is, when does he decide to peek out, and will M80 be watching it? And Kitty is jiggle peeking out C. They do catch each other, so now they know that there's one coming from long. Flash comes through. It's actually a team flash. Does not matter too much. Koala trying to challenge the push through CT. Gets shut down by Redux. Traded off by Xander, though. Now Verno trying to grab the gun. That Operator and get away. Will he be able to get away? Able to get out Xander. Is he going to get away, though? Ooh, maybe. Ooh, he is. He's going to take out Nismo. Alright, now it's a 2v2. At this point, EU's got to be like, alright, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Do I just back up? I think I'm just going to back up. But M80 has taken the 12th round, or their 12th round, which means they're now on series point, and it's up to Oxygen to win 5 in a row to take it to overtime, and they're not really at good economy to try and do so. Punish Fury for Verno, From the Shadows for Scuba. See a Judge in the hands of Rustin, Bulldog in the hands of Mitch, no shield for Redux by having that Operator. This is going to, it's looking like it's going to be a very difficult first round in what needs to be a 5-round comeback for Oxygen. Verno sending that Sova drone out. The concussion, though, does prevent it from getting too deep into a lobby or into peeking a lobby. Now M80 going to start pushing down a long.
Does seem that way, doesn't it? Utility being lined up. I mean, Oxygen are here, though, with open arms. Redux with the Operator playing top heaven.
Redux watching from heaven. Gets smoked off, though, and concussed. Not going to do anything from there. Verno, though, back site. Going to watch and lock down the site. And flush out now. So is Redux. Redux going to find the pick on the EU. Xander takes out Verno. Mitch takes out Xander. John Cutie going to find 2. Redux going to find another. Then John Cutie going to shut it down. It is now a 1v1. The lockdown comes out. Spike needs to be picked up by John Cutie. And it will be. Spike will have the opportunity to go down as the lockdown finishes. See, Rustin only has a Bulldog. So maybe he's going heaven. Oh, John Cutie's definitely not ready for that. The peek out, and John Cutie flicks to finish it off. No start of a comeback for Oxygen, and this series ends with Oxygen taking the win. Congratulations to M80, who end off North American their run in the regular season of North American Challengers with a win against Oxygen to take the #1 spot in Group A. Now with a score of 4-1, just barely with a better round differential, the exact same map differential. M80 taking a good lead here, and we'll see if we go into playoffs if they'll be able to put up a good fight. Now the next match is TSM versus Disguise, but I have to go ahead and just watch Terry Todic. Let's be real, all right? You want to watch him, just watch him. Watch him finish that off. It's a pretty cut and dry. I think TSM's gonna win. If TSM wins, they qualify for playoffs. If they lose, they could still qualify for playoffs, but there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts involved if they don't win. So it's a big match. Unfortunately, I can't watch it. I will be back tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.